split in his human body might open up from the impact, spilling his guts all over the place. But his dragon was too enraged to fear anything. Before they'd even finished plowing into the ground, he reared back, then tore into Brock in an attack both violent and vicious, and out of control. He shredded through the gold dragon's scales until he exposed skin, then went at him with teeth and talons, rending bone and meat from body until the pulp in front of him wasn't even identifiable as a once-living creature. And all Eric could do was watch from inside. A shadow passed overhead, near enough that Eric's dragon simultaneously snarled and cowered, blocking his kill with tail and wings and body, like a bird of prey. "We're dead." They'd be labeled feral and a danger to all around them, killed on sight, and maybe that needed to happen. "Oh my gods, Eric!" Angelica's voice penetrated both for him and his dragon jerked his head up, almost frantically searching for her, only to find her clasped in Mosh's talons in the sky like a bird in a cage, staring down at them. Not in horror, of course, because this was Angelica. Eric wasn't remotely surprised by the combination of compassion and fascination reflected in her features, her white blue eyes wide. He should be frustrated with that kind of reaction, but fuck if he wasn't rigid with the tension of need. Instantly. His dragon felt exactly the same, though. "Stay away!" Eric shouted at her. "Put me down," she said, but not to him, to the beta. The older dragon hovered in the air, not lowering as she'd asked. Eric's dragon growled a warning to the man. Eric growled his own warning to Angelica. His creature could kill her without blinking. She needed to stay away. Far away. Except his dragon growled again, this time leaving his kill to posture. "If you don't want him to do the same to you," Angelica said, still addressing the dragon holding her, "I suggest you set me down." With visible reluctance, most did so, maintaining a healthy distance from Eric. But Angelica threw personal safety to the wind and, as soon as her feet touched the ground, ran his direction, stumbling over the rocks and through the trees in her haste. "Stay back," he yelled at her, trying to use telepathic communication, but his dragon was blocking him. Meanwhile, his dragon stood still, muscles quivering, breath blowing heavily in and out of his nostrils. Eric couldn't get a read on him. Bloodlust and frenzy, or the need to be near her. Both were equally possible. "Don't hurt her." His dragon ignored him because Angelica had reached an outcropping of rock standing out from the trees like a damn pedestal, as though the mountain was raising her to him. Eric's dragon lowered his head, and her eyes grew wide as he nears. "Please don't eat me," she whispered. Now she decided to be scared, but his dragon, though still trembling, stopped just short of touching her. "Eric, gods!" She reached out a tentative hand and put it to his snout, and his dragon actually leaned in to her touch. "You're alive. Are you hurt?" The damn animal might have purred, except Angelica suddenly gasped, making it jerk back. Then, with zero warning, she burst into brilliant, red-gold flames.
Chapter 17. "Holy smokes!" Angelica yelped as everything about her flared in an inferno of fire. Her vision immediately took on a reddish-gold haze. She lifted her arms, staring at the way the hypnotizing flames danced and glided over her skin, over her clothes, over everything. She wasn't burning, but she was covered in it, the warmth penetrating, seeping into her blood only to spark there. An answering lance of desire shot through her with each pound of her heart, sending all the best parts of her tingling and pulsing with each rush. Like Cassia. She jerked her gaze to Eric's. Is it finally happening? Am I getting my powers? Only, the fire wasn't going away. It was getting hotter. Eric? She shook a hand, only to have the flames leap higher as though she'd added oxygen to the mix and made it worse. The heat at the tips of her fingers and her ears started to singe. "Eric!" Definitely panic in her voice now. Cassia's flare-ups had calmed, with Brand giving her a great big orgasm every time, apparently. If Eric wasn't currently a massive dragon, Angelica might not have had a problem with that. The dragon before her was staring at her with his head turned, one giant eye filled with what appeared to be concerned. "I need him," she told the creature. The dragon snorted once, which told her he understood what she was asking for. In the same instant, the heat stepped up a degree, or 100. Holding in a wince, she lifted her hand again to find the flames turning blue. At a small whimper from her throat, the dragon snorted again, this time sounding almost afraid. Then, with a flap of his wings, scooped her up and flew away. "Don't follow us." That was Eric's voice, but not. Rougher, angrier, directed to the dragons on the ground. Only several looked as though they weren't okay with that. Angelica stayed them with a hand. She'd have to trust Eric in this, even as a dragon. If he wanted to hurt her, he would have already. She buttoned her lips around more whimpers and almost expected her fingertips to start blistering with the intensity of the heat by now. She even tried rubbing her hands against her clothes to snuff out the flames, but that did nothing. Luckily, Eric didn't go far, only enough away that the other dragons were around the side of the mountain. Then he landed, setting her on a rock, where her flames couldn't set the surrounding trees ablaze quite so easily. With a suddenness that astounded her, the shimmering lines, like watching a mirage that indicated a shift, encased him. Only the dragon didn't change, not immediately. The concentration of her own fire, forgotten for a mere moment, made itself felt, the pain receptors in her nerves making her believe it was crawling up her hands to her wrists now. "Eric, hurry!" The dragon tipped his head back and roared, even as his size decreased, even as his scales turned to human skin and clothes, as his bones realigned, so he was standing on 2 feet instead of all 4s. Even as the sound of his roar turned human, Eric battled his way back to control. The shimmer stopped, and he pitched forward, hands on his knees, breathing hard. But he didn't stay that way. He jerked up and ran at her. "What can I do?" What was she supposed to say to that? "I need a big O right now?" She wasn't even sure this was the same as it had been for Cassia. Her sister's fire had also come with migraines and visions, neither of which was happening. Eric reached for her, circling her wrist with his hand, and suddenly, as fast as she went up like a Roman candle, the flames doused. All she could do was squeak her shock before raising her hands in front of her face. The tips of her fingers were pink, like a sunburn, but that was the worst of it. Much better than what her imagination was painting. "Are you hurt?" he demanded. She jerked her gaze to his, only to stumble into a different kind of shock. The kind that left her mind reeling and her body, still tingling from the effects of her flames, lit up. Because he was looking at her. God's the way he was looking at her. "Phoenix?" he asked, the word abrupt, sharp. Angelica swallowed down a sudden urge of sadness and shook her head. Because she knew. She just knew. Disappointment on more than one level threatened to sink her, but she refused to drown. The fire might not mean Phoenix, but it meant something else. Something more helpful to her than human. "Dragon sign." His eyes flared, then settled. "Because of me." Then his mouth was on hers, demanding and untamed like the creature he'd just subdued. Angelica didn't hesitate, throwing herself into the kiss, reveling in it. He wasn't holding himself back anymore, and holy hells he had been before. There was more than a reluctant sort of desire in his touch. Now there was purpose, claiming. Those last 3 words of his were enough for her. That her sign had shown itself because of him, she knew what that meant. His voice hadn't held blame or bitterness or concern, like she might have expected, because many dragons believed that dragon sign, small clues like the scent of smoke, going up in flames or shifting smaller parts of the body, all of which a human woman destined to mate a dragon shifter could show, was more easily triggered by the man fated to be her mate. Those 3 words of his had been supremely satisfied and harshly possessive at the same time. His lips on hers now, his hands sweeping the contours of her body with both abandonment and possessive relish, told her she was right. And her heart told her she wanted this. Wanted him like she'd never wanted anything in her life. "Tell me no, now, if you want me to stop," he ground out against her lips, like he wasn't even able to lift his head to speak the words. "Don't stop." She wrapped a hand around his neck as if to hold him to her.
"Thank the gods."
Then his hands were at the 3 silk-covered buttons holding the top of her suit together. Except they were tiny, and it took less than a blink of fumbling with his larger fingers for him to growl with frustration, then rip it open with a pop, pop, pop. Angelica would have chuckled at his haste if his face hadn't suddenly gone all intense as he gazed at her bared skin.
"I wondered if you had anything on under this."
She didn't, but he had. "You hardly looked at me."
"I looked enough."
His expression spasmed, almost with pain.
"I am always looking at you,"
he said, quieter, reverent. He traced a finger down the valley between her breasts, then groaned, banding an arm behind her waist. He bent her backward and set his lips to her breast, sucking so hard her clit throbbed in immediate reaction, beating to the pulse of his mouth on her. Angelica speared her hands through his shorn hair, holding on, her gaze glued to the side of his skin against hers, his mouth on her body. She might combust all over again right here.
"Gods,"
he rumbled against her.
"You taste of ambrosia. There were times when I was not sure if you were temptation or torture."
She couldn't help the smile curving her lips because her dragon was not a talker, so those words meant more than he knew. "I seem to remember you liked the taste of other parts of me, too." The man did a full-body shudder against her. Without her feeling more than a whoosh of a breeze, her skirt and undies were gone, and she was laid down on top of her clothes and his torn shirt. Before she could gasp at the speed with which that happened, he was on his knees, her legs up on his shoulders, mouth set to the vibrating, slick core of her. He licked right through her folds, not experimentally like before, not hesitant either. This was a claiming. And when she tossed her head back and arched into the touch, he did it again, then again. He didn't let up until she was a whimpering, hot mess. Not until her breathing started to hitch did he slow. She took a deep breath, relaxing into the way he was lapping at her. "You're a fast study," she panted. She felt Eric's smile against her flesh before he speared that questing tongue inside her. His grunt of pleasure might as well have been a vibrator, hitting her just the right way. With zero warning, her body tipped right over the edge. Her legs clamped around his head, and a shout of pleasure punched out of her, hands clawing at his hair as she came hard, riding his mouth and tongue. He didn't give her a chance to float down lightly, though, playing with her through every shuddering wave of pleasure. In a single aggressive, hot-as-fuck move, he slid 2 thick fingers inside her.
"This feels like a dream,"
he said, and Angelica could hear in his voice even more than the words that this time he was letting himself feel beyond the physical. His next words gutted her.
"I do not want to wake up in my cell, alone without you."
"You will never be alone again," she promised, and meant it. With another groan, he set his mouth to her swollen clit, sucking and sucking and sucking as he moved his fingers inside her, as though he were a man driven, or a dragon shifter finally letting himself be what and who he was. Because this moment went beyond desire. This was feral, primal, and yet went deeper than that. God, she was into it. At first, she could hardly stand the sensitivity, her hands kneading into his scalp and tiny cries pouring from her throat, but at the same time, she didn't want it to end. But then, Eric, his name tripped off her lips as the tension of desire gripped her again, building in her already languid muscles, building in her womb, building in the lines of her body. He lifted his head, his lips covered in her juices, white blue eyes so like hers aflame.
"Say that again."
Angelica tipped her head, though the haze of her own needs seeing a deeper one inside of him. She smiled and traced the lines of his lips. "Eric, Astea." He shuddered.
"I never thought to love the sound of my name. So many years it was a tool of my enemies."
Angelica cupped his face, lightly tugging at him so that he crawled up her body until she could press her lips to his and taste herself on him. "Eric," she whispered. Then another kiss. "Eric." Another. "Eric." Then pulled back, looking him seriously in the eyes. "My Eric," she said, the words a deliberate choice. His eyes flared with that same soul-deep satisfaction from earlier, and he buried his face in the crook of her neck. At the same time, his hands left her to frantically divest himself of his pants. Only he was too impatient, just getting them to his knees. He suddenly reared back, up on his knees between her legs. His hands went to his cock, squeezing and stroking, the swollen head turning more purple with each stroke. Needing to be part of this, Angelica batted his hand away and replaced it with her own, watching in fascination as her smaller fingers worked him. Silky hot skin over a steel rod jutting from his body. Pre-cum leaked out of the tip, and curious, she brushed her thumb through it. He jerked in her grasp.
"I need to make you mine, Angelica Amon."
Yes. That was all they both needed. Eric laid her back down, laying between her splayed legs and positioning himself at her eager entrance. Then in one strong yet beautifully gentle stroke, he entered her body.
"Fuck,"
he muttered. He shuddered above her, breathing harshly as though trying to hold himself back. "This is right," she whispered. Then, like before, when he finally let go, he was pounding into her as though a dam had broken, and he was flooding her with everything he'd wanted. But this time his gaze on her held 1,000 emotions, and she reveled in every out-of-control thrust, his fervor only feeding her own. Her body slid into a hazy space where she was all feeling, all senses, all pleasure, and nothing else was important except the man in her arms. Eric growled,
"I want all of you."
"Yes." Angelica tipped her head back and watched his face as he took her, as he built the pleasure they were reaching for together. All those angles were harsh and striking, his gaze on her almost adoring. "You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," she whispered. His face spasmed with something that might have been tenderness.
"Gods, more,"
Eric growled again. The slap of his driven thrust blended with the sounds of their harsh breathing. Pressure at the other entrance back there had Angelica gasping and looking over her shoulder. Eric flicked her a glance full of questions, and she nodded, wanting more too, more of him. She wanted him to claim every single part of her body and had every intention of doing the same to him in 1,000 different, mind-blowing, pleasurable ways. Expression, a cruel study of sensual need, he pressed a finger inside that unbreached place, pushing past the natural barrier as she breathed out and in. He gave her a second to adjust, then started pumping his hand in time to his hips. Angelica couldn't stop the loud moan that stuttered from her. Full. She felt so full of him, as though he was in every part of her. Eric smiled, his chest rising and falling, and she could have stared at that for the rest of her life happily. An emotion rippled over his features, too fast to catch.
"I am going to put my fire in you, and I want to watch your eyes when I do."
She nodded frantically, undulating her hips. "Make me your mate," she demanded, then kissed him, a kiss that he couldn't doubt was her claiming him for hers. He'd held her off until now. She'd almost given up, despite knowing that they were right together. It hadn't been one look, not instant. It had been more like gravity that kept reaching for her when she neared his orbit until she got tangled up. Seeing what he'd gone through and the way he still struggled, wanting to help him through that, even though he wouldn't let anyone help him. The few times they'd talked had only made her want to know more, know him. Now here she was. Eric grinned against her kiss, but didn't break it as he lifted her by the hips and slid into her body until she was once again gloriously full of everything he was. He guided her, but let her set the pace, forehead to hers, as though the connection of their souls was even more important than what they were doing with their bodies now. When they were both breathing heavy and the sparkling, tingling hint of an oncoming orgasm rippled through her, he inhaled long and hard, a sound coming from his chest that sounded like a forge bellows, stoking his fire. Then Eric stilled, every damn part of him. Long enough that Angelica drew back, searching his face with a frown. Then her lips parted on a silent gasp as his skin rippled with white scales. Suddenly, with his hands at her hips, he yanked her right off him, setting her on her ass on the forest floor. Then he jerked to standing, stumbling back a few steps, as though she'd suddenly grown horns and a tail, and she whimpered as his face crumpled, then hardened. "Don't—" She reached a hand toward him, but she was too late. The shift overtook him too fast. In seconds, a massive, brilliant white dragon stood over her. Eric's chest heaved, and he shook his head once, twice. Then he spread his wings, though they trembled as though he was fighting himself. With a blast of wind from the downdraft, he leaped into the air, swiftly disappearing over the trees, leaving her alone, unclaimed and unmated.
Chapter 18. Gods, how could they be so stupid? He'd been able to wrestle the shift back from his dragon, taking control, and the thing had been good with Angelica, gentle for what he was, and the fact that she'd lit on fire, and he believed, gods, he'd believed with everything in his soul that it was because of him. All those reasons made him think he could do this, could make her his, claim her, made her. Eric could still smell Angelica all over him as he forced his dragon to fly away from her. Unfortunately, so could the beast half of him, and it was sending him over the edge, frantic to get back to her. Inside his own mind, his own body, the two parts of his soul battled each other. The violent clash raging internally meant he was jerking around in the sky as control over their flight juddered back and forth between human and dragon. But at the end of claiming her, the animal part of him had wanted to be the one to fill their mate with fire, to turn her. He'd started to shift while Eric's cock had been buried, hilt deep, inside Angelica. The damn monster could have rent her in half if he'd succeeded before Eric had been able to tear them away. He'd tried to run, but the shift had come on too fast. "You could have killed her," he shouted at his creature half, as he mentally and physically dragged them farther and farther away from where he'd left Angelica. But the dragon was too far gone to listen, roaring and thrashing and fighting to get back and finish what they started, what he'd promised them both. If that split in his gut hadn't opened up with all the other things, it very well might now, or that's how it felt, as though he was being torn and slashed open from the insides. Eric did the only thing he could. He tried to force the shift mid-air, back to human. Nothing happened, which left him with one option. The thing he hated most about what Pythios had forced him to become, a mental exercise Nether had taught him to do as a boy. Pythios' witch had spelled the dungeons to turn off any visitor's powers, but the dragon wasn't a power. He was the dragon, and the dragon was him. So Nether had taught him how the magic of his creature came from his mind. As fast as he could, Eric mentally bricked a wall in his mind. He reinforced it with dragon steel. Blocking his dragon off, like he'd been forced to do in that fucking cell for centuries, he held him there and again willed himself to change. The shimmering lines before his eyes told him when he got it. Then he was falling. Behind those bricked-in, shored-up, steel-enforced mental walls, his dragon roared with thunder of a wild creature, hatred for everything. Eric was spewing from inside him, but Eric didn't let up. At the last second, mountainside rushing up at him, his dragon made one last wild grab, wings manifesting and beating down hard enough that they didn't pound into the ground, killing them both. Instead, they struck and rolled a few feet, coming to rest in a small clearing on a bed of pine needles, laying with his pants still down around his ankles the way they had been when he'd shifted and flown away. Sun shone down on them, warming his skin, and somewhere nearby a bird tweeted, as though the world was oblivious to the struggle happening within him. Eric placed the last brick in his mind, shutting off his dragon, and the wings disappeared. So did the roar. Chest heaving, he dropped his head back against the ground, eyes clenched closed. He hated himself for what he'd just done. His dragon half hadn't known better. This, none of it, had ever been his fault. But thanks to Eric, thanks to reaching for Angelica like he had, believing even for a second that she was fated to be his, letting his dragon think that too, even believe maybe they could exist together, then having to take both her and freedom away from his dragon again, he'd driven his creature the rest of the way to uncontrollable. Too far gone to save. All rage, and Godspeed to anyone who might encounter him. Eric could never let him loose again. And Angelica, clearly, was a trigger. He brought his hands up over his face. Fuck. Eric didn't get up right away, needing to spend more time shoring up the walls inside his mind. Plus, his body, with his dragon so shut down, apparently healed more slowly, and the gash across his belly was still pink and slightly raw. The fact that he hadn't busted open earlier was a blasted miracle. What the hells was I thinking? The answer was, he wasn't. Instinct and need and a woman destined to drive him to distraction had led to a moment of pure selfish action. Now he laid here like the useless lump he was, and gathered his control more and more around him like the tattered rags of the poor woman who'd been his longest cellmate in Everest, a witch who'd spoken out against Riaman, Pythias' favorite pet. Speaking of which, Eric grinned suddenly, though his heart wasn't fully into it. His dragon had been good for something. They'd taken out that golden fucker that the High King had officially decreed as his heir. Pythias wasn't going to be happy about that at all. Tempting to bring him the news personally, along with Brock's ashes. A death sentence if he did it, but maybe he was always meant to die at the king's hands. That prophecy would be some comfort if that happened. He winced. After all, he had a decent idea of what he was going to return to when he went back to the mountain. What do you expect? You left Angelica unmated and alone on this side of the mountain. Eric jerked to sitting as that realization penetrated his own self-imposed exile. He'd left her alone and exposed, and the only way back was to climb a mountain in a skirt and heels. Gods be damned. In an instant he was on his feet, shucking off his pants and sprinting half-naked over the mountainside to where he'd left her, only he skidded to a halt in the spot. He knew he was in the right place because the combined sense of their skin and sex lingered in the air. Plus, she'd folded his fucking shirt and left it there, neatly on a rock, for him, which was exactly something Angelica would do. Guilt plunged a dagger through his own personal regrets. He was a bloody menace and the worst thing possible for her, and here she was, folding his clothes as if she was trying to take care of him. Pulling his shirt on, though the thing was in tatters, he followed the sunshine scent of her until it stopped suddenly. Someone had come to get her, it seemed. A new dagger, this one of worry, plunged through his chest, and he sprinted back to the entrance into the mountain, only to climb over the lip of rock to encounter a wall of white dragons. They got one whiff of him and bared their teeth. Hold! He wasn't sure which of the sentries spoke. Didn't care. Is the phoenix inside? He demanded. Name. In other words, this one had no idea who he was and had been given orders not to let anyone in. The mountain had to be on lockdown. Erkash Daya. I arrived with Angelica Ammon. Is she safe? Silence greeted his announcement, but he didn't mistake it for ignoring him or not hearing him. No doubt the 5 dragons were checking among themselves, and probably with their own leaders. These were military-trained men. No doubt they'd reported to someone who needed to be consulted as well. Eric crossed his arms and stared them down, waiting in silence. Finally, one lifted a wing, giving him a human-sized space to pass between them. The Phoenix is inside. She left word to bring you to her if you returned. Eric refused to show any reaction, especially to that if. A man who was vaguely familiar stood at the backside of the sentries. Eric assumed to take him to Angelica. Older, the man's long hair, rather than white, was starkly black, but thinning, exposing the odd freckled skin of his skull. A clean-shaven face was creased with lines of age across lightly bronzed skin, and his hands, when he beckoned Eric closer, were gnarled and equally spotted as his scalp. But instead of turning to lead Eric through the mountain, the man stood still, cloudy gaze sweeping Eric's form. "My God, it is you!" While the rest of him had aged at a hideously faster rate than should be possible, his voice hadn't changed at all, sparking recognition that sent disbelief crawling down Eric's neck. Not actual blood kin, this man had been the son of one of Eric's family's attendants, workers paid handsomely for taking care of them and their property and their children. But Geordie had become one of his father's best friends and most trusted confidants. One of Zallant Ammon's, too. The fuzzy memories of boyhood reminded him of thousands of small moments with this man and his own family that he'd forgotten. Could this be him, though? "Do you remember me?" Geordie asked slowly. "Uncle Geordie?" The smile that was his answer looked weary. "No one's called me uncle in ages." No doubt. Probably because I was the only one who dared. Geordie had been a remarkable and feared debater who could back up his words with fighting skills. "You always were fearless." Eric's huff lacked any true amusement. "Everest beat that out of me over time." The older man closed his eyes on a spasm of emotion, then hooked a hand around the back of Eric's neck and tugged him into a tight embrace. Eric remained stiff against him, unable to let himself accept any kind of pity, still resentful that no one had come for him. No one. "God's above, boy. I thought you were dead all this time." Eric jerked in his embrace, but Geordie didn't let go of him. "If I'd known, I would have burned down that entire godforsaken mountain to get you." Eric swallowed, breathing through the tangle of emotions rising inside him like a mass of striking cobras. "Why did everyone think I was dead?" Geordie sighed and pulled back. "Come with me. I'll tell you everything." "Angelica." "Gathered with the Curia Regis. I asked to be informed when you returned." His lips took on a bitter twist. "I still have some friends in this mountain. I'll take you to her after we talk." What did he mean by some friends? The Geordie he knew might not be of a royal, or even upper class, bloodline, like Eric was, but he was well respected and well liked by everyone who knew him. Given his position in the Ajdaya household, that would have been a good majority of the dragons in this mountain. Eric hesitated, thinking through not only that, but the fact that making Angelica wait longer wasn't going to win him any forgiveness. Except forgiveness might only muddy the waters. Distance was better. "Fine." In a gesture so Geordie that Eric's memory almost took him to his knees, the other man bowed his head. The move was partly a mimic of other attendants who could lean toward obsequiousness, but with his own slightly sarcastic twist. He used to make Eric laugh as a boy when he'd do it to dragons who were full of their own importance, or to Eric's own father when he got snarly. The only man Geordie never dared use that gesture on was Angelica's father, King Zallant. If Eric had had no fear, he'd learned it partly from this man. In silence, they walked through the training area and to a human-sized door off to one side that led into a smaller corridor. Not far down, they made it to a bank of elevators. "When did they put these in?" Eric wondered. "About 50 years ago, a gift from Pythios, for our loyalty." Of course, because the White and Green clans had been the rotting king's most loyal supporters. The Blue clans, on the other hand, didn't have anything nearly so helpful or modern in their mountains. Instead, their wealth had been slowly stripped. The gold, too, though in different ways. Harder ways for people to see. The Black clan hadn't given Pythios the excuse to do the same. "I don't want to know for what," Eric said. "No," Geordie muttered. "You don't." They said nothing else until Geordie led him into a small, one-room efficiency apartment, one located on such a low floor it didn't even have a perch or a window. "Tea?" Geordie asked, moving to a wall that apparently was a small kitchen with a single counter, a sink, a microwave, and a hot plate. The refrigerator wouldn't hold more than a day or two worth of food. The rest of the room was similarly basic. Eric frowned, looking around. "Why are you living here?" Geordie paused in the process of filling a kettle with water from a tap connected to a series of exposed pipes.
"It's only me these days."
Another frown. "Your family?" That brought bushy white brows up.
"I was an only child, and my parents died when you still knew me, boy."
Eric shook his head. "I didn't remember."
"Your father's family kept me around out of kindness and gratefulness for my parents, who'd served the Ashdaya well and happily for centuries."
"It's only me." The words pinged around inside Eric's head. "You never mated?"
"No."
Geordie didn't still this time, and he didn't turn from the hot plate where he'd set the kettle to boil either. That explained the aging. He must have hit that point in life that not having a mate meant his aging process started to speed up. More silence as Geordie made the tea, then sat them down at a small kitchen table with two mismatched chairs, and there was no other seating in the room besides the single twin-sized mattress on the floor. But the teacup was thin porcelain with pink flowers and old enough that, at a guess, this was one of the few personal things Geordie had kept of his life before. The delicate thing felt as though it might disintegrate in Eric's grip, so he handled it carefully, sipping at watery tea. Over the lip of his cup, Geordie studied Eric's face.
"You are a blend of your parents, no doubt about that."
Pythios enjoyed pointing that out as well whenever he happened to be in the dungeons where I was kept. Geordie put his teacup down with a clatter.
"So it is true. You were his prisoner."
Bitterness seeped into Eric's blood, turning him rancid. He also put his cup down. "After he murdered King Zelant and my parents, plus the High King Hanyu and his phoenix before my eyes. Yes, he held me." Geordie glanced away from the accusation, no doubt shining in Eric's eyes.
"I always wondered."
"And yet you did nothing."
"Not much I could do. Your household was disbanded, and who served the Ashdayas scattered to other households, or other mountains, if they could find work at all."
Eric frowned. "Why wouldn't they?"
"Thanks to the story Pythios convinced all of our kind was the truth."
Eric had learned bits and pieces through the years, more since he gained his freedom, but mostly about the Ammons and Hanyus, nothing about his own family. "What story was that?"
"According to him, on that day, Serafina and Zelant tried to mate, but she'd chosen the wrong man, and her fire consumed the White King."
"I've heard that much." "All lies." Geordie nodded slowly.
"What you might not be aware of is this. Pythios told only the White Clan's courier Regis that your father, in his rage at his friend and king's death, went ballistic, slaughtering Serafina and her parents, the High King and the Mother Phoenix, as well as a few others, before Pythios was able to stop him by killing him. Your mother died with her mate."
Eric sat back with a thump that the rickety chair protested with a creak of plastic and some kind of cheap metal. He stared into nothing. "And me?" He didn't have to look up to see Geordie swallow. He heard it.
"He said you tried to stop your father, and in his blind rage, he killed you too."
Eric closed his eyes on a wave of grief so hollow and broken he had to lean forward, elbows on his knees, to breathe through it. Even caged in the mental walls he'd built around his dragon, that soul-deep part of him cried out, and the sound, the devastation, rattled his bones. That lying bastard of a Red King tried to destroy their rulers, and worse, the Phoenixes, the line of inheritance for High King, and his family. All for what? Power? To keep the seat of High King with the Red Clan? To prevent Zelant's more progressive ideas from being tried out? "That's not quite how it happened," he muttered at the plastic-looking tabletop.
"You're proof of that, boy."
Eric huffed a bitter laugh, then frowned and raised his gaze. You are right. I am proof. More so than the existence of Angelica and her sisters, possibly, because while their parentage was still questioned by many dragons, he'd grown up in this mountain. His family had been a staple here for millennia, and to his clan, his face was indisputable. Was that why Mos had looked at him that way when he and Angelica had arrived? Not because of Angelica, but because of Eirk? Hadn't the beta known the truth all along, or had he been misled? Taking a deep breath, Eirk laid out the truth of what had happened that terrible night, what happened to him for ages following, which mostly consisted of his sitting in that fucking cell alone, his escape with Skylar, and his time with the Blue and Black clans since then. Geordie listened, his expression growing steadily angrier.
God's above, boy, he said when Eirk finished his tale. If people knew...
His old friend was right. His people needed to know.
I'm going to tell them. Show them.
First, though, he needed to learn what Mos' part in any of this was. If he had been deceived, like most everyone else, they needed him. And if that was true, the beta likely already understood the need to show his people Eirk as proof, but Angelica needed to know too. She'd probably already guessed, or at least her instincts had been accurate. After all, offering to mate him was an extreme measure, and one that made more sense now that he could see the impact his existence made on just one man who'd known him and his family. Geordie looked ready to cut the false king's throat himself. Eirk surged to his feet, determination sending his muscles rigid.
Take me to Angelica and Mos.
Chapter 19. The knock at the door was tentative, and the tension riding Angelica's shoulders turned to a dip of disappointment, because Eirk wouldn't knock like that. The way he'd flown away from her, she wasn't even sure if he ever would come back. He might be out there, fighting his own dragon right now. Everything in her wanted to follow, to help him, but she couldn't. There's nothing you can do, so focus on what you can. Which was discussing with Mos and the rest of Curia Regis, as well as the men sworn to her who had been released from the dungeons, where they'd been put on Brock's orders, what their next steps needed to be. "Geordie?" Mos asked, looking over her shoulder at whoever had entered through the door behind her. The beta's brows lowered in what appeared to be confusion as he addressed the newcomer. "Did you know the truth?" A gravelly voice had her turning in her seat. "Did Volos?" Angelica startled at the sight of not one unknown man, but an unknown man, and Eirk. Relief punched out of her in a sharp breath. He'd gained control, and he'd come back. Thank the gods. Irritation kicked in hard on the heels of stark relief. Eirk may have returned, but he wasn't looking at her, his gaze on Mos. She scowled at the man, willing him to feel the lash of her ire, which was heating up by the second. He was supposed to have been brought directly to her. She'd been worried, damn him, as in couldn't concentrate because her mind was on him worried. And here he was, human, healthy, apparently, and accompanied by a strange man she didn't know, demanding answers to vague questions. "What truth?" Mos asked. "There are many truths and many lies out there." But the tenor of his voice wasn't confidence. It belied trepidation. Angelica slowly turned to face him as well. "You are not surprised to see me when Angelica and I arrived," Eirk said. The beta tapped a gnarled finger on the metal tabletop. "Of course not. My people had already informed me of your existence." Her people, he meant. "So you did not know that I was alive until they told you," Eirk pushed. Moses' eyes narrowed. The man was clearly not used to being questioned. "I did not. Like everyone else, I was told you were killed in the tragedy that took so many lives. I had no cause to believe otherwise." Angelica sat forward, studying the man closely, trying to discern what it was about that speech that bothered her. It would be really nice right now to have Mira's empathic abilities. Not that her sister could see lies or truths, but she could read emotions. "Were you ever told that Pythios was the one who killed them?" she asked. Mose cut his glacial gaze to her, jaw going tight. "No." "Or that Eric was still alive?" she pressed. His gaze slid to the man standing behind her, but this time his complexion paled ever so slightly. "No." "And to your knowledge, Volos was also similarly misled." The older man, called Geordie, pushed. "The king always acted as though he believed the story Pythios gave everyone." Mose glanced away. "He never gave me any indication that anything different had happened." Angelica turned to see Eric's reaction. Did he believe the beta? His lips pulled back, baring his teeth. "If I find out you have fed me lies." A low growl ripped from Moses' throat, and he surged to his feet, leaning fisted hands on the table. "You'll what?" he spat. "Turn your feral dragon loose on me? By rights, I should have you put down and put out of your misery." The tension in the room ratcheted up 100-fold, blanketing Angelica as every other dragon shifter in the room growled as well, flames lighting up eyes to dance and sparkle against the walls. She couldn't tell who was on whose side, though. "Touch him, and any deal with me is done," she said quietly. The room seemed to lurch to a halt, so still she almost wondered if hearts were still beating. Eric, meanwhile, didn't get angry or acknowledge what she said. He went bone-chillingly cold, not a flame in sight. He remained focused on Mose, and Mose alone. "My dragon, that you disparage so easily, is what he is because you're High King. The man who fed you lies you believed because you wanted power. Locked me in a cage for 500 fucking long years." The flickering of firelight died down as Dragon's eyes banked, shoulders and fists eased, and guilt or horror, or both, oozed from them. But Eric wasn't done. "Perhaps I should ask Angelica to do the same to you." He cut his eyes to each man in turn. "All of you. Lock you up for centuries in a cage where your creature cannot ever be released. We will see how you come out the other side." Dragons weren't naturally accepting of challenges like that, and Angelica held her breath, waiting for someone to make a move. A relieved sort of surprise skimmed through her as each and every man and woman in the room eventually lowered his or her gaze, some even ducking their heads in shame. "When we take this to the clan, we show them me," Eric said in a voice that brooked no refusal. "I will tell them my story. Not only am I living proof, I am a living witness of what happened the day we lost 2 kings, the Phoenix, her mother, and my parents." Silence. Eric drew himself up to his full, imposing height. "And I dare you to kill me. Pythios himself did not try because the Phoenix's mother, with her last dying breath, predicted that the man who killed me, or ordered me killed, would be a pile of ash shortly after." Astonishment slammed through her on razor-sharp breaths. Her grandmother had said that about him? But that had been after she'd passed her powers to Angelica's mother. She shouldn't have been able to predict anything. But apparently Pythios had believed her. That was why Eric had been imprisoned instead of killed. Gods. She hadn't known. She wanted to cross the room to his side, sneak her hand in his, and simply be with him. He was always so alone. Even now. He was strong enough to weather that isolation, but he didn't have to be. Angelica dropped her gaze to her folded hands. "I think you'd better tell them what did happen that day," she said quietly. "Everything." An hour later, several faces in the room had turned green. 2 of the council members had to leave, probably to throw up. The rest were grim, resigned, or a combination of the 2. "We didn't know." Mose wasn't posturing anymore, the anger torn from him by the truth of Eric's ruthless words. "I swear we didn't know." You did not once question Pythios about that or any of his decisions down the line, Eric demanded. Mose took a deep breath. Volos was more than happy to be placed on the throne, and Pythios is the one who put him there. What happened to Volos? Eric asked. The beta actually flinched. He went to Everest on business. We were told old age claimed his life there. Did they return his ashes? No. She glanced at Eric and knew without having to voice it aloud that he was thinking the same thing she was. They should ask Ladon if his spy within Everest knew what had happened to the previous king of the White Clan. Moses' fingers curled into a fist on the table. But we had our answer from Pythios about our new king. Angelica raised her eyebrows and waited. That's why Brock was here, not for you. Yesterday, Brock arrived to inform us that Pythios had decided to place him on the throne. Holy hells. She'd guessed right about that? Pythios had seriously thought he could put a gold dragon on the white throne and they'd go along with it? She'd only been posturing when she'd threatened Mose with that earlier. Had Pythios turned so arrogant, so narcissistic, that he couldn't see the error of that decision? She closed her eyes. Of course he had, because dragon shifters had gone along with everything else, so why should he suspect they'd balk at this? But this new revelation also meant these men's decision to follow her had nothing to do with her, and everything to do with the lesser of two evils. The false High King had crossed the line one too many times, it seemed. The question was, could she trust these people to remain loyal? She'd have to for now. She couldn't track down Delilah and ask her to perform the same oath of loyalty for an entire clan. At some point, trust needed to happen. Do we know when Brock was supposed to report in to Pythios next? Eric asked. No one did. Okay, they needed to act fast then, before the Red King learned what had happened here. What is the best way to introduce Eric and me to the rest of the clan? Angelica asked. Discussing that took another few hours, by the end of which Angelica was starting to hit a wall, exhaustion scraping at her, and Eric still wasn't looking at her. I think we have a plan, she said, pushing to her feet and barely avoiding yawning and stretching. Food had been brought in while they talked. What she needed now was a bed. One last item, Mose said. She held in a sigh. Because sitting here trying to be both polite and political was hard enough, but sitting here being ignored by the man who had almost tried to turn her and then effectively ignored her. Her slow-burn temper was at a boil now. Combine that with tired and heart-sore after listening to Eric's story, and she needed alone time. Yes, she asked when Mose hesitated. What do we call you? Angelica blinked. Call me? Yes. Are you our king and queen, now that you are mated? He glanced between her and Eric. Is that your intention? Oh, gods, of course they thought that when Eric flew off with her something monumental had happened. Yes, she'd come back alone, but smelling of sex that their heightened senses no doubt caught. We aren't mated, she said, not looking at him. The exchange of looks in the room was a mix of reactions. Mostly disbelief. But even Mose didn't seem to know what to ask next. Angelica was so far from wanting to address this right now. I showed dragon sign and I will mate. I'll figure out the who soon. I've had an offer from the leader of the wolf shifters as well. The murmur of angry voices, fully a protest, rose up like a swarm of wasps knocked from their nests. As allies, they might be worth considering, she said firmly. But my place is with dragons. The swarm settled. Until we take Pythios down, let's not worry about queens and kings. We do this together. She paused, waiting for any arguments. They hadn't been shy about speaking up so far, but none came. Lovely. Can someone take me to a bedroom, please? Geordie. Mose addressed the older man Eric had arrived with.
Take them to the Aztea's previous quarters. I'll find my own way,
Eric said.
in a moment.
Sending her off alone with Geordie, apparently. Good. She'd have a chance to calm down and decide what was best for her moving forward. Geordie had a kind smile and was sweetly quiet as he escorted her to elevators that dropped them a few levels down. The rooms where he led her had clearly not been used in years, though she couldn't tell if the suite had been stripped down to bare essentials or pilfered, or both. No decorations remained anywhere, but furniture was covered in sheets as though awaiting the owner's return. Only they never did. "Oh, Eric," she whispered.
Take any room you want,
Geordie said.
While the furniture is old, it works, and the rooms have at least been updated with plumbing and bathrooms and such.
She nodded.
Is there anything else you need?
A mirror. A large one. Without hesitating, Geordie left her where she stood to move down a hallway within the suite, disappearing into the room at the far end, then returning a few seconds later.
The one originally found in here is gone. An overly fancy thing someone no doubt had their greedy eyes on.
He wrinkled his nose in derisive judgment.
Not your style anyway, I would dare to bet.
I should hope not, she agreed with a small smile. He chuckled.
I'll make sure you have one by tonight.
Thank you. Geordie turned to leave, but paused at the door, gaze skating over her face.
The little boy I knew is still inside him.
She had no idea what to say to that, so she waited. The older man took a deep breath.
He waited 500 years to get out. Maybe all he needs is someone willing to wait as long for him.
Her heart squeezed hard, as though put in screws that twisted and twisted. They'd been so close before the shift had started to overtake him. I know, she said softly, and gods knew she wanted to wait. But I don't know how long I have. Phoenixes were similar to dragons in that they aged at a similar rate to humans through infancy and adolescence, showing more and more as they hit their late teens and 20s. She and her sisters were 500 years old, but appeared no more than 25 or 26. But unlike dragons, their seeming immortality was tied to their mother's powers and magic in some mysterious way. Now that their mother had died, handing her power over to her daughters, all except for her, Angelica had no idea what to expect. Best guess was that she was human now, and would age like a human until she was turned into a dragon shifter. If that happened. I don't even know if I have 100 years, let alone 500 in me. Geordie opened his mouth to respond, then seemed to think better of it. With an understanding nod, he closed the door behind him. Angelica stared at the thick, old-fashioned wooden thing, then closed her eyes and blew out a breath, long and even, letting go of the tension still riding her. Or trying to.
Are you unwell?
She snapped her eyes open to find Eric standing in front of the door. Damn silent dragon shifters. Mental note to make all the hinges in her home squeak if she made it one. You tell me. Any concern in his eyes cooled.
I came to tell you that we can't mate.
What would he do if she threw something at his head? But she was too tired. Even for that. Exhaustion, the kind that was of the heart and soul more than the body, dragged at her. The memory of all those words he'd spoken while he drove their pleasure higher, words that had filled her so full of happiness she could have flown, now added to the weight. If I didn't already understand that from you flying off, you not looking at me that entire meeting clued me in. Eric took a step forward, as though to argue, but suddenly a terrible sound, like the screaming of a thwarted siren, slammed through Angelica's mind. Inside her head, and yet she still slapped her hands over her ears in a useless attempt to shut it out. What's happening? She tried to yell over the noise, but Eric's eyes were closed, his face a study of concentration as white scales rippled over and over and over across his skin and his face, only to switch back to human just as fast. The noise was driving his dragon forward, and the man was holding it back through sheer teeth-gritted will. She didn't dare try to touch him or call to him again. As fast as the noise started, though, it stopped. Not to return to normal. More like her ears were plugged, plunging her into her own silent bubble.
"My people,"
a familiar, smoke-laden voice clanged in her head.
"This is your High King speaking."
Pythias stared into his witch's cold face as he spoke to dragon shifters everywhere. He knew her magic was working to transmit his message, because the few gathered in the room had cried out when she started her spell, then relaxed when Riemann had nodded at him to begin speaking. His was the only dragon shifter mind on the entire planet that she wasn't touching, somehow tapping into their telepathic communication. He didn't question his witch's growing powers, or fear them. She'd need to be disposed of quickly once his throne was assured, but he was certain she remained under his control for now. Although she might cause her own demise at the rate she was going, which would work out just as well for him. Ever since he'd killed Marique, sacrificing their weakling of a son to bring Riemann back from the dead, her powers had visibly been taking a toll on her. She was even paler now than she had been a week ago, skin almost translucent, showing the blood pumping through her veins in time to her heart. Her white curls hung in greasy clumps around her face, as though she hadn't showered in weeks. And her eyes. Before her death and resurrection, when she used her magic, and only then, her jewel-green eyes would turn solid black with silver pupils, and the black would appear to leach into the skin surrounding. Now her eyes were never their previous color, and the shadows leaching into her skin had spread, almost a mask across her face and temples, draining down into her cheeks. Perhaps death had filled her with such power she could no longer disguise it behind human eyes. She was deteriorating with it. However, he needed her too much to dispose of her yet, so he'd handle with care. Especially when she was touching him as she was now, her hands clasping his like manacles, nails digging into the underside of his fingers. He ignored the small discomfort. Even if she were to draw blood, his newly mated and restored body would heal. "As my power grows," he continued, speaking to his people, "I am able to reach you all. Yet another proof that I am who I was always meant to be, your High King, now blessed by my phoenix mate." Heat shot through his hands, coming from Riemann, and he almost jerked away. But he wasn't done with his message. He'd explained to her the plan with Tisiphone and how he didn't love the girl. She was merely a means to an end. He'd thought Riemann had accepted the necessary steps he'd taken. Perhaps not. "There are still dragon shifters who resist the truth that is staring them in their treacherous faces. I have shown you my newly healed body. I have introduced you to the true phoenix and successfully mated her. Yet still you fight me." He paused, letting those words sink in. "Now I am pleased to announce that our lovely phoenix savior is with child. With my child." On cue, as they'd discussed previously, he released one of Riemann's hands to hold his out to Tisiphone, who stood nearby. Visibly wary of the witch, his new mate neared his side and took his outstretched hand. Their people wouldn't see her, but they would be able to hear her. "Tell them, my heart," he murmured in the most loving voice he could muster, hiding a wince at another flare of heat from Riemann. After a glance at the woman making this happen, Tisiphone's chin came up, a self-satisfied smile gracing her lovely lips.
"My people, I am thrilled and blessed to announce to you that the next generation of phoenixes will be born 6 months from now. A girl, perfect and healthy, to carry on the legacy reinstated after 5 centuries of drought. May the beauty and luck of my phoenix ancestry remain with dragon shifters always.
With a nod of satisfaction, he released her hand, turning back to Riemann to finish his own message. To those of you still resisting, I say walk away from your false alliances and declare your loyalty to me if no other rightful king steps forward in your clan. At the end of the era, you don't want to find you've chosen the wrong side. Again he paused, letting that thought linger. Then his lip curled as he was unable to quite contain the soul-deep rage that any single dragon, let alone clans, had moved against him. And make no mistake, to stand against the High King and his phoenix is to stand on the side of death. Stand with me now, or know that I'm coming for you. No mercy will be given to any dragon who doesn't bear the right mark on their hand. On that declaration, Riemann released his hands, cutting off the magic without even a blink of struggle. He studied her impassive face closely. Difficult to ascertain her emotions with those eyes. The power she wielded. Yes, he would do well to eliminate her soon. All he needed was to take down the traitor kings the Phoenix's dragons had never needed in the first place, and their pathetically blind followers. The bubble that kept Pythias' voice in Eric's head shared space only with the raging of Eric's dragon, who was battering at the mental walls that he'd built around him after that misstep with Angelica. The creature hadn't broken through yet, but the false High King's voice sent him into fits so violent Eric's entire body shook with the agony of it, shards of pain splintering through his mind, his bones, his blood, his gut. Then, as suddenly as it started, the bubble popped, and normal sound resumed, Pythias no longer in his head. But Eric remained still and silent, eyes closed, wishing for the first time since his release that he was back in his dragon steel cage. His dragon had only tested those bars once, and they had sliced through them both so badly it had taken Eric a full month to heal from the damage. After that, the threat of killing them both had helped to keep the beast inside him leashed. Now that they were free, the two halves of his soul were pitted in a never-ending battle. Eric! Angelica was at least smart enough to stay on the other side of the room. He didn't open his eyes. I cannot, he said in a voice that was all smoke and lingering rage. We will kill you, and I could not live with that. So saying, he turned and, using every sense except sight, left the room, only to almost walk over Geordie, who was hauling a massive wood-trimmed mirror down the human-sized hallway to Eric's family's old rooms. What are you doing? Eric demanded, his dragon still very much in his voice. Geordie flinched, but only a little. The Phoenix asked for a mirror. Damn it, Angelica. He spun on his foot, stomping right back to her door, and let himself in. Again. Because she still hadn't locked the damn door behind him. The woman needed to learn to be more careful. The room was empty. However, the sound of her voice led him into the bedroom that had been his as a child. He paused at the door to find her with her back to him, angrily yanking sheets off the furniture and muttering into a large phone-like device he hadn't seen. Dragon shifters! My sisters can have them! I give up, Jed! Jed? The first thing she'd done was call the wolf shifter who wanted her? Jealousy clawed its way up Eric's back, tightening each muscle along the way. Not just jealousy. Possessiveness and a tidal wave of an urge to be the one she went to with her problems. Not Jed. Except Eric was the problem she was discussing. Angelica snorted a laugh at something Jed said. Give me a nice fuzzy bunny shifter with a gut and a sweet attitude any damn day. Angelica was swearing, which told him even more than the frustrated words that she was at the end of a tether. A pain in my ass, since the day he showed up in Ben Nevis. She paused, listening to whatever that damn wolf had to say. I don't think so. Another pause. You think I took one look at him and that was it? Everything inside Eric stilled at those words, his heart taking a nosedive for the soles of his feet. She shook her head adamantly, listened a little longer, then sighed. I'm too tired to think about this right now. Another pause. I'll be in touch tomorrow with more. With that, she hung up and tossed the phone onto a chair, going back to making the bed. One corner of the sheet got hung up on the leg of the chair she was uncovering, and she gave the most adorable little growl. "I'm way too old to believe in—" She grabbed the sheet with both hands and gave a harder yank with each word. "Love at first sight." Love? Gods above. Didn't she know he was the last person she should give her love to? The sheet didn't give, but apparently she'd had enough. She stopped yanking, plunked her hands on her hips, and tipped her head back, appearing to glare at the ceiling, or perhaps talking to it. "I was supposed to be pretending to be a wolf, but did I leave him alone? Nope. Then I sort of propose, and he says no. Should have left it at that. But did I?" She shook her head and walked back to her tugging. "Nope. I kept hoping like an idiot. Isn't the definition of insanity doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome? I should have known better." Her voice cracked on that last word, and Eric fisted his hands to keep himself from going to her. There was no way he could fix this, and he should just stay away. But gods, she suddenly appeared so small. "Always was the reckless one. People think it's Skylar, but it's me." Angelica finally yanked the sheet off what had been a big velvet-covered rocking chair his mother used to read books to him. He'd forgotten about that chair and had to close his eyes against the sudden swelling of memories that hit with the force of a dragon's mace-like tail to the head. A soft sound had him opening his eyes again, though, to see Angelica had flopped into it, leg hooked over the low arm of the chair. She dropped her head against the softly cushioned back and took a deep breath. "All right, Angelica Ammon, put on your big girl panties and admit you were wrong. Time to let go." No. The knee-jerk reaction was his dragon, but him, too. She wasn't done, though, her tone now like she was giving herself a mental kick in the ass and bolstering pep talk all at the same time. "Pick a different dragon. Anyone will do. You're a phoenix, so the fire won't kill you. Hopefully. But being a dragon is better than being human." "No!" The word was out of him before he even thought it, spewing out on a wave of possessiveness, but also heartbreak and the need to keep her safe. He'd made her get to this point. His brokenness was breaking her, too. Angelica was on her feet in an instant, shock turning to a brave glare, her chin tipping up, anger in every line of her body, except her eyes, which were begging him not to put her through any more. He'd tried. Gods knew he'd tried. "Do not dare to give yourself to just anyone," he ordered. "I will not let you." She crossed her arms, wariness changing to fury in her narrowed eyes. "You forfeited your right to have any say in this." "You cannot—" "I'll do what I have to in order to survive and to take out my family's killer. Unlike you, I don't run from my problems, Eric. I face them." "You think I run away?" He threw the words at her, his own anger and frustration rising to meet hers. "I am trying to protect you." She picked up a small pillow from the chair and hurled it at his head. "I didn't ask you to." Eric ducked, which only seemed to make her angrier, and she searched the room for more ammunition, but it was all still covered up. So she took off her shoe. "Gods above, Angelica! What do you want me to do?" Angelica stopped, hand raised to fling the shoe at his head, and stared at him a long beat before slowly lowering it. "I don't know." She dropped her gaze to the shoe in her hand and shook her head, more at herself, it seemed. "Not this, though." Damn. There was no answer here. He wouldn't risk hurting her, let alone her life. Angelica sighed. "It's time to let you go." The pain that shot through him at her soft, determined words came close to what had gone through him the day he'd lost his parents and been locked up in his cage. His dragon railed and clawed and roared and... Gods! He had to get out of here. Now. "Promise me you will not mate rashly," he threw at her. Then he walked from the room. Hells, he practically bolted. He pulled up at the sight of Geordie in the foyer, still messing around with the mirror, and paused only long enough to address his old friend. "I need you to stay with her. I will stay at your place." Geordie didn't so much as blink. "I'll keep her safe, my lord." Eric trusted that he would. "And cover that fucking mirror." Then he stalked from the suite for the second time before he did something rash himself, like go back and push his fire into her.
Chapter 20. The second Pythios' voice had sounded in Cassia's mind, and she'd realized Brand was hearing it too. She'd known what would happen next. Her mate took every threat personally and seemed to only calm when he'd sunk himself inside her and they'd both visited the heavens together. Not that Brand ever missed an opportunity to claim her body, her either for that matter, but after an incident like that, their lovemaking tended to turn more intense, almost as though he needed to prove himself that the rotting king hadn't snatched yet another loved one from his arms. Her big, scary dragon shifter mate didn't disappoint either. Buried inside her, eyes aflame with golden light, hands wrapped possessively in her long hair, and a harshly beautiful sort of demand tightening his features. His earthy wood and smoke scent surrounded her, which only turned her on more. "Cassia." Command laced the single word. Ecstasy exploded inside her, and all around her, their bed went up in flames, coming from them both. As she pulsed, Brand's cock grew thick inside her, and he threw his head back, shouting as her pleasure tipped him over into the abyss of his own. In the midst of the pleasure, he put his mouth to hers. "I'm yours," he groaned against her lips. "Always." The words swept her along, tumbling her over into a second orgasm simply on the strength of her love for this man, entirely caught up in the magic of what they had together. As happened sometimes since the night they mated, her ability to have visions intertwined with her release. With each crest of the most incredible pleasure, unexpectedly came a different flash, pristinely clear with audible sounds and vivid colors. Vision after vision. She didn't try to watch them or keep them in her mind, instead focusing on Brand's face and the sensations flowing through her body. The beautiful completion in his eyes as they shared the intense climax, riding it to its end until they'd wrung every nuance they could from the joining. Brand collapsed over her, chest heaving, and she relished the weight of his body on hers, his still semi-hard length inside her. Closing her eyes, she gave herself permission to just be with him. She could review those visions after they'd had this first. This moment where their souls settled together, entwined and replete. The only time she ever saw her mate truly content. As their breathing slowed, Brand kissed the side of her neck, then her cheek, and lifted his head to pin her with eyes still molten gold, but no longer flaming. "What did you see?" he demanded. Cassia's lips twitched, and she turned in his arms, feathering her fingers through his shorter hair. When they'd met, he'd worn the dirty blonde locks on the long side to cover the mark on his neck. But since becoming king, he had decided to display that family symbol with pride. "I should have known you'd notice," she murmured. "Nothing about you escapes me, princess." He wrapped a lock of hair around his finger and tugged her closer to lay a sweet, swift kiss on her lips. "So, the vision?" "I don't know, lizard boy. I was a little distracted with an orgasm or two, so I didn't pay much attention." The smug satisfaction that curled his lips was probably worth bonking him on the head for his arrogance, but she was too sated and happy to bother. Instead, she closed her eyes and let go, her fire coming up and over them both. "Can you see?" she asked. Only recently had Brand started being able to watch the visions with her if she included him in her fire. Best guess was he used the link all mates shared once they were bonded, though the ways in which mates used that link differed by couple. "Yes." His voice reached her as though far away, down a tunnel. Several scenes came on all at once, and deliberately she slowed them down, taking the time to inspect each one. A vision of Mira in labor, strawberry blonde curls plastered to her head as she breathed through her labor pains. Samael at her side, holding her hand, looking overwhelmed. "Almost there," someone was saying. "One last push." Before Cassia could assure herself everything would be fine, the image changed to one she'd seen before. A man inside a cell high in the mountains, so high the sky was more black than blue. He sat on a long stone bench and stared out at the stars. Eric, she knew that now. sitting with his elbows on his knees, hands in his hair. Shorter hair, though, not long like when he was actually held. Gods, was she seeing the past or the future? If Pythios captured him and put him back in that cage, Cassia wasn't sure Eric would survive that. His mind or his dragon might break. The next vision came. A flash of Eric and Angelica, fingers of one hand laced together, staring at each other in a kind of wonder.
My mate,
Eric whispered.
It worked.
What worked? Angelica was dormant. What did that mean? Then finally, an image that sent the fear of all 7 hells through her like the hammering cut of a broadsword. A swarm of dragons, red and green, descending over a mountain. But the image disappeared before she could see more than the tips of rocks, not enough to identify the location. Then Pythios, so much younger looking than she'd ever seen, harshly handsome with it, walking through a room with no identifiable details. A massive room inside the mountain, maybe, but again, it could be any dragon shifter lair. Then the vision shifted, showing him approaching what appeared to be a handful of white dragons. All she could see were their feet, lined up in a row as though guarding an entrance.
Bow to me now, or die,
Pythios ordered. With a gasp, Cassia's eyes flew open, the flames turning to smoke as they died, only to encounter Bran's grim expression. He'd seen it all too.
He's going to take the White Clan's mountain,
he said. Fear for her sister curled Cassia's hands around his biceps. We have to warn Angelica.
My lady.
The lights turned on, and Angelica blinked out of what hadn't been a great sleep anyway. She sighed. Geordie, I've asked you repeatedly to call me Angelica.
Yes, my lady.
She shook her head, but mid-shake he was already across the room, handing her an armful of clothing.
You need to get dressed.
The urgency in his voice finally penetrated her sleep-fogged brain. Without hesitating, she was up and moving into the bathroom to change. What's wrong? She asked Geordie through the cracked door. She stripped off the men's t-shirt Geordie had scrounged her up to sleep in and started to dress in black slacks and a white silk blouse with a collar the 1980s would be proud of.
I wasn't told,
he called over the screen at her.
Only that you had an urgent communication.
Communication? Angelica's fingers paused on the last button of the blouse, mind spinning over who might be trying. Only a handful knew she was here, not even that. Her sisters and their mates, and the wolves, plus the dozen or so white dragons she'd met with yesterday, except they wouldn't be calling her for a communication, which left her sisters, or maybe the wolves. That was it. Any of them contacting her off schedule here was very bad. Has Eric been notified?
Yes, my lady, he will meet you there.
Angelica had to ignore the spiked pit in her stomach that he wasn't here right now. She'd gotten accustomed to having him around, at her side in such a short time. So get unaccustomed quick. Finished dressing, she twisted her hair into a topknot, the best she could do with such short notice. Then she motioned Geordie to lead the way, pausing only in the foyer, as something struck her as odd. Why is there a sheet over the mirror?
Orders from young Eric.
She winced, calling herself all sorts of fool. No wonder Mira hadn't tried to reach her that way. The same reason Eric wanted it covered. Pythios' earlier trick with the mirrors. Eric was still protecting her. Hell's even his rejection was a form of protection. She knew that. Left him a little bit for it even. At least she would if it wasn't getting in the way of them being together. With a nod, they hurried on through the labyrinthine halls, back to the room next door to the one Eric had smashed through the windows with Brock, a smaller conference room. As soon as she walked in, she found Eric, Beely, Tovar, and Mose waiting. Mose hit a switch on the wall, and the glass turned opaque. At his nod, Tovar tapped a few keys on a keyboard, and the single small TV screen was suddenly filled with all 3 of her sisters and their mates. No relief in their faces, though, as they saw she was all right and safely with white dragons. She hadn't even had a chance to inform them of the success allying with their father's clan yet. given that the specific date and time they'd arranged was later today. But their expressions told her that this call wasn't about that. I had a vision. Cassia didn't even bother with a hello. Pythios is coming for the White Clan.
Fuck,
one of the men in the room muttered. Not Eric. He stayed silent.
Do you think he already knows about Brock Hagen's death?
That was Tovar asking Mose. All three of Angelica's brothers by blood snapped to attention, but Brand was the one who prowled forward, tucking Cassia behind him so he could shove his face in the camera.
Hagen is dead?
He demanded. Angelica nodded. He came for the throne. He was here when we arrived. Eric cut her off.
I killed him. Remind me to shake your hand next time we meet in person,
Brand said. Though the snarl in his voice made him sound angry, the light in his eyes was clearly relief and ultimate satisfaction. Eric nodded.
How do you know they are coming?
Mose asked.
Who the hell are you?
Ladon snapped back. Our ally. He was Volus's beta. Angelica stopped them all from posturing with a firm insertion, then turned to her sister. What did you see, Cass? Cassia gently moved the bulk of Brand's body behind her so that she was once again visible on the screen. A swarm of red and green dragons over a mountain, then Pythios landing and confronting a line of white dragons, telling them to swear allegiance or die.
Which mountain?
Mose leaned forward, flaming gaze standing eerie white shadows dancing over his face. Cassia grimaced. I couldn't see enough details. I'm sorry I can't give you more to go on.
How long?
Eric demanded. I don't know. Cassia shook her head. Hours, days, months. There was nothing to indicate time. Forewarned is forearmed, Angelica said, repeating words their mother had said so often it had become a family joke until the day the Red King showed up and killed her. Angelica swung around to face her new allies. We need to move up our timeline. They'd planned to introduce her and Eric to the clan in groups, starting with the leadership. They couldn't wait to stretch that out in the gradual approach now. Mose gave a jerking nod.
I'll announce a mountain-wide meeting. Best be for... He checked his phone for the time. For later this evening to give us time to get a word to everyone. In the meantime, I'll heighten security and start procedures to lock down all White Clan mountains. With a nod, she spun back to the display. Thank you for the warning. Don't hang up. Cassia rushed to cut her off. There's something I need to tell you and Eric together. Alone. If you think I'm leaving...
Mose cut off his words at a growl from Eric, but Angelica put a hand on his arm. You can stay, she said. We need you. He stared at her long and hard. After all, he was following her more out of hatred for Pythios than any loyalty to her. But finally he nodded. Geordie, Beely, and Tovar left the room. Out of some kind of respect, she suspected, Mose moved to the back of the room, a silent observer. Angelica faced the screen. What else? She braced herself for all manner of bad news. Cassia took a deep breath. You two were mated in one of my flashes, I think.
Eric had to shake his head to clear it of the triumphant roar of his dragon. What?
I believe she just said we mated, Angelica offered. Instead of smug, though, she sounded as befuddled as he felt. Nor was she looking at him, keeping her focus on her sisters. His dragon wanted to pick their little phoenix up and go make that a fact instead of a vision right this instant. Eric fisted his hands, holding the mental walls around his creature half, needing to be sure. What do you mean, you think? He asked. Cassia hummed in her throat, her icy eyes, so like Angelica's, going unfocused. He'd seen her access her visions enough to know that's what she was doing. Cassia detailed what she'd seen, then blinked as though coming back into herself. Do you know what that might mean? She asked. What worked? Have your powers manifested?
The last she asked of Angelica. But the woman beside him seemed thunderstruck, eyes wide and unseeing, mouth opening and closing. "Angelica?" Mira prompted. "Fuck me," Angelica muttered, the swear word on her lips jarring. She dropped her gaze, staring at the ground, still unseeing, as though working through that. Then she sort of tipped her head sideways, as though assessing his own reaction while not looking at him. "I've shown dragon sign," she told her siblings, then raised her gaze to look at her sisters. "That has to be it." Aerk breathed out through his nose, slow and controlled as Kazia's words repeated through his mind. It worked. It worked. It worked. That's what Kazia said. Could he mate Angelica successfully without his dragon killing her? Not for him. For her. Then the White Clan would be even more likely to accept her as their queen. But more than that, she'd be less vulnerable. No longer human and frail with it. She'd be able to hold her own. And she'd be mine. His dragon rumbled a low, satisfied growl of possession and agreement, all mixed together. "You're sure?" Skylar demanded. Angelica seemed to come out of her stupor. "I'm sure. I went up in flames that didn't burn me, but no phoenix lines, no hint of anything except dragon sign." "I can turn her safely, without my dragon killing her." Finally, the realization sank in fully. He'd seen enough of Kazia's visions come true in the short time he'd been around the sisters to not question it. Sometimes the interpretation was wrong, but the visions always came to be. Gods, please let her be right about this one. Because for once in his life, he wasn't going to question this gift, this blessing. "I am afraid you must excuse us," he said to all of them, and no one in particular. Every man on the screen grinned, or some variation of it, and all of her sisters frowned. He didn't bother to turn off the call as he grabbed her by the hand and tugged her out the door, ignoring the man still in the corner of the room. 2 steps down the hall, Angelica dug her heels in, jerking them to a halt. "What do you think you're doing?" Aerk leveled a hard, semi-confused stare at her. It seemed obvious to him. "What do you think?" Only, instead of any positive emotion she might have given him, particularly given the way she'd been pushing for this, she scowled, blue gaze flashing. "Excuse me? Now that you know for sure it's going to work, you're ready to fuck me and put your fire in me?" Of course she'd see it that way, stubborn woman. Aerk stepped into her, hand slipping into her hair, dislodging whatever she'd used to pin it up, the white tresses falling about her shoulders as he shoved his face right in hers. "No, now that I know I will not kill you, I cannot not do this." Some of the anger leached out of her, her shoulders easing, but she was still scowling. "You didn't trust in us, but one word from my sister's vision, and it's all okay?" "I did not trust me." How could she not see this? "Do you not understand? Killing you would be the same as killing a butterfly or a unicorn, something so pure and precious it would have destroyed what I have left of my soul." Angelica settled at that, searching his gaze. "You were afraid?" She asked the question as though she'd thought him incapable of the emotion. "I was terrified, but knowing it can work safely." The tip of her pink tongue flashed out, wetting her lips. "Why?" Oddly, now that he had his hands on her and wasn't fighting his dragon anymore, the creature was calm inside him. "Why what?" he asked, searching her gaze. "Is this only to turn me?" "Yes." She tried to tug out of his grip, and he stepped closer. "And no." She gave her head a tiny shake, the silk of her hair tangling more in his fingers with the gesture. "I want you to be safe and able to take your rightful place among your father's people, our people," he said. "So yes, for those reasons." Her eyebrows twitched down, clearly not loving that. "For you," he said, "not for them, because this is what you want." The eyebrows eased, only slightly. "Mating is for hundreds of years. You're willing to tie yourself to me for centuries, for a lifetime, just to give me what I want?" Eric released a slow breath and lowered his head until his lips hovered over hers. "Be mine," he whispered, holding her gaze. "That is what I want." The hitch in her breathing was his only hint that she liked what she heard. "You want me?" she asked, also whispering. Eric's lips tilted. A full smile that still felt rusty after centuries without a reason to use it. "Did you not hear a word I said during that first disastrous mating attempt?" A laugh punched from her. "Nothing is obvious with you, Eric Ajdaya." The smile tipping her lips was tremulous. She was right. He hadn't been fair to her, even as that was what he'd been trying to be. He searched her eyes. Had all that back and forth ruined the relationship for her? "Will you mate me, Angelica Ammon?" He grimaced. "It will not be easy for you. I do not like to talk. I do not know how to be around people. Touch can be difficult for me. My dragon even more so. I may be more liability than boon, but I will protect you with every—" Angelica placed one finger over his lips, stopping him. "Yes." Eric and his dragon both stilled. "Yes?" Her slow smile was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "Yes," she said again, then grinned, eyes dancing. "But please hurry before you change your mind again." Happiness had been a part of his life once. He remembered laughing and playing as a boy, the sound of his parents tucking him in at night, the murmur of content in his home. But the emotion almost sideswiped him now. Forget walking at a human pace. He swept her up into his arms and sprinted through the mountain to his family's rooms, the place he'd grown up. Claiming his mate here seemed right, as though they were reawakening these rooms together with hope and a new, fresh start. He didn't take her to his childhood room, though. Instead, he took her to the larger suite that would have been his when he'd reached maturity. Only, the second he stepped into the room, he found it not covered in sheets and unused, but pristinely and newly cleaned, with fresh sheets on the bed, as though it had been ready and waiting for them. It even had a vase of roses, pink, and smelled of the flowers, though Angelica's sun-warmed scent filled him full. Slowly, gently, he lowered her feet to the ground, staring into her upturned face, so trusting. "We need to take this slowly." Just because the visions said they'd be successful one day didn't mean today was that day. The last time they tried this, his dragon tried to get involved. "I can do that," she whispered. Angelica traced her fingers over his face, his jaw, his lips, his neck. A new burning in his chest told him he might not be able to, but her safety came first, so he forced himself to calm as much as he was able, though his cock was as hard as a steel mace, and throbbing already. "Is this okay?" she whispered. In her eyes he could see a tumble of satisfaction that reflected his own. They'd done this before, but that reaction only seemed to grow with each new contact. But also in those ice-blue eyes lay a sort of quiet fear. Regret squeezed his heart. He had put that in her. "If I died in your arms," he said, "it would be a good death." She shook her head, though she was smiling. "No talk of death. This is a first step to a new life. Yes?" He hoped so, but he wouldn't make that promise either. Instead, he brushed a finger lightly across her delicate collarbone, then traced the V neckline of her blouse down to the first button, undoing it slowly, then the next, until he bared the upper swell of her breasts encased in lace, which he stopped to trace as well. Her breathing increased, and God's teeth, he liked that. Liked affecting her that way. Hooking a finger in the material of her bra, he dragged it down until one rosy-tipped breast spilled into his hand. Her nipple was already swollen, pressing into his palm. Out of curiosity, just to see if she liked it, he squeezed at the tip, and her gasp shot straight to his already straining cock. She liked it. So did he. Fascination overtook him, focusing him on that one reaction and dragging it from her again. He rolled the nub between his fingers, and she moaned. A shudder charged through him at the sound. The angels and cherubim had nothing on pleasure from Angelica's lips. "Hold me," she whispered. On a groan, he hooked one arm around her waist and dragged her against him, burying his face in her neck, inhaling the floral scent of her. He rubbed his cheek against hers, the sound of his stubble against her soft skin somehow perfect, everything about her a flawless foil to him. "You're so beautiful," he whispered in her ear. "I think we've been here before, sir," she sighed back. Then he stepped away. He let her go, arms dropping to his sides, and hungrily watched as she unbuttoned the rest of her blouse, promises he desperately wanted to reach for there in her eyes as she slowly, unself-consciously undressed before him. Not looking away from each precious inch of skin she revealed, Eric stripped as well. Maybe a little faster, though. He was naked long before the last item of her clothing hit the floor. He took her in, standing before him in a way that no other man would ever see. Not if they valued their life. He had heard tales of the Greek goddess Aphrodite, of the beauty of Helen of Troy, of the Amazons, and of Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, and he didn't imagine a single one could hold a candle to the ethereal siren standing before him. His dragon pressed against the walls containing him, but Eric wouldn't release the creature from his mental bonds until he needed their fire. "Gods, Angelica, how am I supposed to stay in control when you look at me that way?" His siren smiled, frosty eyes heated, needy. "What way?" "Like you want me to." "I do." Her smile turned even more fiery. "I want your hands on me, Eric. Your mouth. I want you inside me, possessing me. And I want to do the same to you." She moved toward him, every step a sinuous, delicate glide that left his mouth dry. "I want us to reach that paradise together. Often." So did he, God save him. But first they had to make it over this huge hurdle. "What do you want?" she whispered. "To see my family's mark on you." The words were out before he even thought the thought, and he jolted with the realization that the need had been there all along. He'd just never let himself reach for it. Angelica tipped her head, tenderness shining at him. "Let's make that happen." Holding out a hand, she beckoned him to follow as she backed up to the bed. When her calves hit it, she climbed up, still facing him, sliding back, her smile encouraging. Then she splayed her legs open, showing him paradise. On a groan, Eric crawled across the bed to cover her body with his weight and claim her lips in long, deep, drugging kisses, losing himself in the taste of her, the feel of her silky, petite body against his. Eric touched her everywhere, his hands gliding and dipping and pausing to tease. Her legs, her belly, her breasts, before losing himself in the triangle of curls at the juncture of her thighs. She was slick and hot, ready for him. He wanted to linger and explore every part of her, but the way his dragon was seeking release, seeking their mate, waiting might make his control slip. "I'm going to join us now," he murmured against her lips. "Hells yes," she moaned back, and he couldn't stop the chuckle that echoed in his chest. Didn't want to stop it, because that happiness was inside him again. Just a spark. But the warmth was all he needed.
Chapter 21. Angelica held her breath as her lover aligned himself to her body, then pressed inside. Slowly, slowly. God, so slowly she wanted to scream and savor at the same time. His muscles locked and trembled above her as he controlled the thrust so tightly, pressing until his cock filled her to the hilt, stretching her and yet familiar now in the best way. Any second, Angelica expected Eric to come to his senses and pull away, or run away, again. But maybe just knowing that he could do this without killing her had given him permission to relax. He stopped suddenly, breathing hard, eyes locked to hers as he visibly struggled for control, his white-blue eyes turning dragon for a flash. Maybe not. Angelica took his face in her hands, staring deeply into his eyes, seeing the man but addressing the creature buried inside. You have to let Eric do this, with your help, if you want me to belong to you both. Was she getting through? Could the dragon even fathom her words, let alone understand and act? Eric blew out a long breath. Then the ridges of his muscles gave a little. He likes your voice. Moving restlessly against him, Angelica grinned. That's great. But right now I really need your fire inside me. A rare blush surged into her cheeks at her boldness, and Eric's eyes twinkled, even as his gaze turned more intense, searing her with a look. He obeyed the demand and dragged his hips back, almost as slowly as he'd entered her, before pressing inside again in that masterly controlled manner. Faster, Angelica demanded and moaned at the same time, using her feet against the backs of his legs to try to hurry him up. No. She gave a tiny grrr of frustration, even as her body sang with the sensations his total, controlled possession was building inside her. Eric's smile turned predatorial. He continued to torture them both with the slow surge and retreat. No wonder this man had withstood the years in captivity. If control was a superpower, he was the most dominant man on the damn planet. A spark of her naturally teasing nature struck, and Angelica started trying ways to tip that control over the edge. Not much, not enough to let the dragon out, just a little. She ran her hands up over the backs of his legs, squeezing an ass that was pure muscle. His smile turned almost taunting, and she had a feeling he was well aware what she was attempting. Not that she gave up. Next, she trailed her foot up the back of his leg, adjusting her position, seating him more deeply as he pressed forward. That drew a small grunt from them both. I know what you're doing, he whispered. She shot him her most innocent, wide-eyed look, even batting eyelashes. I'm getting thoroughly fucked. The color that surged into his cheeks at that told her he liked those words. He liked them a lot. To prove her point, she clenched her inner muscles around him as he dragged his cock out. That drew a full-on groan from him, and he reared up over her, the sound of fire stoking in his chest unmistakable. Finally, if you still want this, open your mouth. A command, stark, harsh, and uncompromising, even as he gave her a choice. As if she'd changed her mind. Clenching her inner muscles around him again, she did as he asked, opening wide. On a growl that was pure dragon, his eyes lighting on fire as his chest glowed from within, Eric lunged at her. His kiss, when it came, was exacting, ravaging, and still in utter control. Heat poured into her mouth, not burning, only adding to the heat consuming her body from his touch. His fire stopped suddenly, and he buried his face in her neck, going eerily still. Eric, she murmured. She feathered a soothing hand over his shoulders, his back. On a roar, he lifted his head, staring down at her with worry clouding his eyes, watching her closely. Stay with me, he begged harshly, almost a plea. Had it suddenly occurred to him that if she was only a human with dragon sign, that she wasn't a phoenix, which meant that if he wasn't her fated mate, he could kill her with his fire. She had no fire to mate him with, which she'd always assumed was what protected a phoenix from dying, gave them the choice of mates. Hadn't he realized? Because she'd known that the second she'd recognized what her dragon sign was. Known and accepted the risk. Immediately, no question. But the heat inside her wasn't burning, wasn't eating away at her insides. If anything, it only latched on to the bliss coursing through her veins, heightening her pleasure. Angelica's eyes went wide. If you want to join me in this orgasm, a shiver racked her from head to toe. You'd better get going. The relief that poured through him melted over his face and his shoulders, only to pour blood into his cock, thickening her inside him. Thank the gods, he muttered.
Desire, pleasure, and relief apparently combined with an elemental sort of possession in a way that turned to pure, incandescent pleasure. Eric let go of the last of his fears, the first being producing fire without releasing his dragon, and the second, watching Angelica burn to death in his fire. Neither had happened. She was his now. Theirs. And he intended to give himself to her fully. He was hers. Forever. Rearing back onto his knees, he clamped his hands around her thighs, lifting her bottom up, and held her there as he pounded into her. Her body was wet and hot and tight around him, grasping at his cock with the most delicious drag as he surged in and out of her. He stared into her beautiful face, accepting her total trust, the passion seizing her features as she moaned around her pleasure, feeding his. For once, he didn't need to be in control. Falling forward, he gathered her into his arms and kissed her over and over, in time to his body, as he built their combined pleasure higher and higher. Eric! Wonder laced his name, and he knew she was close. A tingling gathered at the base of his spine so intense his body felt electrified. He let go of the final mental barrier, dropping those walls he'd built around his dragon, and together, on a shout of total completion, they poured a new kind of fire into her for the first time in memory, acting as one. Angelica bore down on him and tossed her head back on a scream of ecstasy, her orgasm dragging his own pleasure out, and Eric shouted to the skies as sensation sizzled through his body and streams of his essence poured into his mate's body. His dragon pressed harder, roaring in his head and sending another wave of fire into Angelica, whose breath hitched. Then she cried out again, a second orgasm ripping through her so hard her body milked his with a stranglehold until every last ounce of him coated her womb. Only then did they slow. Sweat-slicked and breathing hard, he buried his face in her neck, reaching for control again. But he didn't need to. His dragon was oddly content inside him. He clutched her more tightly to him, suddenly wanting to claim her again, just to watch her face as she tumbled over into that abyss of sensation, to taste more of her, feel more of her. But that would come later. She was his, now and forever. Gently, he moved them so that they lay on their sides facing each other. Taking a deep breath, Angelica twined her fingers with his, then lifted eyes glowing with hope and an undeniable happiness to meet his gaze. He sucked in sharply at the look in those eyes. Ages ago, he'd given up all hope of having this. Having a mate. My mate. He whispered the word, his dragon humming with satisfaction inside his head. It worked. Her lips drew into a smile precious with happiness. Just like Cassia said. Eric dropped his forehead to hers. Thank the gods. See? She teased. If you had just accepted my good sense when I brought this up the first time, we could have saved a lot of time and angst. Eric grunted at that. In fact, I think we should make it a rule that you listen to me from now on. He huffed a laugh, shaking his head. His little mate was incorrigible, but then that had always been part of what drew him to her. Angelica bit her lip, staring at him as though he'd grown two heads. What? He asked. I've never seen you so... Happy, relaxed, free. He grimaced. It probably will not last. I'm pretty sure my nature is not this. She didn't seem too bothered by that fact. I think I have a good sense of the man I mated. She did, too, even when no one else wanted to get close enough to try. We need to work on your self-preservation skills, he murmured. Angelica's grin might have lit up the entire room. What do I need those for? I'm a dragon now. He grunted. Not yet. Not until the bond snapped into place and his family's mark seared into the skin at the nape of her neck. Bonding could take seconds for some, years for others. The mysterious connection was something dragons didn't question or try to explain. They just accepted it and waited. A new kind of tension filled him, tightening the strands of his muscles one by one, first across his shoulders, then down his back, his arms. A new kind of worry. Keeping her safe was always a concern, and until that bond, he was determined to never leave her side. But once she could shift, the new problem was making sure nothing happened to him, because if he died, the bond would drag her into the grave right after him. Fuck. What was I thinking? He'd permanently bound her to a man who couldn't shift, shouldn't ever shift again, which meant he needed to be more careful than ever with himself.
Stop,
Angelica mumbled, voice turning sleepy. Stop what?
Remember, I can hear when you're overthinking. Probably a bad habit from being locked in a cell with nothing else to do. All bad things about protecting me from you or from myself, probably.
She flung a leg over his, plastering her delectable body even closer, and burrowed her head under his chin.
You can just stop.
For once, surrounded by her sunshine scent and her heat, with her in his arms, Eric was inclined to agree. He'd probably wake up tomorrow with 1,000 regrets and even more worries, something he'd never seen coming. He'd never ever seen her coming, even when he'd always seen her. He snuggled her closer. Stealthy.
What was that?
You are stealthy. He closed his eyes. Snuck under my skin and into my life even while I was looking. A soft chuckle tickled his chin.
Good thing for you. If you haven't heard, I'm quite the catch.
Because you are a phoenix? He shook his head, then had to reach up to pull a gossamer strand of hair off his face. I do not care about that. Never did.
Ah, so you mated me for my body, then?
He couldn't help his smile even as he shook his head. Sleep. She seemed to settle, and his heart tried to stop altogether at the sense that this was beyond right. After a beat of silence,
Do you think they'll accept us?
She asked in a small voice he'd never heard from his brave mate. Accept us?
The White Clan. As leaders, I mean.
Eric had zero intention of stepping into any kind of leadership position, not without being able to shift. But Angelica... They will love you, he said. Everyone does. She mumbled something into his chest that might have been, not everyone. What was that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
He didn't believe her, but he was familiar with that tone by now. She had no intention of telling him. Are you going to sleep now? She shrugged.
I'm not sleepy.
Eric slowly opened his eyes, not really taking in the rock wall across the room. Oh? What are you? A small silence greeted his question.
Maybe we should try that mating thing again, just to be sure it took.
Now a slow smile crept across his mouth. I do not want to wear you out.
No chance of that.
Eric lifted his head to stare down into sparkling eyes, then flipped them in the bed so that he was on his back and she was seated across him, straddling him, the long, already achingly hard shaft of his cock pressed right into the hot, slick core of her. Her eyes went wide and she laughed.
I guess I'm not the only one not tired.
Eric tucked his hands behind his head, thoroughly enjoying the view. Her eyebrows shot up.
What are you doing?
His smile was slow as his mind flipped through the Kama Sutra book Nether had brought him and all the things he wanted to try. I'm letting you play, he said. Confusion darkened her eyes to sky blue, brows lowering. So he gripped her hips, lifted her up, and impaled her on his rigid cock, almost coming then and there at the stark moan that ripped from her. Then, seated deeply inside her, he let go. Play a little, mate. A command. Angelica's eyes widened, comprehension dawning. For a split second, he wondered if she would balk. The swift color flooding her cheeks told him she might. He waited. Patience. Learned patience. Finally, a fucking virtue. Then her eyes narrowed, a spark of challenge in them, her hips tilting. She undulated her hips, and Eric smiled, then hung on for the ride.
Chapter 22. Angelica wasn't sure who was more nervous, her or Eric. Rather than meet with individuals and smaller groups of the clan, gradually spreading the word of their coming here and the switch in allegiances, the imminent attack on the mountain meant a single clan-wide introduction, at least to those in this mountain, who accounted for approximately 65% of her father's people. Geordie had brought a small throng of people to their suite this morning, all of whom had been sworn to secrecy until this announcement was made. They'd spent hours, no joke, primping her and spilling her into a dress that she would have guessed was designed specifically for a phoenix when she first saw it. Made of some white, floaty material, the long skirt had hidden slits almost to her waist that parted to reveal long lengths of leg when she walked. But the bodice was what struck her as the most appropriate. The material had been cut to look like feathers over her breasts, leaving a deep V bare to her navel. The same wing design on the back attached cape-like swaths that trailed behind her. Her face had been made up with glittering, pearlescent shimmer around her eyes and temples in a subtle winged pattern. To top it off, her white blonde hair was pulled back into an elegant ponytail with a hard part down the middle. Over that, they'd placed a delicate diadem, more like a chain, of white and pale blue diamonds. A single strand traced the part in her hair, with 2 strands to either side, all connecting at her forehead, where a looped pattern formed. Looking in the mirror, she had been put in mind of elves and fairies, elusive and even more secretive than dragon shifters, otherworldly. Not her. "Where did you get this so quickly?" she'd asked the man who seemed to be in charge of the group helping her. The sadness in his smile was her first warning, but his words still sliced like razor blades. "This is what your mother would have worn when her bond with King Zalant solidified and she was crowned queen and he high king." "Oh." She swallowed hard. Her helper had offered a kindly smile. "You may have the look of your father, but you are willowy, like your mother. This was custom made for her, and it fits you like a glove, though we had to shorten the hem a bit." Tears burned at that. She was told so often that she was a reflection of her father, who she'd only ever known as a hellhound, and even then none of them had truly known who Mull was until the end. The end she hadn't been there for. But never her mother. Now, no crying or I'll have to start all over." Her helper had rushed over with a tissue, blotting carefully. Angelica had huffed a laugh. "I wouldn't want to ruin all that. You're a miracle worker and a true artist." He'd smiled. "When you have a canvas this lovely, it's easy enough." A low rumble of a growl had come from the corner of the room where Eric sat. He'd been ready in less than an hour, and despite the protests of everyone else, had stalked into the room where she was being made up, grumbling about the constraints of his suit, and this being a ridiculous parade of folderol. They'd put him in a 3-piece suit of a shiny gray that almost appeared silver, white pearl buttons and a pale blue tie that matched her own headdress. Or they'd tried to put him in it anyway. He'd refused the jacket, and damned if she hadn't always had a thing for a guy in a formal vest with the sleeves rolled up. The man drying her tears had frozen at Eric's rumbled warning, then very carefully pulled his hands away from her. "Stop that," Angelica mouthed at him, even though she knew he couldn't. A newly mated dragon male was possibly the most dangerous creature on Earth. Instinct and his creature driving him to a possessive kind of protectiveness. Oddly, a huge turn-on, and she hoped they couldn't see how her nipples peaked at the sound. Sure enough, his gaze drifted down her body to the evidence of her reaction. He merely shrugged, offering no apology. And was that a smile? He'd be unbearable for a while, she understood. And despite thinking of herself as an independent modern woman, Shivers of anticipation for the next time they were alone tiptoed up her spine. His gaze sharpened, spearing her as though he'd read her thoughts. Geordie had ushered her helpers out at that point, leaving Eric and Angelica alone. Her mate had stayed seated, but his gaze had traveled over her in the most delicious way, heating her up from the inside out.
"Do you know what that dress makes me want to do to you?"
She'd swallowed hard, but for a different reason this time. Because now that they'd made it, it was almost as if Eric had finally given himself permission to just be with her, holding nothing but his dragon in check. Even that seemed easier, though difficult to tell in only a few hours. She shook her head.
"It makes me want to lift your skirt, bend you over that table."
He glanced at the piece of furniture in question.
"And fill you full of my fire, all over again."
Her heart beat a rapid tattoo that he no doubt could hear perfectly clear. He'd already done so twice more through the night and once again this morning. That lack of experience thing only seemed to make for more fun as they both tested new touches, explored each other with abandon, and generally went with whatever felt good. Really good. For instance, she now knew that he shuddered every time she licked between his balls. Who knew such a small touch could set him off that way? And he'd figured out that her riding him gave him ample access to all sorts of parts of her. That orgasm had come harder than the others. What might they learn this time? She'd moved to the table in question and placed her palms on it, feet spread, then glanced at him over her shoulder, promises in her eyes, temptation parting her lips. Like this? Color flared over his cheekbones, and he'd grunted as though in pain.
"When we get back."
"Now," she batted her eyes. His hands fisted around his crossed leg.
"Geordie will be back to escort us any moment."
"Then you'd better lock the door." He moved so fast she hardly saw the blur of him. In seconds he was up, door locked, his pants down around his knees, and her dress rucked up to her waist. Fingers delved deep. He tested her to find her ready.
Fuck.
Their coupling had been harsh and hard, fast and furious, and beautiful. Afterward, he'd insisted on cleaning her with a washcloth before lowering her dress.
"They will smell me on you. Smell what we did,"
he warned almost apologetically. "Let them." The primitive flare of satisfaction in his eyes might have led to round two, except Geordie knocked at the door at that moment. Actually, he might have earlier, and they didn't hear him. Now here they were, standing in the shadowy room that led out onto a balcony that reminded her of videos of British royals at Buckingham Palace in London, waving to the masses after some splendidly opulent occasion or other. Similarly, this balcony looked out over the large common area at the center of the town. Packed so tightly with white dragon shifters, all Angelica saw was one big blur of faces and colors of clothing. No sound, though. They remained eerily silent as Mose made his announcements. Probably shock because of finding out so much. The wrongful death of Zalantamon, Seraphina's escape, and her children, Pythios's hand and everything. The death of Volos now in question, Brock being named king, his death, and now the arrival of Eric and Angelica both, with all the implications. Rough day to be a white dragon shifter. Pity settled around the need to help them if they would let her. As Mose got to Zalant's wrongful death, he introduced Eric, who shared the same story he had with the leaders. The silence turned heavier, angrier, though she couldn't tell now who it was aimed at. Themselves, their leaders, Pythios, or even Eric if they didn't believe him. Probably a little of all of the above. She needed to be ready for that.
"One of the phoenixes, the daughters of King Zalantamon and Seraphina Hanyu,"
Mose announced,
"has come to us willingly, offering to devote herself to the clan of her father, if we will have her."
That announcement, at least, pulled an audible inhalation from the listeners. Not a gasp, necessarily, almost like taking a breath before the impact of a hit they could see coming. Mose turned, and Angelica found her legs were weighted with lead. Nerves were never a problem for her usually, but this was important. She needed her father's people to accept her. A glance at Eric showed him watching her in that intense way of his, concern drawing his dark brows down, almost as though he could sense her panic, his lips turned up in a barely there smile just for her. The encouragement tables had neatly turned. Something seemed to jumpstart her nervous system and force her limbs to function. Stepping forward, she moved until she stood slightly ahead of both men on the platform, looking out over the sea of faces. Those closest she could see more clearly, and an array of emotions reflected back to her. Stoic nothingness, hostility, awe, curiosity, even relief on a few. Mira had done this once, facing an introduction to the Black Clan. How had her poor, quiet sister, blessed with empathic abilities, survived under the scrutiny and weight and judgment? Drawing back her shoulders, Angelica forced a new surge through herself. Stone-cold determination. If Mira could do this, so could she. Taking a deep breath, Angelica started to speak the words they'd agreed on yesterday in that meeting, but paused before the first sound passed her lips. A memorized speech wasn't going to do the job. They needed to see her heart. For 500 years, my mother hid us away, keeping us safe from a man who misled us all, giving us the time to mature, to be ready to meet our mates and take our places among our people. She swallowed, now realizing who she looked out on. If my parents had lived, I would have known you, grown up with you, celebrated with you, cheered with you, fought beside you. Nothing from those watching. She tipped her head up, closing her eyes. As a little girl, I used to close my eyes and picture what my life would have been. And I like to think, with the blessings my Phoenix mother would have brought to this clan and all dragon shifters, that it would have been a good life, happy and well cared for all of us. Angelica opened her eyes. But that future, that life, was stolen from me. Stolen from you as well. All we can do now is move forward with what has been given to us. The determination coursing through her coalesced in her belly, a rock of fortitude on which to build. I offer myself to you, not as a leader or a ruler. I offer myself in any capacity that this clan needs to find that future again, to take back what was stolen. I offer my sisters and all the powers of my Phoenix family. I offer my sisters mates and an alliance with their clans, and she turned and held her hand out to Eric. They hadn't discussed this, and she hoped like hells she was doing the right thing. I pledge my life and these offerings by making myself one of you permanently, by taking a white dragon shifter as a mate.
Eric stared out over the crowd, inspecting every single face, and his dragon coiled inside him, stoking their fire. Most reactions were benign, but almost as though a spotlight fell on each individual with a harsher reaction, he picked out glittering, flame-filled eyes, gazes full of a starving sort of fury, and uglier emotions, blame, suspicion, even retribution. For him? For her? He didn't care. They were a threat. Angelica was still speaking, her face an open book of guileless obliviousness. She didn't see the menaces out there among the people she was pledging herself to, or maybe she didn't want to see. But he couldn't get her off this platform where she was vulnerable fast enough. Deliberately, he stepped closer to her, taking the hand she'd offered in one and settling his other hand at the small of her back, which earned him a sideways glance. Luckily, she was winding down. I know this is a massive decision, and one every dragon must make for himself, herself, and for your families. My door is open to anyone who wishes to discuss it. No one—" She tilted her chin down, turning earnest but also deadly serious. "Absolutely no one will be punished or thought less of if you decide to leave." Behind him, Mose gave a soft growl that no one else below probably heard. They hadn't talked about that at all during their meeting. With a final nod, Angelica turned away, turned her back on predators who could move at incredible speeds and snap her neck in an instant if they wished. Not only that, she paused there, looking him dead in the eyes, and Eric's lips flattened as he realized that she knew exactly what she was doing and why. She was offering trust. Foolishly. He added a conversation about risking her damn life to the list of things they would be talking about next. Finally, she raised her hand in a courtly gesture he hadn't seen in ages. Eric moved quickly to offer his arm for her to lightly place her hand on. Despite his dragon driving him to pick her up and run, they walked sedately off the platform and back inside. As soon as they were out of view, he looked at Mose, Beely, and the others. "We need to get here somewhere safe." "No." Angelica's answer was soft but firm. This time a growl did rip from him, and for once he was in perfect accord with his dragon. "You did not see some of those faces, flaming eyes giving away their emotions." "I saw." "Fuck. Of course she did. Stubborn, mate. They want you dead, or me dead, or both. Both is more likely." "I know." "Then there is no way—" Angelica put a hand to his cheek, soothing, her gaze full of 1,000 unsaid words. Regret, apology, but also determination. "That's exactly why I need to be seen among the people, immediately. Hiding will only make those already against us question us louder." Eric's body seized with trepidation. "What do you mean, among the people?" "Exactly that." She looked over his shoulder at Beely. "I want those who bear my family mark with me." "As protection?" Beely asked slowly. She shook her head. "As witnesses. They need to hear your stories, too." After a pause, Beely dipped his head in a half-nod, half-bow. She lifted her gaze to Eric, her hand still cupping his jaw. "Can you keep control?" she asked, searching his gaze. In other words, she was doing this, with or without him. "I will have to," he said, voice guttural now. "There is no way I will let you do this alone." Her smile was resigned, but then she wrinkled her nose. "I'm just as scared for you as I am for me," she said. "But I know this is the only way to gain their trust, and without trust—" She shrugged. Gods, he'd mated the rashest, bravest, most selfless woman he'd ever known. Both heavens and hells on earth, because he might die of terror before he reached old age if she was going to put them in situations like this all the time. "How did I get this selfless one?" Angelica grinned, but her next words stole his breath. "I want babies," she leaned forward to whisper. "Your babies. But first we have to make our world safe for them." The image of her, belly swollen with his child, was as cruel as a gunshot and as beautiful as a dream. And damned if now he didn't want to pick her up, carry her back to their chambers, and fill her full of his seed, willing it to take root in her womb. "You may be the death of me, Angelica Ammon," he muttered with a shake of his head. "Angelica Ajdaya," she corrected. He closed his eyes at the sound of her name that way, but his lips twisted. If she could be selfless, then so could he. "Your father's line has no male dragons to carry on the name." "Neither does yours, other than you," she pointed out. "My father wasn't king." She blew out a breath. "I guess we're both stubborn." He lifted an eyebrow at that, and she huffed a soft laugh. "Let us figure out names later. First, I want to change, and then we will go on a little walk." Half an hour later, both of them dressed in pants called jeans and plain white T-shirts, she led them out into what most Dragon Mountains considered to be the heart of the community. At the base of the atrium inside the hollowed-out mountain was what essentially acted as a town hub. Eric paused at the sight. He'd grown up here in his early years, played in these streets, and in his cell, when he had nothing to do, he pictured every building, every detail, every paved cobblestone of this place. In his imagination, he would wander in and out of the shops and businesses. Other than his parents' faces, this was the memory he'd held on to most, maybe because he'd always felt safe here as a child, a place of wonder and his people. Home. And it hadn't changed, not in 500 years. Well, not much. The first 2 or 3 levels had always been businesses of all types: restaurants, shops, a bookstore, grocers, even a nail salon and a barber. Some of the shops were different since he'd been here last, he could see already, the buildings still mostly original but updated, and the area was more brightly lit than before. Gone were torches and street lamps, replaced by the more modern trick of lighting the dragons used inside their mountains, bringing the day into the would-be darkness. Unlike Ben Nevis, which was set up more like a main street with a single thoroughfare, Common was more like a village inside castle walls. The architecture was modeled after human innovations over centuries, seen in the archways, domes, and towers of Byzantine styles, but combined with the open and closed spaces more often seen in Chinese buildings. However, everything here was white, pure white walls. Nether had once shown him pictures in a book about Greece, and the white buildings of Santorini had reminded him a little of home. But those structures were simpler. These were ornate. Carvings of dragons crusted in pearls and opals and white diamonds, symbols of their people, their kings, the ruling houses, turrets with intricate carvings. The city of Common sparkled. A scent struck him. Chamomile, the small daisies that grew all over this mountain, aromatic, fruity, and floral. Combined with the scent of rock and the slightly smoky scent of dragons, the smells dragged him into memory after memory. I am home. He lowered his gaze to find Angelica turned and waiting, a compassionate sort of understanding in her eyes. She reached out a hand to him. "Show me what you missed most," she said. He stared. "Did I speak my thoughts?" She shook her head. "No, but I think I caught them anyway." He blew out a harsh breath. How could he ever deserve this woman? Stepping forward, he wrapped his hand around her smaller one, and together they moved into the first building. A tea shop of all things. The proprietor and all his customers looked up, then gasped. One even sank into a deep bow. "My lady," they murmured. "Please don't stand on ceremony for me," Angelica said, with a wave of her hand and an infectious grin. The one in the bow rose, and the others lifted gazes that had been lowered. Eric stared at them all, unsmiling, searching for any evidence that these people were those who might harm her. Angelica, however, appeared completely relaxed, her smile one of open friendliness. "I grew up on stories my mother told me of this place. She used to talk about this shop and how my father loved the piroshki here." The proprietor, a man not much younger than Eric, changed so rapidly from wariness to a warm gratification it would have been funny if Eric wasn't busy wrestling with a memory long forgotten, her words bringing it back. "This is so kind to say," the man was saying. "My mother ran this establishment when Zilont was king. She would be so gratified to hear that he loved it." Then his gaze swung to Eric. "I remember you, though you were a boy, older than me." Eric nodded slowly. "I used to come here with my mother." He smiled, suddenly hearing her voice in his head, a voice that had faded with time long ago. "She would say that more business could be done over a good meal with 2 women than 100 men in a stuffy room debating." The way Angelica's hand tightened around his, Eric knew she understood what that memory meant to him. Not his mother's last screams, which he'd heard in nightmares for 100 years after her death, and sometimes even still, but a fond moment. "Your mother was a smart woman, and kind. I always liked her because she'd bring me candies." The proprietor took a breath. "What can I get you?" Angelica turned to the glassed-in case displaying an array of baked goods, her face suddenly giving him an idea of how she would have looked as a little girl, cherubic and eager. She pondered. What's your most popular— "For the High King!" a rough male voice boomed out.
Chapter 23. A blur moving faster than Angelica's vision could track bolted from the back of the tea shop straight for her. Before she could so much as open her mouth to shout, Eric was between them, one hand wrapped around the attacker's throat, lifting him off his feet. The man swung like a pendulum for a moment, thanks to his own momentum, then came to a dangle. Feet thrashed and his face turned purple as he garbled and glared. A growl ripped from Eric's throat, so fearsome that every single dragon in the room flinched. So did Angelica. The man, smarter than first impressions might indicate, went utterly still, eyes bugging out as he stared at a newly mated dragon in full protection mode, one who could easily go wild. Eric had not held that part of his history back when he'd been introduced. This guy was lucky he hadn't already been gutted, or worse. What would I feel if that had happened? Nothing. This man made his choice. But did feeling nothing make her a horrible person? Or maybe more dragon than she realized? "Who sent you?" Eric demanded in a voice so unlike his own, she knew the beast was speaking more than the man. Her assailant moved his mouth, but only a mangled noise came out. Gently, Angelica laid a hand on Eric's arm, and his muscles jumped and twitched under her touch. "Eric," she said softly. Slowly, after a long hesitation, he turned his head, his eyes fully dragon, flames of white sparking at her, lighting up the sharp angles of his face in a harsh glow. But no ire for her. If anything, his features softened slightly. "Don't kill him," she said. "Not yet, at least." In the same instant, two men burst into the room, clearly guards alerted to the danger. They pulled up sharply at the little scene, looking between Eric and the man and her, then exchanged a glance, which almost made her laugh because they were clearly floundering. But they didn't train for this in dragon school. Now was not the time for humor, though. Hoping her mate was more in control than he looked, she cleared her throat and addressed the guards in a firm voice. "Take this man away to be interrogated. Do not harm him, though." They glanced at her, then warily at Eric, obviously not thrilled with the idea of taking a kill away from a pissed-off alpha. How the shifter he held hadn't passed out from lack of air at this point, she had no idea. "Eric?" she asked. "Please." Only because she was touching him did she feel the shudder that ran through his body. Then he blinked, and suddenly his eyes were human again. His hand opened, almost as though some invisible force cranked the fingers out of their clench, and the man dropped to the floor in a heap, still breathing, though rasping. Warily, trying to stay as far away from Eric as they could, the two guards took an arm each and dragged her attacker away. Eric's chest heaved. Up, down, as he stared into space. She didn't move, watching and waiting. Then he angled his head, addressing her without looking. "That could have gone so much worse." "I'm safe. So are you. And we can get answers we need," she said, keeping her voice slow and steady. His muscles were still tight beneath her hand. He was hating this, and she hated putting him through it. "I can't let this stop me. This is important," she whispered. And he closed his eyes, fighting more than just his instinct as a mate. Then, finally, he straightened and gave a small nod. Slipping her hand in his, because deep down she was more shaken than she was letting on, Angelica turned back to the room. "I apologize for that," she said. "Was anything broken? Everyone unharmed?" Which got her an open-mouthed stares of shock. Dragons really were more fragile than what the creatures shifted into would lead one to believe. Once they'd made sure everything was set to rights, they'd sampled some of the goods, then continued on. After the tea shop was a seamstress, then a grocer, several clothing stores, a leather goods shop, and along the way they were stopped several times by random groups wanting to meet the Phoenix. No more attacks. No one even dared look at Eric, let alone approach him, whether because of who he was or because of what he'd done in the tea shop, she wasn't sure. She gritted her teeth over it every single time, all the same. Acceptance would be a slow process. After seeing his treatment in the other clans, she'd known that already. All the same, maybe she'd hoped that his own clan would be more welcoming. And, unfortunately, they didn't have that kind of time. Eric didn't loosen up until they made it back to their suite hours later. He walked in behind her, bolted the door, then stalked past her to the kitchen, where he opened a bottle of vodka and took a long swig. Eyebrows lifting, Angelica moved into the room as well, giving him time to decide what his reaction was going to be. After hearing about her sister's mates and their possessiveness and protective instincts, she expected another marathon round of orgasms. Looked forward to it, even. They just had to get past the Tarzan and Jane instinct first. Pretending she wasn't hyper-aware of his every move, she instead focused on the baskets and bundles that had magically appeared all over the suite. Gift baskets, it appeared. Food, clothing, books, bath oils. Some necessities, some just for fun. One of which was where he'd got the vodka. See, she wanted to say, not everyone is angry. Some clearly were ready to believe. Idly, she picked up a small box wrapped more simply than all the others, in brown paper tied with twine. She unwrapped it and lifted the lid, expecting some small bauble. Homemade, perhaps, given the wrapping. With a scream, she dropped the box, her hand going to her mouth. Eric was across the room in an instant, box off the floor and in his hand. If she could have saved him from seeing what was inside, she would. A doll, crudely made and without a face, but with long white blonde hair and orange and red wings of fire. Her, clearly. But this doll had been gutted, with real entrails, of a rat or some other small rodent, probably, hanging out of her. Unfortunately, despite wanting to minimize the impact on Eric, the reaction set in. Everything from today, those bloodthirsty faces in the crowd, the attack in the tea shop, and now this, hit her hard. "Eric," she whispered. Her mate's expression was pure rage as he lifted his head, but the second he got a good look at her, the rage fell away, replaced by a combination of panic and tenderness. Emotions he would never have shown her, or maybe never allowed himself even a week ago. He dropped the box and had her in his arms in an instant. Sweeping her feet off the ground, he carried her to their bedroom, where he sat on the side of the bed, her across his lap. She curled into him and breathed him in, listening to the steady beat of his heart, and tried her damnedest to forget what she just saw. After several long minutes of him running a soothing hand down her hair and back, Angelica relaxed into him. "That sucked," she muttered. Eric sighed against her. "Yet you are going to go out there again tomorrow anyway." She nodded. "And the next day, and the next, and the next after that. However long it takes, I'm going to convince them all. Win them all." With a small growl, he laid his cheek against the top of her head. "I would argue that it is a losing battle, but I more than anyone know how convincing you can be." She huffed to laugh, a tenderness she'd never expected for herself with her mate welling up inside her. "Look at how well that turned out for you." She poked him in the chest with the tip of one finger. Eric grinned. She felt it all the way through her soul. Gods, this man.
Pythias strode purposely through Everest toward the massive room where all his warriors gathered. He pulled on a pair of supple leather gloves as he walked. Even his people's respect as he passed by was deeper, more gratifying, as though he suddenly commanded their attention. He needed to drain those fucking phoenixes and steal immortality from their souls. But for that, first, he had to win this war, without killing the 3 mated kings until after he'd sucked their mates dry. Starting today. In a darkened tunnel, his private entrance to the training room, he stopped beside the man who had to be held up by 2 others, head lolling between his shoulders. Purposely, Pythias had what remained of Jacoba poured into one of his fancy, collarless silk suits. He'd chosen a deeply red one that made the stoat appear even paler than usual. Hard to do, given the man was near albino, although the effects of torture probably accounted for his appearance more than the color of his clothing. With satisfaction, Pythias tugged at the jacket, resituating it more squarely on a frame that had turned even bonier. You know what to do. This traitor was going to pretend that he'd escaped and gather Pythias' prizes together in one spot for easy plucking. That was the deal they'd made to stop the torture. Jacoba lifted pale eyes that had popped so many vessels, the whites were now red with blood. The stoat's gaze hardly seemed to register the world around him, but then he mumbled out an answer. I will ask for the kings and their phoenixes to be brought to me. Pythias nodded. Don't move from where Riemann puts you. I don't think that will be a problem, Jacoba slurred. He wasn't wrong. The man couldn't stand without help. Both his Achilles tendons being sliced open so many times, they never healed properly, had assured that. Next, Pythias moved to stand before the cloaked woman who was off to the side, as though she didn't want to be near others, or perhaps they didn't want to be near her. My love, he murmured, and feathered the back of his fingers over her skin, trying not to show his revulsion at the paper-thin texture and the way it moved under his touch, as though not attached to the bone and muscle below. Riemann lifted those eerie eyes, voids inside the sockets of her skull. Marique? She asked, tapping one of her fingernails against the side of her thigh, the only indication that she wasn't as serene as she appeared. Soon, my love. Once this war is won, we will bring him back from the depths of death together. The only promise he knew would bind her to his will. We need the phoenixes for that. A lie, because he had no intention of using the Firebird's powers to resurrect his pathetic excuse for a son, but as more incentive for the mother. Riemann nodded. Let's go get them. He turned and continued the rest of the way down the tunnel. The instant he appeared in the war room, every soldier at his command, a massive army of red and green dragons, already lined up in rank and file, hit the floor, going to one knee, heads bowed. He pulled all his forces away from every mountain except Everest for this. For today. They'd done so quickly, ready to strike before the other kings got wind of his movements. Rise, he commanded, then strode to his generals. Are we ready? King Freyner of the Green Clan, the most loyal of his allies, stepped forward. Yes, my king. Pythias nodded, satisfied. When he'd tried to take the Black Clan, he'd made the mistake of ignoring how the Phoenix's powers allowed them to move large groups quickly, which meant he had faced not one clan, but 3. He was ready for that this time, in more than one way. Turning, he glanced over his shoulder into the darkness where his witch waited. He nodded. The last time they'd tried this, she'd sent them to a field well away from where they would attack. From there, they had shifted and coordinated. This time, he had a different tactic in mind. He bent his gaze to the floor and waited for Riemann's magic to strike. A white mist crept from the tunnel, and his men, the lesser trained of his warriors, after all he'd had to fill in his lost ranks with bodies, shifted on their feet, but held position. They'd been told how this would work. The mist slunk across the smooth rock floor of the cavern, polished by thousands of steps, both human and dragon, over the ages. It grew thicker, denser, until it obscured his feet. Then, like a room filling with water, the mist began to rise. Like last time, the strangest sensation of losing himself in an otherworldly realm, one where his senses, all of them, were turned off, came over him as the white closed over his head. His mind told him he should at least smell clouds, the combination of ozone and water, or feel the droplets condensing against his clothes and skin, hear the breathing, or feel the body warmth of the men at his side. But nothing. She encased them all in nothing. There wasn't even the sense of having moved, as though his feet were still on solid ground, until, with an abruptness that sent shock lancing through his body, the ground disappeared, and gravity yanked his body down hard and fast. As agreed, Riemann had dropped them over the top of their target, high enough that he and his men would all have time to shift before they hit the ground. She landed them sideways from how they'd be standing, so each unit was stacked on top of the other in the air, allowing them to shift in waves to give them space. Pythias, at the top, shifted immediately, then flared his wings and hovered, giving his men time to do their jobs. Surprise was on their side. If his plan worked, they should infiltrate the mountain before most of the dragons inside had a chance to shift, let alone defend. Sure enough, the swarm of red and green dragons, in all their vibrant, glorious colors, quickly took out the sentries outside the mountain. Then they poured inside. The chaos and cacophony of battle reached his ears. Then screams joined the sounds only shifters with their enhanced senses would pick up on. "Don't come yet, my king!" King Freyner's voice sounded in his head. He narrowed his eyes, but stayed where he hovered in the skies. Patience was a virtue when warranted. He waited, and waited, and waited. This was not how this was supposed to go. They had the greater numbers, surprise on their side, and his witch. What the fuck was taking so long? Suddenly, all sound cut off. In the air, Pythias cocked his head, listening. "We have the phoenixes cornered." Smug satisfaction rolled through him, as planned. "Hold them there," Pythias shot back. Finally, he could end all this right here and now. Finally, he'd make dragons whole, taking the powers that should have rightfully been theirs, setting his people free of the sway phoenixes held over them. Pythias dove, weaving in and out of his men posted outside to keep any strays from escaping. Landing on the flat outcroppings of rock, he shifted as he strode inside the Blue Clan's only remaining mountain of Ben Nevis, where he'd already driven the Gold and Black clans. At the back of the massive cavern, he found 5 white dragons, likely those who had pledged themselves to Skylar or Mar, shifted and standing in a line, their wings flared wide, facing off against several of his own men. From his lower vantage point, now that he was human, he could see Jacoba on the ground with 3 of the 4 phoenixes kneeling over him, the 3 kings standing beside them, grim as fuck. As they should be. But Pythias frowned. "Where is the 4th phoenix?" he demanded softly, so he couldn't be heard, as he came alongside Freyner, still a dragon, of a camouflage green that always reminded Pythias of dog shit. "Only the 3 showed, my king." Fuck. He needed all 4. He was sure of that. But perhaps he could drain the last one later. She'd be easier to capture than the others anyway, without a mate to worry about. Pythias strode inside and addressed himself to the white dragons protecting their precious good luck charms. Fools. "Bow to me now, and maybe I won't kill you." He wouldn't ask again. "Mira?" Cassia asked her sister. "I can't," came the answer. "She's taken over the reflections." Pythias didn't bother to hide his smile. Riemann had turned off the bitch's use of reflections to teleport. No getting out that way. A low growl emitted from Ladon, whose entire face was lit with the blue of the flames in his eyes. "Skylar!" Then, before Pythias' very eyes, every single one of them disappeared. Pythias' satisfied smile froze on his face before dying a swift death. "What the fuck just happened?" he demanded. No one answered at first. Pythias stared at the space where his prizes had been a second before. Jacoba had been with them, and now he and the white dragons were gone too. "Report," he demanded. "My king," Freyner said, "the mountain is empty of all except those we killed." Shock rocked him to his core. Either the phoenixes had grown in power, or they'd been warned. Either way, he'd lost them. Again. A roar thundered up his throat and out into the sky as he shifted with a swiftness that rode the edge of pain. Where did they go? Get me answers now!
Chapter 24. Determined not to be scared off by the previous attack on her, Angelica had set herself to walking among her father's people every day. My people. The underground city here was a large one, larger even than Ben Nevis, which was a smaller mountain. Regardless, the size meant it would take some time to visit everywhere, but at least the word had spread. Fewer shocked faces greeted her when she showed up, though they still stared. Fewer bowed and curtsied, word seeming to have also gone round that she didn't require such tributes. No more attacks. She was pretty sure no one wanted to test Eric again. That wasn't what she wanted for him, though. To lead by fear. Not here, with these people who had once been friends. A place he had felt safe as a child. But for now, they had to use the tools the gods and fates had granted them, and his reputation definitely fell under that category. This particular shop was no hardship to visit, at least. Angelica ran a finger down the soft wisps of silk hanging on a rack. This looks like Givenchy couture. The man running the shop smiled at a woman who might be his sister or his mate. Angelica wasn't sure.
It is, he said. In addition to my own designs, I am able to replicate human designs for our people.
At a fraction of the cost, no doubt. I always wanted to dress like Aubrey Hepburn and Sabrina. The man lit up.
One of my favorite fashion film moments.
Angelica tried not to blink. She'd grown up on the outside, among humans, spent centuries of life participating in the changes wrought on societies, living and absorbing them all in real time. The invention of and the rise of motion pictures was possibly one of her favorite developments. Although air conditioning in 100-degree-plus Kansas summers might just beat that out. Still, it often surprised her when dragons talked of more modern inventions. She had to remember that they didn't live in strict isolation, though they stayed fairly separate from humans. Mates were found among humans, and they helped introduce changes in language, technology, and so forth over time. Eric, meanwhile, was a complete blank, because he had been forced to live in isolation. She snuck her hand into his. Sabrina is a movie from the 1950s, she explained. We can watch it together sometime. The abrupt and unmistakable sound of screams, hundreds of them struck hard and fast, coming from outside. Angelica ran for the door. Eric got there ahead of her, slamming his hand against the wood so she couldn't tug it open. At the same time, he wrapped his other hand around her wrist as though anchoring her to him before she could do something rash like rush out into the street, which was exactly what she'd been about to do.
Wait,
he demanded. Heart pounding, she still recognized the common sense in the demand and nodded. Pulling away from the door, he cut his gaze to Tovar, on escort detail with them today. The other man ran outside without another question. Waiting for him was Angelica's own personal hell. The wails of terror outside diminished slowly, but still washed over her until she wanted to cover her ears against the sound. Instead, she focused on her mate, on his eyes, the strength of his shoulders. Not that Eric went unaffected. A muscle ticked in the side of his jaw as he looked steadily back at her. The door jerked open before she saw the flash of movement of Tovar's approach.
Angelica needs to come. Now.
Why? Eric demanded.
Her sisters.
She didn't wait for more, pushing past Tovar and sprinting out into the streets. Chaos reigned as the people who lived in the mountain rushed to implement the safety protocols all dragons drilled, battening down the hatches. Weaving in and out of the press of bodies, she tried to move toward the sounds still coming from what she realized was the hangar and training room all Dragon Mountains touted. "Excuse me," she muttered as she avoided a shoulder to the face. A growl behind her sounded half a beat before she was swept up in Eric's arms. "Everybody move," he bellowed, and immediately a path cleared before them. He took off at a sprint, the walls and faces blurring around her as he ran them toward the shouts and cries, toward her sisters. The second they made it through the smaller tunnel leading into the cavern, Angelica gasped, because there were at least 1,000 dragons in the room. Blue, gold, black, all of them in some state of shock, panic, or injury. "Oh my gods, what happened?" she breathed, heart squeezing hard as she tried to force her mind to make sense of it all. Eric's fingers flexed against her hip where he held her. Not shock, but support, she vaguely identified. "Over there," he said, then took off again. She clung to his neck, the nurse in her wanting to stop him and put her medical training to use, helping those visibly bleeding and worse. More than one dead body lay on the ground, most with someone keening over their loved one, grief contorting their features. Mira had to be miserably blocking her empathic powers with everything in her pure little soul. I should be helping. But she needed to see her sisters before she could hope to do any good. Their faces suddenly appeared between the throng of people, and Angelica almost tried to climb Eric to get a better view. "Mira!" she yelled. Strawberry blonde curls flared out as her sister spun, her gaze searching for Angelica. Eric ran the last bit, and before she could even ask, she was on her feet, her arms wrapped around Mira's neck. "You're okay," Angelica said, then said it again because she needed convincing. Mira nodded, then took a deep breath before she crumpled in Angelica's arms, tears coming hard and fast. "My power wouldn't..." But the words choked off. "Where are Cass and..." From the ground, where they were kneeling over someone, Cassia and Skylar also leaped up, closing around her, and Angelica closed her eyes on a sigh of stark relief. They were unharmed, thank the gods. "How did you get here?" Because there wasn't a reflection big enough. "Cassia and I used our combined teleportation powers," Skylar said. "We've been practicing ever since the attack on the Black and Gold clans drove us all together." Angelica knew what they were talking about. Cassia could take anyone with her, but only a short distance. Skylar could send anyone a very long distance, not including herself. If they worked together, they could combine the effect. They must have gotten amazing at it to get all these people here so fast. "What happened?" she asked. "My vision was wrong," Cassia said, bitterness in every word. Her sister's extra pale face hardened with anger. "I was wrong." Wrong? Her vision. Which one? Skylar squeezed Cassia's shoulder as they all broke apart. "He wasn't coming here," she said. "Pythios attacked Ben Nevis." Gods above. Angelica, still holding Mira, turned her head, looking around at the carnage and the devastation the rotting Red King had wrought. Families uprooted and ripped apart. He'd brought this down on 3 clans, half his kingdom, like a child throwing a tantrum because someone took his favorite toy away. Why was he so hell's-bent on being High King? She met Eric's gaze over her sisters' heads and drew strength from the anger and determination swirling in his otherwise stoic eyes. Her mate would not let this stand. Neither would she. "I have to help," Angelica said to Eric as much as her sisters. "The infirmary can't hold this many people," Tovar said from behind her, and again she allowed her gaze to roam over the room, now professional, assessing. "Set up triage here," she ordered. "I want the critically wounded in the south corner. Send the healers to them. I'll be here for more minor treatment. I'll need equipment." Tovar blinked at her, and she had to remind herself that not everyone knew all of her story yet. "I'm a nurse," she said. Whatever emotion flashed in his eyes, it disappeared in the next blink. Then he was gone, obeying her orders. Her sisters and their mates immediately started moving through the room, spreading the word, helping sort and move those who needed moving. Angelica knelt over the nearest body to her, a man who might have passed for a white dragon, except for the tint of red in his hair. Physical traits of all sorts were common among dragons, regardless of clan, thanks to the human mates, but there was something familiar about this man. "Who is this?" she asked. "Jacoba." Ladon, nearest to her, was the one to answer. She blinked again. "Your informant?" Ladon's jaw tightened. "Yes. He's been tortured, I think. Can you help him?" Her training kicked in, shutting down her shock. First, she checked Jacoba's pulse, finding it weak, thready. At the same time, she listened to his breathing. His chest was moving, but his lips were a bluish hue, and a slight whistle was coming from somewhere on each inhalation. Immediately, she ripped open the ornately embroidered silk overcoat he was wearing and hissed between her teeth. Not only had the man clearly been starved, but he'd been beaten, severely and often enough that one set of injuries hadn't had time to heal before the next round was doled out. He could survive that, though, now that he wasn't being re-injured. But someone had pierced his lungs multiple times, shoved some kind of metal tubing down the hole, and let his body's accelerated healing seal the skin around it so that with every inhalation, most of the air entering his lungs whistled out of the tubes, blood and spittle coming up with the air. Those tubes would have to come out, but in surgery, not here on the floor. With them grown into the surrounding tissue all the way through, probably. Removal would be tricky. Her first priority was his ability to breathe until then. "I need something to plug these tubes," she said. After that, she didn't look up, focused first on Jacoba, then on each new case, each new person as they came to her. Mose stopped by at some point to inform her of what was being done from a logistics standpoint, shutting the massive doors that closed in this space from the outside, bringing in all their scouts and guards, arranging for all the new arrivals to at least have blankets or sheets to sleep with. Almost 4 full clans within these walls were thousands more than this mountain was built and stocked to accommodate. She'd agreed to all his suggestions, giving him full control over the mountain, at least until the chaos died down and she wasn't needed in here anymore. At some point, each sister checked in, Mira bringing her food and forcing her to stop and eat. Eric, however, didn't leave her side. He helped, lifting people, moving them, holding pieces together for her to bind, but he was never more than 20 feet away. Over time, more people were brought to her rather than fewer. The healers, those dragons with the universal donor blood type, were relatively rare. Most clans had a handful. Usually 1, maybe 2 stayed with the king. Others were assigned to other mountains or to the alliance or enforcer teams in each of the colonies. Unfortunately, because healing required them to give blood to heal those in need, after a while they had to rest and regenerate more blood or they risked their own health. Most of the healers also had medical training, though, and they worked side by side. She didn't know how long. Hours and hours, through the night, until her brain had to take an extra beat to process each word spoken to her, each request made, and her body felt like little lead weights had been sewn into her skin, making her move sluggish. Each sister then started to try to convince her to stop, to rest. "I'll rest when no one needs me," she'd insisted, not stopping what she was doing. Eric didn't ask, though. He watched her with flat-lipped intensity, not disapproval, more like reluctant support. More food and coffee were shoved at her as she went along, until finally, the last patient had been seen to. "That's it," one of the healers said when she looked for the next person. A blue dragon. She thought maybe his name was Fallon, but her brain was too fuzzy to be sure. She slowly blinked. "All of them?" she asked when his words finally penetrated. He nodded, then, "Well done, my lady." She shook her head. "It wasn't just me." The way the healer glanced nervously over her shoulder told her Eric was standing there, though she didn't need that hint because the hairs on her nape stood up. With a sigh, she turned and wrapped her arms around his neck, sinking into him, eyes closing of their own accord. "Are you going to sleep now?" he asked into the top of her hair. She huffed a laugh. "Yep." Somehow, with his arms around her waist, she managed to walk all the way back to their suite. Though she was so exhausted, she hardly had any recollection of the journey once she was there. He managed to get her to brush her teeth and change into another oversized t-shirt. Then they were slipping between cool sheets, and he was wrapping his body around her like a protective barrier. "You are incredible," he whispered. With a smile and a sigh, her body let go, relaxing into instant, blissfully deep sleep.
A tiny puff of air against his arm wasn't the first Eric had felt, probably the fifth in the last hour or so. He'd hoped, when he'd felt Angelica stir against him, that she'd go right back to sleep. After how hard she'd worked, her body needed the rest. But she was awake and brooding, if those tiny, noiseless sighs were any indication. Curling his arm around her waist, he settled her into the curving crook of his body and set his chin on top of her head. He didn't ask her to talk about it. Too many people, since he'd gotten out of his prison, had wanted him to talk through his troubles. It never helped. But he let her know he was there. Her sigh this time was audible. "We can't support almost 4 clans worth of people in a single mountain," she pointed out. He was right. She had been brooding. "No, we cannot," he agreed. "All those people," she breathed in, her ribs lifting his arm with the movement. "It happened so fast." "It did." He talked with the other kings, and their own shock at the speed of the attack had been evident in hard, glassy eyes and hands that involuntarily curled into fists. "It's a miracle my sisters got them out, especially with Mira's powers shut off." After a second of quiet, Angelica scooted around, twisting over to face him, frosty eyes solemn in a way that told him she was deep in her head. "Is it hopeless?" Hearing that question from her lips, from the one person who had never given up on him, Eric's heart spasmed. Blowing out his own breath, he lifted a hand to smooth her white blonde hair back from her face. "That is what Pythios does," he said eventually. "He makes you believe giving up and letting him have what he wants is the only choice, that it will save lives, that it will keep the peace." Angelica listened, gaze searching his. Anchoring himself on the feel of her in his arms, he didn't fight the emotions. The fury, the need to quit, give up, the urge to end his own life. "It might even convince you that he is right." When he'd been younger, he'd been more easily led astray, more desperate to be set free. "I found myself wanting to believe that Pythios had been justified, forgetting who my parents were, who the land was, what good even looked and acted like." He shook his head. "How?" she asked. No judgment, simply trying to understand. Eric didn't answer right away, giving her questions serious consideration. "Pythios believes in what he is doing. He is convinced that dragons relying on their phoenix to bring us peace, or luck, or dictate who rules is wrong. He believes our kind are strong enough not to need another species." His lips twisted. "He believes this so strongly, he is willing to sacrifice anyone who gets in his way. He is sure he is doing this for his people, whether they understand it or not. That his actions and decisions, even the most difficult ones, are all about what true leaders do." "But—" Eric's lips quirked. "But then I remembered that, historically, our people's peace and prosperity was always greatest when a phoenix mated a high king, and worse when a phoenix could not be found for whatever reason. Also how my father had always said that leaders should never hide their actions from the people. Every action, every decision should be in the open. Pythias only works in the shadows, concealing his true actions behind lies and sycophants." Angelica remained quiet for a moment, then, "You're incredible, too," she said, repeating his own words back to him. I hope you realize that." Her words stilled his bones, his soul. Incredible wasn't exactly high on his list of words he'd used to describe himself. Broken, cast aside, forgotten, those were more accurate. She pressed a hand over his heart. "I'm serious. That you could hold on to your hope after so long." She shook her head, then inched closer and pressed her lips softly to his. "The rest of us have no right to give up in the face of what true determination looks like." Like him? "It was not hopeful all of that time," he reminded her. She smiled, the spark returning to her eyes, and inched even closer, winding her arms around his neck, pressing her breasts against him in the most distracting manner. "But you held on, and that's what matters," she whispered. Eric's body stirred with her so close, plastered down his front, her fresh air and summer scent filling his lungs, her warmth and her smile right there for him alone. But giving in to his needs could wait. "You should rest." This was about her needs. "You know what would really help me rest?" The way she wiggled against him had him squeezing his eyes shut, muscles tensing against the urge to roll her under him. "What?" A long pause had him opening his eyes again. "If you make love to me." She grinned, the beauty of the way her face lit up for him, threatening to steal his heart and never give it back. "That is not restful," he pointed out. Why was he arguing with her? "It is afterward," she shot right back, then rolled her hips against his, pressing into the hardness of his already pulsing erection. There were all those Kama Sutra positions he wanted to try, not to mention the fact that he could finally let go with her. Entirely. Eric growled and rolled her beneath him like he'd wanted to anyway. "You do make an excellent argument," which earned him a giggle, the sound shooting straight to his groin, one that quickly disappeared as he claimed his mate's mouth in a kiss meant to banish all the doubts, all the fears, even if only for a short while. In one swift move, he swept the oversized T-shirt over her head. Leaning on one elbow, he trailed his fingers over the curve of her neck, her collarbone, between her breasts to her belly. "God, you're so soft." Fascination blended with need as he took his time exploring by touch alone. Desire ratcheted higher at the sight of his hand against her skin and the way her muscles would flutter and jump under his touch. He teased a particular spot at her hip, then, curious, leaned down to feather his lips, his tongue, over the sensitive flesh, and smiled when she groaned. He did it again, nipping at her hip with his teeth, and she shuddered. Does that feel good? He truly wanted to know. She sort of hummed. "Want me to show you?" "Yes." Almost of one accord, they rolled so that she leaned over him, only she didn't immediately show him. Instead, she kissed him, taking her time, teasing with soft brushes, until he speared a hand through her hair and deepened the kiss, entwining their tongues, sucking at her lower lip. "Whoa!" She pulled away finally, breathing heavily, staring at him with desire flushing her features, her hair tousled from his hands. Sexiest damn thing he'd ever seen. Now he understood why LaDawn stared at Skylar like she was an obsession. Because she was. And he was for her, too. Eric could see that much in the way Angelica's gaze skated over him as possessively as he ever did with her, which only made his cock harden to steel. With a smile, Angelica scooted lower, pausing to kiss and nip her way down his body. She stopped when her head was level with his hip and traced the dip and swell of the muscles and bones forming the V there with the softest brush of a fingertip. Sure enough, his muscles jumped at the touch, as though they couldn't take the pleasure. With a low chuckle of satisfaction, she leaned over and used her lips, her teeth, her tongue, and damned if he wasn't groaning the way she had at the same touch. Eventually, she lifted her head, pinning him with eyes aglow. "What's the verdict?" "It feels good." She smiled. "Yes, it does." Then, before he could fathom what she was up to, She moved the tiny bit needed and sucked his cock into her mouth, going only halfway down. "Fuck," he groaned, hands back in her hair, lifting the tresses away so he could watch, fascinated by the sight of those lush lips wrapped around him. "More?" she asked, her warm breath whispering over his straining hard-on. "I am supposed to be taking care of you."
But if it's what I want too."
She took him in her mouth again, and he couldn't stop himself from holding her still while he thrust, in long, controlled slides, in and out of her perfect mouth. But he only let the desire build so much before he stopped her, pulling her away. Before she could protest, he was off the bed, swooping her up only to set her on her feet. He dropped to his knees before her, using his hands to gently spread her legs wider. The first swipe of his tongue was heaven. He wasn't sure which was better, her taste or the sound of her moaning his name. He lifted his head, pinning her with a commanding look. "You may not come," he told her, an order. A fantasy he'd been playing in his head for a while and could now give full rein to. Surprise and a small flash of defiance lit her eyes. He slid a single finger inside her and didn't look away as he fucked her with it. "Trust me," he said, meaning it. Gods, he meant it because she could, and he'd never thought that possible. After only the barest hesitation, she nodded. Smiling, he placed his lips over her clit, playing her with his mouth and using his fingers until she was whimpering, and so close. The fluttering against his fingers told him that much. Moving fast again, he got up on his feet. He spun her around, clasping her to him, her back to his chest, and whispered in her ear. "In one of Nether's books, I read about this position that is supposed to encourage female orgasm. I would like to attempt this with you, yes?"
"Gods, yes,"
she breathed. "Good." Pressing his hand to her spine, he pressed until she bent over in half at the waist. "Reach your hands up toward me," he demanded. She did without question, and he clasped her by the wrists so that he could do the same, anchoring them together. This would allow him to hold her upright while he... Fuck. Eric took a long moment to enjoy the view. The pale globes of her ass spread so that he could see her pretty nether parts, glistening and ready for him. "Ready?" he said.
"Yes."
Muscles already straining with the need to possess her, he positioned his throbbing cock at her entrance and pressed inside, filling her, strangled by her.
"Oh my God, Eric,"
she whimpered. "Hold on," he warned, then reared back and thrust back in, hard, sinking deep until he filled her to the hilt. The sound that came from her was somewhere between a moan and a scream. "Keep going?"
"If you stop, I'll kill you,"
she told him, grinning from ear to ear. He didn't stop. The pace he set was brutal on purpose, partly because the sounds of pleasure pouring from her drove him to it, but also because, in the back of his head, the idea lingered of wringing her body with pleasure to the point that she could let go of her worries, if only for a few hours, and sleep. He'd exhaust her with orgasms.
"Ah!"
Her body rippled around his cock. Deliberately, Eric used his dragon speed, increasing his thrusts.
Oh, God!"
She clamped down hard on him, her orgasm tipping him into his own pleasure with a loud bellow as he continued to thrust in and out of her body. Only he wasn't done. As both of their orgasms waned, he had her on the bed, his mouth back on her, fingers inside her, playing with her. And he didn't stop until her breathing picked up in time to his mouth, and her hips started to undulate, chasing the touch. That telltale flutter hit his fingers, and he latched his mouth around her clit, the nub of nerves that seemed to be the button to set her off. He sucked. Hard. And she screamed. Her legs clamped around his head as he sucked her through not one, but two more orgasms, the second one softer, shorter, but no less potent, if the sounds of her pleasure were any indication. He stopped when she involuntarily jumped at the touch of his tongue, turning too sensitive to handle more. Smiling in a way he hadn't in years, in centuries, Eric crawled back up her body to pull her into the curve of his own in such a way that he surrounded her, but could allow his gaze to linger on her face. I do not deserve her. This. For once in his life, he pushed the thought away, buried it in the dark hole where he usually stuck his dragon. Time enough tomorrow for worries. Angelica tried to open her eyes, the lids fluttering, and smiled as their gazes connected.
I like that position,
she murmured. Slurred, more like, but he chuckled anyway. Sleep, my mate. Almost as though she'd obeyed an order, Angelica went limp in his arms, snuggling her head under his chin.
You too, mate.
Chapter 25. Angelica's eyes popped open as she went from deep sleep to wide awake with a disorienting jolt. "What?" Eric mumbled in the sexiest, sleep-laden low voice. Her body shivered in immediate, stark reaction. But what woke her was too urgent to stop and indulge first. Cassia wasn't wrong. Rather than waffle or ask what she meant, his pale blue eyes opened, trained on her face, instantly alert. How so? Her vision. She shook her head. How had they not guessed sooner? She wasn't wrong. He's coming here next. Eric's thick, dark brows drew down over his eyes. How would he know to come here? Brock. The truth of her realization settled in his own expression. She laid it out anyway. These are all guesses, but Brock was sent here specifically and probably should have checked in by now and hasn't. Because my sisters had to go somewhere and now this place is suspicious. Because Pythios has been a step ahead of us all along. Take your pick. After a long beat, his eyes hardened to frosty flame. I think you are correct. They needed to get everyone out of this mountain, and somewhere Pythios wouldn't think to look now. Without another word, they were both up, hurrying to the bathroom to shower and dress. Not together, because even with the urgency, that would be distracting. She went first. As they traded, Eric told her, I called Jordy. He is gathering your sisters and our council together. Here. For privacy. Good call. While these rooms had some updates, they weren't exactly comfortable. Hells, they were lucky to have running hot water. She was tempted to kiss him, but they didn't have time. In short order, they dressed. As she braided her wet hair to get it out of her way, she could hear Eric letting the others in. When she emerged, it was to find the living area of their suite filled to the brim. Not just her sisters and their mates. Mos, Bili, Tovar, and the other council members of her father's clan, but the viceroys and guards from Ladon's, Brand's, and Samael's clans as well. Full house. The way the group stood, each of the four gathered with their own in a different corner of the room, put her in mind of middle school kids at a dance, still figuring out hormones. Are we waiting on anyone else? She asked Eric. He shook his head. Raising her voice, she addressed the room in general. Has everyone been introduced? A few nods, mostly from the kings and her sisters, along with a lot of sour faces. She shook her head, wishing that she had more time to prepare them, to show them how to work together. Something deep inside her told her she could. Look at where they were now, so much further than anyone had believed. But she was out of time. Whatever past offenses, personal or otherwise, you are dealing with, if we want to survive this, if we want to take Pythios down, then we work together. Can you do that? Sour blanked out, adjusting after another beat to expressions not blank, but purposeful. What is this about? Ladon was the one to ask. No way to ease into this. Cassia's vision wasn't wrong, she said. Her sister blanched, but didn't bobble. It happened exactly as I saw it. Angelica shook her head. When you first told me, right after the vision happened, you said that he used different words. Cassia frowned, gaze going fuzzy as though trying to remember. I must have been in shock. I'm sure he said, bow to me now or die. That's what you told me he said. Is it? Cassia shook her head. But yesterday he said it slightly differently, right? True. Cassia let the word trail off as she thought through it. Then her chin came up, eyes going harder. My visions aren't always easy to interpret, but the words used are never wrong. Bran set a hand to the small of his mate's back, a gesture of support. One Angelica appreciated, because she didn't have time to comfort them through this. Exactly. I think your vision was of this mountain. We're next. Holy hellfire, Mose muttered, then snapped an accusing glare to her and Eric. What have you brought down on us? Before Angelica could respond, Eric's snarl set every person in the room on edge as he speared the beta with a look filled with rage and promised retribution. You could be ruled by Brock right now, and that gold dragon would be ordering you to attack the black, gold, and blue clans. You think you would be any safer? After a long, twitchy stare down, Mose looked away first. Not that that eased any of the tension suffocating the people in the room, at least if the set of shoulders and jaws was any indication. We need a plan, Angelica dropped into the stony silence. One that he won't expect. Skylar and Ladon exchanged a look, then glanced at Samael and Mira, then at Brand and Cassia. It's time, Brand said. Time? Time for what? What plans had her sisters and their kings been making while she and Eric had been off recruiting? Are you sure about this? Skylar whispered as they all took their spots inside the massive hangar. Angelica shot her a look that said to quit. Leave her alone, Mira said. We've asked her already. But the bond, she can't shift. She's not fully dragon yet. If ever. Angelica had survived Eric's fire, but something was missing. She could feel it, but she couldn't pin down what exactly. As though the change couldn't happen, or wouldn't. What was the point of her showing dragon sign if she was going to remain human the rest of her life? Maybe they'd done the mating wrong, but she didn't think so, and she refused to worry him with her questions. We're better bait if he thinks he'll get all four of us, was all she said now. Each of their mates had expressed displeasure in this part of the plan, loudly, or for Brand, lots of growling and grunting. Eric, however, had remained dead quiet, not punishing her with silence, more like he didn't trust himself not to lose his shit if he opened his mouth. The kiss he'd laid on her as the kings had left with everyone else had been explosive and desperate. Do what you must, he murmured against her lips. But come back to me. She loved him even more in that moment, and yet hadn't told him so. Neither of them had shared that word yet. She didn't want him more distracted if she said it. For a newly mated dragon, leaving her alone in the mountain of Cayman while he and the kings took their 4 clans halfway across the globe had to be nothing short of torture. So she'd kept her feelings to herself. I'll see you soon, she whispered back. She didn't think about how the gargoyles had said no to being part of this, or how Herschel and the Coven Syndicate had agreed to only limited help. No one had been able to track down the Hellhounds, but they had the majority of 4 out of the 6 clans' worth of dragons. They had enforcers from the Americas colonies. They had the wolves, and they had a plan. Their plan had to work. It had to. They didn't dare use the mirrors. Not yet. Which meant using the same interconnected method that had allowed Cassia and Skylar to get dragons out of Ben Nevis quickly. Apparently, Mira's idea. The blue, black, and gold clans had been drilling all their dragons to group together in specific, relatively protective places throughout Ben Nevis. As soon as the attack hit, fighters had kept Pythios' forces distracted, while Cassia and Skylar used their combined versions of teleportation to go from group to group, sending them to Angelica and Cayman. They'd waited for their attackers to herd the fighters into a single group together so that they were able to get them out in one shot. Such an action had drained both of her sisters terribly, but blood transfusions from their mates had brought them back to full ability. all of which had been used again, getting every soul in this mountain to a new location. A secret location, nowhere on this side of the world. Alaskan wilderness. Genius move. Angelica glanced at the 5 white dragons who'd insisted on remaining behind to guard them, 2 who had made an oath to Skylar a while back, plus Beely, Tovar, and Geordie. Cassia had been the one to convince Angelica to allow it in the end. "My vision," she said. "They are in it." Now she and her sisters were together, and mostly alone, for possibly the first time since their mother's death. With a sigh, she laid her head on Mira's shoulder. "How's Minnie you doing?" She felt more than saw her sister smile. "I felt him move for the first time last week." "What?" Cassia demanded on a squeal. "Why didn't you say?" Mira shrugged. "We were busy." "Not too busy for baby stuff," Skylar insisted, tapping Mira's foot with her own. Mira's deep breath moved Angelica's head up and down. "What did it feel like?" Angelica asked. "Like tiny bubbles." "It was gas." Skylar's eye roll was in her voice. Angelica reached across Mira and flicked her arm for that, and Skylar actually pretended to jump. "Hey!" Mira chuckled. "It wasn't gas. I'd thought a few times before that I was feeling the baby, but I wasn't. This was different." Another deep breath, and Mira's hand crept over her belly in a protective gesture, as ancient and instinctual as motherhood. "What did Samael say about you staying behind?" Angelica asked her. "I think he would rather have remained here with me." A massive understatement, no doubt. Skylar's sarcastic snort said she thought so too. "I believe Cassia threatening him with fucked-up world-ending paradoxes if we didn't match her vision was the only thing that made him go." "Made them all go," Cassia tagged on. "Those lizard brains are definitely all instinct when it comes to their mates. But it's kind of cute." They all chuckled over that. "I heard that," one of the white dragons called out in the dark, which only made them laugh harder. Gods, it felt so good to be with her sisters again. Angelica's smile slipped into a frown. "After this is over, please let this be the end of it," Skylar muttered. They all nodded. "Anyway, after this is over, we'll be apart." They were all quiet for a second, contemplating what life might look like. Apart, yes, but safe and settled. No more running, no more hiding. They'd be living among dragon shifters who tended to be ruled by their passions and had difficulty letting go of the past, especially past grievances. She wasn't naive enough to believe there would be no fighting, but still, no one coming for her or her sisters all the time would be a refreshing change. "Do you remember that time?" She paused to think. "I want to say we were about 17 or 18 years old. Europeans, and therefore dragons, had discovered the New World existed, and Skylar got the bright idea that we should get ourselves over there somehow. That distance would make it harder for Pythios to find us." Skylar leaned forward. And I was right." Angelica grinned. "Not for another few hundred years, Sky. Anyway, Mama was trying to explain how we'd have to travel with humans, and that they weren't just letting anyone go, and all the dangers. Weather, provisions going bad, months cooped up on the ship, the possibility of being caught between 2 warring human factions on the seas, but especially that it would be unsafe for women traveling alone in general. And Skylar said..." Cassia straightened suddenly. "That's right. She said, we'll build our own ship. Oh my gods, I've forgotten that." Mira hid a grin behind her hand, and Skylar scowled at them all. "Is this going somewhere?" she demanded. "Well, Mama, of course, said no, but you decided we'd do it anyway and surprise her. You were so sure of yourself and managed to convince the rest of us to go along, and Cassia went to check the price of ships. Cassia frowned slowly. No, that wasn't me. That was you. Angelica shook her head. Don't you remember? You had to run away. Her sister winced. From those ruffians trying to steal my purse. Who's laughing now? Schuyler crowed. Angelica chuckled at Cassia's embarrassed frown. Anyway, while we didn't get our own ship and sail off right away, we did beat most settlers to it eventually. It took more planning and more time than we anticipated, but we got there. They smiled at one another. Those years before dragons finally started coming over in big enough numbers for them to worry about had been some of their happiest. No looking over their shoulders constantly. They'd found friends and shelter with the native inhabitants. They'd lived full lives. Not lives without danger or sorrow or hard times. Living as long as they did meant a lot of goodbyes and seeing friends and loved ones pass on to the afterlife. But there was a difference between living and simply surviving. The same as the difference between raw cocoa powder and milk chocolate. My point is, we can do damn near anything when we do it together. After a beat, Schuyler wrapped her hand around Angelica's and squeezed, then took Cassia's on her other side, and Mira slipped hers into Angelica's. They sat there together in silence, just being together, waiting for the man they'd always been waiting for, to find them, to try to kill them. It ended now. It had to.
Eric sat on the stone floor, back against the rough wall of the cave, and legs splayed out in front of him. Along with Ladon, Samael, and Brand, he waited in the smaller space where a single mirror had been positioned, a mirror that only reflected themselves back. They weren't sure if Mira would be able to use it to communicate once the attack on Common came, but they had to try. Schuyler was the one who'd come up with this spot, or more particularly, she'd reached out to a contact in the colonies, a black dragon shifter, Rune Abaddon, who'd been rogue for the last few decades but had been reinstated to his team of enforcers very recently, a situation that apparently involved taking down the leaders of the Alliance, whom the old kings had set to govern dragons in the Americas, an act that should have marked them as traitors, and yet didn't. Something about taking out Pythia's lackeys. Eric had no idea what to think of that. However, Schuyler trusted the man implicitly. Her mother had sent her to Rune for protection when she died. Mira and Samael, whom Rune had helped in a separate incident only a few months ago, did too. So for that matter did Brand, who'd interacted with the Black Dragon as well as his enforcer team, the Huracans, soon before he'd found Cassia. Eric trusted Angelica's family, so here they were in a mountain in the wilderness of Alaska. A raw mountain, unexcavated or made for dragons. One they didn't all fit in, which meant most of their people were camped out in the forests around it, exposed, and ready to fight. He slid a searching glance toward the other three men in the room. Their connections with their mates, through the bonds already in place, meant they could feel them. Gods, what he wouldn't give to feel Angelica right now. Still, not one of the Dragon Kings had so much as twitched. He had to take it on faith that they would know if something bad happened. Ladon? Eric glanced briefly at Arden, Ladon's sister, standing in the entrance to the small cavern where he sat, only to return his gaze to the mirror. Yes? Ladon asked. The red dragon named Jacoba is awake, and he wants to speak with the kings. Fuck. Bring him here, Eric said. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught her wince. He can't be moved yet. Then it will have to wait, Brand growled. Eric nodded. No way in hells was he not going to be here if Angelica suddenly needed him. He insists it's urgent. Turn more hearts to our side, Arden said. Particularly white dragons. Eric stiffened at that before glancing at Ladon. Jacoba had been his informant, after all. The Blue King's face could have been carved from rock as he stared back, and Eric knew what they were all thinking. All three of them. Eric was the liability, unable to shift. If their phoenixes needed them, the other three would be better equipped to do something about it. More than that, he could picture Angelica if she were here. She would volunteer or urge him to. He knew it. "I will go," Eric said finally, though his dragon snarled at the idea. Ladon jerked his head. "He may only speak with me." They'd deal with that if it happened. "Do you trust him?" "Yes." "Do you trust me?" Eric asked next. "Yes." No hesitation. Eric tried damn hard not to be surprised by that. Angelica was the only one, other than Skylar to a certain extent, who'd shown that kind of faith in him since his release. "Is there anything that would make this man trust me?" he managed to get out of his own head to ask. "Anepheres," Ladon said. The word slid with sour recognition through him, but Eric only raised his eyebrows. Ladon shrugged. "Our code word. One he made up so only he would recognize it." "Actually, that word was made up by another." By Nether, the one who had kept him educated, the one who, in the end, helped him and Skylar escape. Anepheres was Seraphina, spelled backward. A word they'd come up with to mean hope and hold on. Nether would never entirely turn his back on his brother. His hope was in Pythias, not against him. But he hadn't agreed with what the Red King had done to Eric either. Eric pushed to his feet. "If I am not back before the attack comes, tell Angelica—" Gods, what message could he leave that was enough? But Braun was the one to nod. "We'll tell her." He searched the faces of the three men in front of him, the only ones who might understand. With an answering nod, he strode out of the door with Arden. All those still healing from injury had been set up deep inside the mountain, where fewer lives might be risked protecting them if the battle found its way here. Eric hadn't left the mirrored room since they arrived, so he followed as Arden led the way through pitch-black twists and turns leading deeper into the ground. He jerked to a halt at the sight of what happened to be a massive boulder blocking their way. Only the texture of the rock was off. "Is that a—" "Cave troll," Arden affirmed. "He came with Rune Abaddon's team of enforcers who knew of this place. Apparently, this was the troll's mountain until recently." Arden patted a pattern on the creature's back, or maybe its knee. Suddenly, the boulder shifted out of the way, uncurling from what appeared to be a deep sleep. He blinked at Eric as he passed through, or at least appeared to. Difficult to discern, given the crunched-up arrangement of features making a face. For his part, Eric refused to turn his back on the massive, gray-skinned beast. The thing had to be close to 15 feet tall and looked to be made of rock, dust coating its leathery skin and facial features hidden in a face made up of crags and crevices. "Your new dragon," the troll said in a voice that was low but surprisingly smooth. Slow and even, like time itself. How was one supposed to greet a cave troll? He settled for introducing himself. "Erkesh Daya." "White dragon?" Not really a question, but Eric nodded anyway. The troll grunted. "Me called Vilsin." "Pleasure," Eric said. He eyed Vilsin warily, waiting for any sign of aggression. When the troll meekly stared back, Eric glanced around, searching for any signs that this might be a carnivorous one of its kind. Most trolls were vegetarians, but a few got a taste for human blood, and that was it for them. At least he didn't see human bones scattered about the chamber. "Me protect Eric while in this place," Vilsin said. "Protect everyone in here." Eric pulled his gaze back to the troll and caught the implication. If he hurt anyone in this space under the troll's protection, Vilsin wouldn't hesitate to kill him. "Fair enough." That earned him a slow bob of the head before the troll rolled, with the creak of leather and a sort of grinding sound, into a ball and tucked himself back into the doorway he'd been blocking, looking suddenly like any other boulder. Eric would be checking all the other boulders a little more closely in the future. But he didn't have time to waste, turning to find Arden waiting for him. Even deeper into the mountain, Arden led him to a tiny alcove where the man named Jacoba was laid out on the ground. Reed, Arden's soon-to-be mate, news Angelica had squealed over when she'd been informed shortly before everyone left Common, was there, grim-faced as Eric entered. If Reed had expected his own king, he didn't show any sign of it. A healer was also in the room, sitting on the floor beside Jacoba, tubes hooked up to draw blood from him into the stoat's arm. The healer, one Eric recognized from his helping with all the injured the day before, a man with black hair and bright blue eyes, glanced up.
I'm almost finished.
Eric nodded. I'm Eric.
Fallon.
With Ladon's people?
At the moment. I was an enforcer with the Huracan team until a few years ago. Finn, their alpha, is my brother. Rune is a friend. But Ladon needed my services more.
Another nod. An enforcer with the same group that had set them up with this mountain? They'd take all the fighters they could get. Finally, Fallon finished his work. Not that Jacoba looked any better for it, but he'd always been naturally pale. As soon as they were alone, Eric knelt beside the man he'd always believed to be Pythios' faithful right hand. Hells, he'd probably jerked the king off when the man was too decrepit to do it himself. You have 1 minute to convince me that I should not snap your neck. Jacoba blinked his pale eyes at him.
I believe the cave troll would have issues with that threat.
He wasn't wrong. 50 seconds.
If I could have gotten you out of Everest sooner, I would.
You did not get me out. Not good enough.
Every attempt to kill Pythios resulted in the death of the person I sent to deliver it. I covered my tracks well, but losing a man who could tell all the clans the truth of what happened to our kings and phoenixes, there was no way that wouldn't blow back on me.
Eric considered those words. Pythios always was steps ahead of everyone else, and he would no doubt eventually learn who was behind Eric's escape. Nether. What had happened to his friend?
Who do you think encouraged Nether to befriend you?
Jacoba asked next, as though reading his mind. That snapped Eric's brows down. What do you mean?
A long play.
Jacoba's lips quirked.
A bit of what American football fans call a Hail Mary. Nether's loyalty to his brother was ingrained, but I had hoped that if time allowed a friendship to develop between the two of you, eventually he might be the key to your freedom, so I encouraged him to visit you from time to time.
Satisfaction pulled at the man's angular features.
I was right.
Eric battled his dragon, who raged inside him, because that still wasn't good enough. This man had hidden behind others all while protecting himself. Even if he had worked against Pythios, it hadn't been nearly enough. Then Jacoba's choice of words penetrated, dread thudding inside him like boulders down a mountainside. You said was? Pale red eyebrows lifted in question. You said Nether's loyalty was ingrained. An emotion passed over the red shifter's features that looked a hell of a lot like regret and guilt.
Pythios executed him before my very eyes.
The hit came out of nowhere, and yet he'd seen it. He should have known. Eric bowed his head, breathing hard through the thunder of emotions lashing at him with the news. His friend. His sweet, kind, brilliant friend. His only friend for centuries. Nether was dead. At Pythios' hands. His own brother. Why was he killed? Jacoba hesitated, as though he was weighing the cost of telling the truth. Why? Eric snapped.
For his part in your escape. Pythios found proof of it and killed Nether in front of me, to loosen my tongue during interrogation.
The truth. A truth that could bring Eric's fury down on Jacoba, and the stoat knew it, which meant he was being honest. Hands fisted so hard his nails drew blood, Eric closed his eyes against his own grief and searched for the ability to see beyond personal retribution and use this man for what he could do to help the cause, the way Angelica would. Eniferes. Jacobah didn't react, but something told Eric that he'd relaxed with that word.
Ah,
the stoat seemed unsurprised.
I see we've been speaking with Ladan or Mar.
And Nether. He told me that word.
Who do you think told it to him?
Eric blew out a long breath on a half-growl. Either he trusted him or he didn't. If Jacobah had information to share, he would at the very least listen. You wanted to speak with me?
With a king.
He cocked his head in a motion that reminded Eric of a bird.
That's not you.
And yet I am who came to listen.
True.
The stoat paused, calculations going on behind his eyes. Then Jacobah slipped a small metal device into Eric's hand. Looking at it, he knew from being around Mira that it had something to do with modern-day computers. What's this?
Proof that Pythios Phoenix is a female-born white dragon shifter who was made into a phoenix by his witch.
Eric almost pulverized the small device as his hands clamped around it. What kind of proof?
Video footage of the magic performed to make it so.
7 hells. How did you get this?
As soon as the tech was good enough, I spent years setting up secret cameras throughout Everest. There's more on there, but Pythios' false phoenix, that's what you need to bring him down.
Why did you not tell us sooner? Eric's voice descended to a growl. Jacobah simply lifted a bored eyebrow.
I was unconscious, dear boy, and you are wasting time.
He was right. Eric surged to his feet, pausing at the door to look over his shoulder at the heap of bones that was a dragon shifter lying on the floor. Thank you. Jacobah's eyes flared briefly, and the man actually hesitated a beat before finally giving a nod. Eric left him there, rushing back to the kings. They could share this with those gathered here, bolster the truth with those fighting for them. But even more important was reaching the dragons not yet on their side. Mira was their best bet to get this information out to everyone else, preferably before the fighting started. The question was, how could they get this to her?
Chapter 26. Angelica sat cross-legged on the floor, stuffing her face with a sandwich that one of their guards had put together for everyone for dinner, which felt normal, or at least normal adjacent. So when Mira's spine snapped steel rod straight, her gaze going sort of hazy, it took Angelica a solid 10 seconds to stop chewing before she could ask, "What's wrong?" But Mira didn't speak. She just spun around, facing one of the hundreds of mirrors they'd placed all over the mountain, inside and outside. Immediately the image changed, showing Samael in a small cavern, almost impossible to see in the dark, lips pressed together in a grim line and dark eyes glittering with flame. Behind him, Ladan and Brand stood back, equally grim. "Mira," Skylar snapped. "You weren't supposed to—"
"I called her." Samael cut her sister off. "It's important."
The mates stared at each other a long moment. Were they speaking in their minds? Angelica didn't care. She was too busy searching the room for Eric. But he wasn't there. Before she could ask where her mate was, Mira shoved her hand through the mirror and took something from Samael before pulling back out and shutting off her power. The transition back to their own reflections was so abrupt, Angelica let out a sharp breath. "What did he give you?" she asked. But Mira didn't answer. She grabbed for the nearest device, a laptop, the only one she'd brought down here with her. Plugging whatever he'd given her into it, she started up what appeared to be a video, and they all gathered around her to watch what seemed to be some sort of surveillance feed, black and white, a tad grainy, and from above at an angle. But what was clear on the screen were 4 figures: Pythios, Jacobah, Tisiphone, and the witch, Raimon. Tisiphone lay on a slab. As they watched, Ryman raised her hands, and some kind of material, dirt maybe, rose from a small cylindrical container at the foot of the slab. "Is that an urn?" Cassia broke the silence hanging over them. No one answered. On the screen, the particles floated in the air, coalescing over Tisiphone's body in a thin layer, appearing to form to her shape, though it was difficult to tell from the angle and distance. Angelica frowned, familiarity tickling her mind. "Is that—" "Oh my gods," Cassia whispered. "Please, no." "Those are ashes," Skylar said, her voice dropping low, almost a dragon's growl of anger. Horror wrapped around Angelica's heart and squeezed so hard she couldn't breathe. "He couldn't. Could he?" Angelica choked out. Again, no answer. They were all probably too terrified to voice it, because if they knew anything about Pythios, it was that there was no line he would not cross. Mira didn't speak, staring hard at the screen, but her hands were shaking, making the image bounce around. And no wonder. She'd been the one to discover their mother's ashes had disappeared from the place where she died. That lonely, empty field behind their house in Kansas. No one said it, but they were all thinking it. If Pythios had fucking made a phoenix. The floating layer of ash, that had to be what they were looking at, suddenly started to glow as though turning to embers. Brighter and brighter, they sank down over Tisiphone, absorbing into her skin and lighting her up. The girl opened her mouth on a scream that they couldn't hear as they watched, the feed having no sound. Her body bowed and contorted in visible, excruciating pain, face crumpling and grimacing. Mira made a whimpering sound, hand shaking harder, and Angelica pulled the computer from her sister's unresisting grip to hold it up for them all. Suddenly, Tisiphone went dead still, collapsing on the slab like a rag doll shaken too hard by an overeager dog, head lolling, white blonde hair so like Angelica's mussed and spilling over the sides of the stone she lay on. Angelica leaned closer, as though she could physically get a better look in the room, studying the girl. Was her chest even moving? Had they killed her? Tisiphone remained that way, but the witch's arms were still raised, her mouth moving, hair raising and falling as though a breeze circled the indoor space. She was definitely still going, chanting something. Then Tisiphone jackknifed to sitting on the visible gasp for air, mouth wide open and eyes wild. But after that initial violent reawakening, she settled, sitting quietly. She held her arms out in front of her, seeming to study her own skin. After a second, faint lines started to become visible on the grainy feed. Swirling, fine lines that glowed like the hottest ember, forming the pattern of delicate feathers. "Oh my gods," Cassia said again, this time with a distinct waver in her voice. "Fuck," Skylar spat. "That rat bastard just—" Mira's head dropped forward as though she couldn't handle the weight of the truth, and Angelica set the device on the floor to wrap an arm around her. "He used our mother's ashes to make Tisiphone a phoenix," Angelica said what no one else would. She didn't need to be touching Mira to sense the flinch, visible like a tick. Her sister took a deep breath, then another, then raised her head, expression rock hard. "I need to get to the communication room." "No," Skylar jerked to her feet. "Separating is a bad idea." Mira's chin jutted out, determination written all over her. "All dragon shifters need to see this. I can try to do that, but only from my setup in my rooms at Ararat. It could make a difference." "Not given where most of them are right now," Angelica pointed out. "After. We can't risk it." "No, now." Mira remained adamant, chin jutting out. "They'll find a way to show them, or I will. But if it changes the minds of some who are still on the fence, it's worth it before the fight." "The risk? Then you'll all come with me," Angelica tilted her head, meeting Skylar's gaze over Mira's shoulder. After a second, Skylar gave a jerking nod. Together they stood. "Follow us," Angelica ordered the dragons on guard duty. Without hesitation, they marched after her and her sisters, because Mira was right. This could make a huge difference to every dragon who believed Pythios was supposed to be High King because of his supposed phoenix.
Eric's first stop after Jacobah had been the king's. After scrounging up a computer, they'd watched what was on the metal item the stoat had provided, their silence turning heavier by the second. "Fuck me," Brand had muttered when it was over. "I don't think I can show that to Mira," Samael had said. "In her condition, she shouldn't get that upset." Ladon had stood in stoic silence, jaw clenched, staring at the image paused on the screen. "We have to find a way to show this to everyone," Eric had insisted. "They have to know." That's when Ladon had clapped a hand on Samael's shoulder. "Mira's our best method to get this message out. Not just to the people here, to shifters everywhere. We don't have a witch, but Mira has the best chance." Samael had shaken his head, then shaken it again, clearly not thrilled with the way of things. "In that case, I'll take Mira to Ararat myself. Her setup there is the best way to get it out." Brand had given a sharp shake of his head. "We need you here." He'd stopped as Samael's eyes flared with black flame, and the Gold King snapped his mouth shut. Eric hadn't blamed him. With Mira pregnant, the Black Dragon King's protective instincts had to be screaming at him. But in the end, they'd convinced Samael to give Mira the video, but remain here in Alaska. At the same time, they'd hurried to set up for what they hoped she could do next, and she'd come through. She'd set that video up to broadcast in every way possible to dragons across the world, to the war rooms and communication rooms in the mountains, bypassing network security to hit TVs in the mountains too, using the humans' emergency broadcast spectrum limited only to dragon shifters' personal devices. Who knew where she got those lists? To push the video to them individually. And probably many other ways he could hardly fathom after so long in his dungeon. But where he and his allies were in Alaska, they didn't have TVs or war rooms, and their personal devices didn't work, so they loaded the original file onto a bunch of laptops. Now Eric stood on an outcropping of rock, showing his own people the proof. White dragon shifters, all in their human forms, spread out through the trees of the forest below him. He held up a borrowed computer, playing the video for them at the same time that Mira was broadcasting it all those ways. He wasn't the only one showing this. Brand, Ladon, Samael, but also Geordie and Tovar, Finn Conleth, who was the lead enforcer of his team, Ladon's men Asher and Reed, and several others had gone to show this to their people simultaneously. With dragon shifters' heightened senses of both sight and hearing, they could all take it in perfectly fine, regardless of how far back they stood from him. The silence that hung over every person gathered throughout the mountainside was the same as had hung over the kings when they'd played this earlier. "I recognize her," someone said in the crowd. "She grew up in the unnamed mountain." Eric stiffened at that. The same mountain where he'd pulled that unclaimed dragon mate from their dungeon, where they'd attacked before he'd opened his mouth. "You don't recognize her," another voice shouted the denial. "This is a fake. Anyone could have made this video." A grumble, half in agreement, half unswayed, spread through the crowd like slow-moving thunder coming from a distance. Billy, at his side, stepped forward, and silence fell over them again. "I knew her personally. She is no phoenix. Or she wasn't until—" He waved a hand at the screen. The man couldn't even bring himself to say what that witch had done to her. Then Mose, also standing with him, turned his head, studying Eric. The speculative gleam in his eyes had Eric frowning, the sensation of something coming at him that he didn't want crawling over his skin. The ex-beta turned back to face their clan. "There is only one dragon we can trust. If those in leadership weren't in on it, they were oblivious to it, which is almost worse. Myself included. But this man—" He clapped a hand on Eric's shoulder. Only through sheer will did Eric not growl at the touch, his dragon curling inside him like a striking snake. Unaware or undeterred, Mos continued.
I believe that the gods saved this man so that he could step up to rule when the time was right. He endured what he did, all that he did, to come out pure on the other side, untainted, worthy.
A murmuring passed through the crowd. Not anger, but agreement. Fuck. Angelica should be here for this. He was the last man anyone should be promoting to rule. Eric started shaking his head.
Not only that, but Eric Ashdaya is mated to a true phoenix, the daughter of our previous king. He is the son of Zilance Beta, already in line for the throne.
No, Eric stated, unequivocally. Mos' neck cracked. He snapped his head around so hard, a scowl descending.
What do you mean, no?
Eric was tempted to stare the man down. The word no held the same definition in all languages, but he could practically hear Angelica's voice in his head telling him to work with Mos, try to make him understand. These were their people. Fuck again. He faced the gathered crowd rather than Mos.
In captivity, I had to contain my dragon. That side of me is feral, cannot be released. I would not be right as your king if I cannot lead you in disguise. You took down that gold dragon, someone shouted from the back. Like a true king, Mos stated, nodding. He killed Brockhagen, protecting you, his people, from the men Pythios wanted to put on our throne.
All supportive words. Building.
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
Faith in Eric. Even so, there was still something in the way he was acting that set Eric's teeth on edge. Something wrong.
King Eric Ashdaya! A new voice cried out. King Eric!
Other voices took up the call. Fisting his hands at his sides, he pushed against the instinct to shut down. An instinct driven by years of having to hold everything inside himself, never giving Pythias the satisfaction of a reaction of any kind. But that kind of reaction now wouldn't fix this, or stop this. This was getting out of hand. What the hells was he supposed to do? What could he possibly say to turn this rising tide? He was not their king, and never could be. Eric held up a hand, and silence settled over those who had once been his people.
After what you have been through, you deserve a king who is whole, at one with his dragon side. I am not that man. You owe us this,
Mos snapped.
I owe you?
Eric's growl was a low rumble of sound that stilled the other man. Even a predator knew when the larger threat had decided to focus on them. The beta blinked rapidly.
You are mated to the phoenix who has pledged herself to this clan. You are next in line for the throne by blood right. You have even more against Pythios than we do. This is your war, son. Fight it or get the hells out.
The dragon way. If you weren't useful, you were cut loose.
I am not your son, Eric snarled, and Angelica does not need a king to lead this clan. She can do it herself.
A flash of emotion brightened Mos' eyes like a sun flare. Also an emotion that Eric recognized. Pure triumph.
We will only ever follow a dragon shifter as our ruler,
Mos stated, utterly controlled. Realization struck too late. like a gong rung after dessert had already been served. That was what this was about, discrediting both Eric and Angelica as the true leaders for the White Clan. Clever fucking bastard. Eric folded his arms, staring the older man down. That thinking is what landed you with Pythios in the first place. You're right. Eric frowned. Where was this going? Mo's tipped lips sent tension spiraling through his bones. The man was too smug, and Eric wasn't practiced in the art of perception and politics.
But I was, guilty only of ignorance. Perhaps the White Clan is better served remaining apart, out from under any high king at all.
Eric's brows snapped down. The hells you say? Mo shrugged.
The ins and outs of what brought us all to this point are so convoluted, it isn't worth looking for blame or retribution. I have to think about what is best for my people, something you clearly aren't prepared to sacrifice to do.
My people, not our. Because Eric was, and always would be, the outsider from the day Pythios had shoved him in that cell in Everest.
And what is best for our people? Staying out of it.
Without further ado, Mos turned to face the gathered clan.
If you agree with me, come with me now.
About half of the people turned to follow. The others shifted uncomfortably on their feet, restless and unsure, a low murmur of discussion growing louder and louder.
Coward!
Eric spat the word at the beta's back. Mos quietened, though he didn't look over his shoulder.
You don't know what I've done for this clan, he said, still without moving.
If it involved walking away, turning your back, ignoring the signs, or looking the other way, then this moment, right now, this is your chance to redeem yourself. Be a true leader and stay. Mos whipped around, the wrath on his face turning into a snarl of ugliness.
A true leader, as you say, is one who makes the hard decisions.
This is one of those decisions.
A true leader protects his people, first, last, and always.
If you think leaving now means Pythios will not come for you, you are sorely mistaken. And if your plan is to wait and see who wins, then come crawling back like the snake I suspect you are. If it is us, we will not take you. If it is Pythios, Eric's lips curled at the name, then you deserve what you'll get.
Do you hear him? Mose boomed out. He's aligned himself with the other clans and not with his own people. Not truly. How can we trust him?
Another round of grumbling rose from the people. Eric wasn't about to debate semantics. He didn't have time for this shit. Either they stayed and believed, or they didn't.
Make your own choices. I have a rotting king to defeat.
Angelica settled back in the cavern and came in after her sister's stunt with the video. God, it sucked not being with the clans to see how that was taken. Had it made a difference? It had to have, right? It made a difference. Cassia was the one to murmur. Skylar glanced away. Mira offered a small smile. Angelica could only sit there and hope. Making the same mistake twice isn't something I do. A smooth, beautiful voice poured from the darkness of the cavern beyond. Angelica froze, staring at Mira. She wasn't even sure what she did next, moving on instinct. All she knew was that all four of them were on their feet in a heartbeat, facing the direction Pythios' voice had come from, though they couldn't see him yet. I tracked your signal here. That voice slid and curled around them like a snake. Quite a move. Sharing that video. Jacoba's gift to you, I assume. I wonder how he got it past me. None of them answered. No matter. Truth is harder to prove than you would think. And I can still feel so many of my people loyal to me. So I came for you. But this time, unlike Ben Nevis, Raymond has learned how to get past the wards. My people have been sent directly to the heart of this mountain, rather than above it. The white dragons with them shifted, forming a line between them and Pythios, though Angelica still couldn't see where he was. At the move, a chuckle bounced off the rock walls and crawled down her spine. "I'll tell you the same thing I did last time," he said. "Bow to me now, or die." The darkness stirred, and out of the shadows emerged a human figure. Pythios himself, alone. "What was that no mistakes thing again?" Skylar jeered. Then glanced at Mira, but their sister shook her head. "Can't get those reflections to work for you again." Pythios' voice was a satisfied purr. "Plan B," Cassia whispered, which basically meant getting out of here, or pretending to. The white dragons before them, already prepared for what that phrase meant, shifted back to human and hurried to them. Together, Cassia and Skylar were meant to use their powers to teleport them all elsewhere, though not to where the others waited. Not yet. Except Skylar shoved and Cassia touched. Then nothing happened. They were still in Kamen. "Oh, dear," the Red King taunted. "Can't use those powers either." That's when panic started to creep in, heat crawling up her nerves, flooding her logic. They'd determined that the witch was turning off Mira's powers somehow, but now she'd gotten to Cassia and Skylar too? How? God's the second part of this plan better work, or they'd have no way out of here. "My king, no one is here." Angelica blinked at the voice in her head. Pythios' reaction, however, was nothing, not even a twitch. Her sisters didn't react either. Had they heard that too, or was she the only one? Angelica tried to take in her sisters' faces surreptitiously, but they were all focused on the king and only him. "Keep him talking." A new voice sounded in her mind. A feminine voice, and Angelica almost gasped at the sound, barely managing to swallow it down in a rush of relief. Delilah was here. The second part of this plan was going to work. Hopefully. Unless Raymond shut the witch, or whatever Delilah was, and her warlock husband Alistair down too. But they didn't know she was coming, so there was a chance. "What's the plan here?" Angelica asked Pythios, projecting as much bravado as she could. "Kill us in front of witnesses?" He sneered, then held out a hand. Out of the dark, the figure of a woman, not much younger than they, appeared, sidling up to her king. Beautiful and willowy, she reminded Angelica of Mira's stature, with Cassia's direct gaze and Skylar's stubbornly tilted chin, all with Angelica's coloring. Tisiphone. My mother's ashes are inside her. They are the reason she's a phoenix. Even in death, Pythios couldn't leave their poor mother in peace. But was that this girl's fault? What if she was as much of a victim as anyone else here? Skylar, Cassia, and Angelica all looked to Mira, who was now focused on the false phoenix, studying her, reaching out with her empathic ability, unless Raymond shut that down too. After a second, she closed her eyes, chin dropping to her chest. "She wants to be here. Wants us dead. Wants to be queen," she whispered. "I'm sure of it." Angelica hadn't needed the words. Mira's disappointment was palpable. They'd all hoped to save Tisiphone from this monster, but apparently she was right where she wanted to be, which made her just as much of a monster. Tisiphone opened her mouth, but before she could speak, a woman appeared beside Angelica. Delilah, with her raven hair perfectly coiffed and in a suit and heels, no less. Beside her was her mate, Alistair. "Quickly," Delilah said. "That witch's powers are already trying to find me." Without hesitation, they all joined hands. "No." Pythios' shout was cut off mid-word as, in the next moment, all of them, including their guards, disappeared from Kamen and arrived in the chamber in the Alaskan mountain where their mates waited. But there was no time for a reunion. Mira spun toward the mirror while Angelica searched the room for her mate. Where was Eric? With a flicker of Mira's flames, the mirror before them changed, showing Pythios inside the mountain, though now with Raymond and Tisiphone both. But they weren't only looking for him. The image changed rapidly, moving from mirror to mirror within the White Clan's mountain, exactly as they'd set them up, searching in rapid succession, showing them precisely what forces Pythios had brought with him. "Holy hells," Ladon muttered. "Even after that video, he's still got the entire Red and Green clans mobilized against us." The numbers didn't lie. How could Pythios have such a strong pull? How could people not see the truth? That this man was a liar and a charlatan, out for power alone, and didn't care who he took down as he grabbed for more and more. "It won't take his witch long to track the trail I left for her," Delilah, still with them, warned. "We have 5 minutes tops."
Chapter 27. Eric did an about-face a human general would have saluted and marched back into the mountain. He paused inside the cavern entrance and glanced over his shoulder. Half of his clan was still leaving, most at the head of them. Turning away, he closed his eyes against the sight. Angelica would have handled that better. He'd only achieved splitting his clan with indecision. 2 steps down the tunnel back to the kings, a voice sounded in his head. Ladon. 5 minutes. Positions. Angelica. That meant Pythios had gone to Common. Did it mean the Phoenixes had gotten here unharmed? They assumed Pythios would follow. He couldn't think of his mate now. He wasn't dead, which hopefully meant she wasn't either. Stuffing all those mating, alpha male protective instincts into a dark hole, Eric sprinted back to the mouth of the caves, only to pull up short at the sight of his white dragon shifting and taking to the skies, along with a tumult of blue dragons. They'd been blessed with one of those rare blue sky days with plenty of fluffy white clouds drifting by, and his blue and white brethren, who could blend in easily with one or the other, had every intention of taking advantage of that fact. Or running away. His entire clan could be deserting their posts for all he knew. The last dragon blended in with the clouds as, with no warning or sound, red and green dragons appeared, pouring down on them from the skies, as though the clouds above had burst open and instead of rain, poured out death. Fighting the frenetic urge to go find his mate, Eric forced himself to sprint down a different tunnel, not far from where their wolf-shifter allies were already gathered. If any dragons made it into the mountain, they'd be forced to face wolf-shifters in their human forms. Other than the entrance, none of the spaces here were big enough for dragons. No use wasting the wolves outside in this fight. Dragons didn't fight on the ground if they could help it, and would only burn the land-bound shifters from the skies. Better that these allies remained inside as a last line of defense. He skidded to a stop beside 2 massive wolves, already shifted. Blyde, with his dark gray coloring, and Jed, a lighter gray, but with a cream-colored undercarriage and piercing hazel eyes. Both massive, muscles tensed under their fur. With them stood Madrigan, intense and listening to the thunder of fighting already raging outside, nose twitching at the sense of blood and battle, but not yet shifted. He'd already explained that when he let his creature go, the carnage would be massive. He was a last resort. Getting a cursory nod from each, all of them grim-faced, ready for war, he stopped and turned to face the entrance to the mountain. Those who couldn't fight, too young, untrained, too old, the sick, and especially all the injured from the previous attacks, were housed inside this mountain. A cave troll wasn't the only thing these fuckers would find if they tried to come inside. Even more important, the Phoenixes were supposed to remain inside protected. Angelica was safe here, and that was the only thing keeping his dragon from running to her instead of standing to post. A massive boom blasted down the cavern tunnel, almost seeming to rock the mountain itself. Hells, what was going on up there? But Eric didn't move. Instead, he focused on the sound of the wolves behind him breathing and any hint of intruders from ahead. Together, they waited.
"All those who still pledge their loyalty to me,"
Pythios' decrepit voice suddenly sounded in his head, a grind of sound his dragon wanted to claw out of his ears, even if it left him maimed. Now is the time to show your brethren who the true High King is." Ladon's muscles coiled at the sound of the rotting king in his head, even as he plowed through a green dragon, shredding the thing with his claws, then discarding it. It didn't take a genius to know what was coming next. Pythios' message was damn clear, and Ladon had just placed himself and his people, who blended in with the blues of the skies, between the red and green dragons who'd arrived below him and the white dragons above him, hiding among the clouds, the ones who were still leaderless. Not a single king's mark on a damn hand up there. If any of the white dragons were going to turn on them, now was that time. "Incoming!" he shouted, taking an evasive maneuver before even bothering to look up. Half a beat later, the impacts of bodies hitting bodies sounded like grenades going off around him, and the skies, even in bright daylight, lit up with 100 fires. "Permission to kill!" He sent the order not only to his people, but to the others. "White dragons not switching sides, hold, or we'll kill you too!" They couldn't tell the difference otherwise. Airk, feral or not, needed to get his ass up here because Angelica couldn't, and this plan was already falling apart at the seams. A swooping move took Ladon outside the fight and up into the sky, where he could get a dragon's eye view, assess, and coordinate. "Skylar!" He shot the thought to his mate, still safe within the mountain. "Watch your back! We have turncoats!" No answer. He jerked his gaze in the direction of the entrance to the caves where she hid, trying not to allow fear to creep into what he needed to be doing right now. "Skylar?" Nothing. "Answer me, mate!" "I was busy slitting a throat or two, lover." The sound of her voice had him bobbling in the air in relief, and he didn't give a shit who saw him. "Fuck, woman, you scared me." An unimpressed snort reached him down their connection, along with an emotion something akin to rolling her eyes and laughing at the same time. "You focus on you." From his phoenix, who was a fighter herself, he expected nothing less. "Next time, kill them faster," he shot back. "Ladon!" His beta's voice sounded in his head, Asher's tone a warning. Jerking his focus from where his mate was, Ladon turned in time to find red and green dragons on the move, rising from below in greater numbers to come at his people hard. Fuck. They were surrounded. Jaw clenched so hard his teeth threatened to crack, Brand watched as Ladon's clan got pulverized from both sides, pinned between white dragon traitors and Pythios' own forces. But Ladon didn't send out the signal for him. Not yet. He had to trust his friend and ally, but sitting on the sidelines doing fuck all had never really been his style. From his hiding spot, over the edge of a mountain peak farther to the west, the metallic scent of blood and the burning ash of fire hit his nostrils. But he still didn't move, him and his people remaining in human form deliberately to hide their numbers, waiting, keeping the big guns for the secondary stage of this fight. Pythios' voice in his head had made him want to rip out his eardrums. The words, however, had sent a cold spike through him. Keeping his back to his clan deliberately, as though he might not have heard the message, Brand waited for the first traitor to dare to turn against him, come at him. Because of all the allied clans, the Gold Clan was still the most torn over Brand's rightful role as king. Many had prospered under Uther Hagen's rule, and since Brand had taken over, all they'd done was fight off the red fuck who insisted on ruling, the rotting king who claimed to have a phoenix. But Mira had shown people proof. With all the ways she'd sent that video out, no way could it not have reached at least some of those with him, and no way they keep that shit quiet. Had Pythios somehow missed that, or did he know that many wouldn't believe, or wouldn't care? His only warning was a shout, but he was ready. Whipping around, he knocked the attacker out of the air and was on him in a heartbeat, jerking him to sitting by the neck. Brand leaned closer, getting right in his face. "I thought I warned you." His people were all free to leave of their own accord without retribution, but for anyone who came at him or anyone aligned against him, the judgment was death. If anything, the man's bulging pale gold eyes grew larger, fear extinguishing the fire in them. "Don't—" Too late. Brand twisted the man's head with both hands, snapping his neck with a satisfying crunch. Letting the body drape over the rock at his feet in a heap, Brand stood and angled a look of pure alpha rage over those staring in a combination of disbelief, horror, and other emotions he didn't have any fucking time for. Shifting just his eyes, he used the telepathic connection and the bond with his people to communicate with them, and them alone. "You were given a choice long before we got here," he said. "Join me, or leave." Kasia had been the one to convince him of that mercy. Given the way things had gone down, the murder of his entire family, and no one seeming to question why the Hagens were suddenly the rulers, he'd planned on hunting down every last fucker without his family's brand on their hands and executing them. But Kasia had swayed him, and he'd given in. After all, many of his people could have been misled or ignorant of the truth. Benefit of the doubt, and all that shit. He'd thought that act of kingly mercy had worked, too, because while some had left, he'd let them go peacefully, proving to all that he kept his word. Meanwhile, the rest who'd stayed, his brand marked their hands. With a frown, he dropped to a crouch over the dead man's corpse, which was already turning ashy around the edges. Picking up his hand, Brand ran his thumb over the magical marking between thumb and forefinger on the back, only to find the skin there slightly puckered. A god's damn tattoo. Not a true mark of loyalty. "Kasia!" he shot down the line to his mate. "Don't trust anyone from the Gold Clan. Some are traitors." "Then I suggest you kill them before they make it a problem," came her immediate reply. Gods, he loved his mate. The Fates sure as fuck knew what they were doing when they blessed his undeserving ass with that woman. Rising to his feet, Brand couldn't help the smile drawing his lips back. A nasty one, if the way the men nearest him flinched was any indication. Only one thing he could think of might work fast enough to deal with this now. Focusing on that mystical bond with his own people, he reached with his mind toward those whose brands were real, toward the magic and the loyalty that put those marks on their hands in the first place. Only then did he speak. "If you are loyal to me, kneel now." Immediately, hundreds of men and women peppering the mountainside dropped. Those who were true, at least. Maybe 80 or so remained standing, staring at those kneeling, with confusion. "Kill the one still standing," he ordered. Then he turned his back on the sounds of carnage, looking toward the dragons battling it out in the skies, and waiting for his signal to join the fray. No black dragons could be seen, which meant Samael hadn't received his signal yet either. Brand prayed Ladon didn't need them for a few more minutes at least, until his people took care of the traitors. They weren't going anywhere. Samael gritted his teeth as blood, fire, and bone rained down from the violent melee above his head. From the ground where he and his people hid camouflaged in the shadows of the massive pine trees that blanketed these mountains, it sure as hells looked like they were losing this fight already. Ladon's people were taking a pounding. Smart of Pythias to cut their numbers by calling on all his traitorous followers, evening out the two sides facing each other, but also adding confusion of who to trust into the mix. In fact, Samael had initially expected several from his own clan to turn on him. Of the 3 kings standing against Pythias, Ladon was the most secure, having been practically begged to take over long before the war. Brand was probably dealing with a lot of shit right now, his clan being the most contentious about their current ruler. But Samael, he was born common and had to fight his way up the chain of command. He wasn't even royal. But his previous king, a good man and a good ruler, had blessed him as the heir to the throne right before his own death. That had to be the only reason no black dragon shifters were turning against him, or against their own, right now. "Ladon!" He sent the message not only to the Blue King, but to Brand and Eric, as well as their mates. No answer from his ally and brother in blood. No signal either. "We are as useless as 2 shits down here," he muttered to himself. Reaching down that beautiful connection between himself and Mira, he felt for his mate. She was nervous but calm, the glow of her perfect and unique, their child snug and warm in her belly. He'd never adore anything or anyone the way he did that woman. "I love you," he sent to her. "Don't do anything rash," came her request. Not a demand, but she knew him. She knew why he'd say that to her. "And I love you, too." Spreading his wings wide, Samael launched himself into the sky with a single order shot to his own men. "Follow!" In his head, Bran's voice sounded the same order to his people. The never-ending clash of dragons was unmistakable, even from inside these damn caverns. "Samael didn't wait for the signal," Eric informed the wolves waiting for him in the dimly lit hollowed rock. "I should be there, with my people, killing them or fighting beside them. Either way. Maybe the white dragons who had turned wouldn't have if they had a king to follow, someone in the air with them. But he couldn't be that, and the knowledge was tearing his insides to shreds. "No!" A female voice crying out echoed down the cavern to where he stood. "Get away from us, you bastard!" That distinctive snarl he recognized completely. Skylar. Eric didn't hesitate. "Stay here," he threw over his shoulder at the wolves as he took off at a dead sprint for the room where Angelica and her sisters were supposed to be waiting out the battle in safety. He passed the body of one of their guards, throat slit. The scent of the blood indicated that had happened minutes, not seconds, before. How had he missed the sound of the scuffle? The crackle of a familiar voice, though, had him put on a burst of speed, rounding the corner into the small room, where Angelica stood, backed into a corner with her sisters. Eric pulled up short at the sight of Pythias standing before them. The witch, standing at his side, must have teleported them inside in a blink. "You're mine now," Pythias snarled. The battle was a distraction. Rage, both his and his dragon's, consumed Eric, burning like a flash fire through every cell of his body. A growl formed from the depths of the hells he'd lived in for centuries and crawled out of his throat, clashing with every animalistic, protective instinct and turning into an otherworldly sound. Pythias swung to face him, even as Riemann remained focused on the phoenixes. "I dare you to try to kill me," Eric snarled. He didn't wait for the bastard to spout whatever vitriol was about to come out of his mouth. He ran at him. Fast enough the red dragon didn't have time to move. But Eric's only thought was getting him away from his mate and her sisters. Rather than go for the kill, he swung Pythias around by the arm, then drove his legs until the man backed out of the door. For once, he and his dragon worked as one, and together they slammed Pythias into the cavern wall. Wrapping both hands around the king's neck, Eric kept going, pounding his body in the wall over and over until a Pythias-sized imprint formed in the rock. And for a microscopic second, the king's limp response, the way his head snapped back and forth with each slam, had triumph rising inside Eric. "I'll kill him now and end this." Almost as though he'd waited until the moment that thought passed through Eric's mind, Pythias grabbed him by both wrists, halting the slamming. Hells, halting his fight full stop. Eric fought, muscles bunching and straining, against the king's grip as the shifter pulled his arms wider and wider, forcing him into a weaker position. Then, with no warning, Pythias released him and slammed a fist into his gut. Eric heard the sound of his own ribs snapping before the pain splintered through him. Punctured lung. But the agony of every breath didn't cool his fury. Eric stumbled back, paused, then launched himself at Pythias, coming out swinging. Only with every punch he landed, no matter how jarring, the king delivered back 3 even harder. The succession of blows stunned Eric with the old king's speed and strength, weakening him more with every blow, slowing his return volleys. "I may not be able to kill you, boy," Pythias sneered, "but I can take you right to the edge." The brutality that came next turned into a relentless barrage of pain and a blur of cavern rock as the fight took them farther and farther, away from Angelica.
Angelica swallowed down the sting of bile and the urge to scream as the vicious sounds of Pythias and Eric's fight faded away down the cavern hall. The only thing keeping her from outright terror or running after them was the knowledge that Eric was right. Because of her own grandmother's prophecy, Pythias wouldn't dare kill her mate. Instead, she did the only thing she could, focused on Riemann. She frowned as she took in the witch's withered appearance. Her skin had turned paler with a sickly pall, making her appearance jaundiced, her eyes sunken in her skull and her body emaciated, as though the magic she wielded was sucking the very life force from her. And maybe it was. Maybe that was the price she paid for such power. Angelica ignored the small poke of pity for the creature in front of her. She needed to buy time. Their plan for dealing with Riemann depended on Delilah, who was supposed to have stopped the witch and came in earlier, but apparently that hadn't happened. "Is this really what you want?" she asked the woman. Riemann's unblinking stare didn't so much as twitch. She wasn't looking at Angelica or any of her sisters so much as over them, through them. "Pythios killed your son," Cassia tried as well. "I saw it in a vision." Riemann didn't move. Angelica flicked a glance at Mira, who shook her head, power still off. "He forced you to create a phoenix to take your place at his side," Skylar prodded, her tone not pitying, but disgusted. Angelica's heart pinched at what she was about to say next. "He is replacing your son with Tisiphony's child as heir. How can you help him do such a thing?" The witch gave the barest twitch. So fast Angelica wasn't sure if she actually saw the movement. "I have no choice," Riemann whispered. "He brought me back. I am his to control." "His to control?" "He'll have a hard time doing that from where we are sending you." Delilah's husky voice sounded from the darkness, pinging all around the small cave. As though manifesting from thin air, the mysterious woman appeared before Riemann, Alistair at her side. Immediately, hatred clawed Riemann's expression into a harsh snarl that obliterated any remaining beauty. She raised her hands as though to attack, but then made a tiny sound of distress as her body froze. Her hands lowered to her side in little jerks, as though she was fighting it. "We can't hold her long," Delilah said almost conversationally, though from behind her Angelica could see how the woman was starting to tremble. Then, also from nowhere, a man appeared directly before the witch. Tall and lanky, the older gentleman had salt and pepper hair, more salt than pepper, which he kept short, and a thick handlebar mustache. All that silvery hair stood out starkly against his deeply tanned, leathery skin, which spoke of countless hours in the sun, probably on a bike, because she knew who this was. "Herschel?" Cassia's voice filled with hope and relief. Bran's friend. Not a demon or an angel, neither good nor evil, but ancient. An ancient spirit with incredible power. The man turned his head at Cassia's exclamation. Bright blue eyes, undimmed by time, twinkled, and crinkles that Angelica could tell came from smiles easily given, fanned out from the corners. "Hey there, love," he greeted in a voice belonging to a man who must smoke a lot of cigarettes. Fire and brimstone in that voice, and yet so gentle. "You came," Cassia whispered. He nodded, while beside her, Mira gasped, and Angelica flicked a glance toward her sister in time to catch her flinch. "The witch is afraid," Mira whispered. "She should be," Skylar snapped. "I hear you've been a naughty girl," Herschel said, returning his focus to Riemann. Then he leaned forward as she jerked and trembled in her invisible bindings, desperation to get away clear even in the void of her eyes. Herschel kissed her, placed his lips to the witch's. Her skin immediately grayed and pruned, as though his very touch was mummifying her body. Raymond's eyes widened, pure fear glittering there. But then she sucked in, and for a brief moment her eyes turned human, and Angelica swore she found relief there. "Kill me," Raymond begged. Herschel paused, frowning in what almost appeared like pity. "For that, love," he said, "the hell I send you to won't be so bad." Alistair grunted. "Work faster." Herschel clasped his hands to either side of the witch's face, holding the touch as her body turned more and more corpse-like, shriveled, gray, and dead. He didn't stop kissing her until finally he lifted his head and pulled his hands and mouth away. Angelica swallowed at the sight of Herschel's eyes gone fully inky black. Then Herschel blinked, and his blue eyes were back to normal.
"Fuck me. She was something unnatural," he muttered.
"Are you okay?" Cassia asked, reaching for his hand. Herschel's smile turned sad.
"Whatever she wasn't human anymore."
"What did you do to her?" Angelica asked.
"Sent her to the hells, 4th level, and that was a mercy. They'll determine where her soul belongs from there."
"We can't stay," Alistair said, grimacing apologetically.
"The witch was our problem, and we took care of her. Pythios is for dragons to deal with."
"You did more than enough," Angelica said, when Skylar looked like she wanted to argue.
"We'll catch up later, love,"
Herschel said to Cassia. Then he was gone. So were Alistair and Delilah. Before Angelica could even take a breath, Cassia and Skylar looked at each other, and she already knew exactly what they were thinking. With their particular brands of teleportation, her sisters could fight. Angelica had never seen them in action, but they'd described it. Cassia would take them both into the air, where they would drop over dragons, touching them and teleporting them elsewhere, taking them out of the battle, sometimes sending dragons to other places, or more often to their deaths by cutting out thousands of feet to the ground without the creature losing momentum. Their mates were fighting now. The rage of battle could be heard even this deep into the mountain. No way were her sisters not jumping into the fray. "Keep each other safe," Mira told them softly. "We love you," Skylar said to them both as Cassia took her hand, and then they were gone too. "Angelica?" She turned to find Mira standing beside the mirror in the room. Powers restored, she too had a job to set up in the area where those unable to fight were hiding. If she had to, Mira would try to get them out through reflections. Mira would be safest there with dragons, wolf shifters, and a cave troll between her and death. Angelica wasn't about to stop her. "Love you too," was all she said. With a smile that said the same, Mira disappeared into the glass, leaving Angelica alone in a room with only her reflection. "How sweet," a female voice cooed from behind her. In the reflection, a woman stepped forward, flames already dancing along her skin and in her eyes. Flames that, as human as Angelica remained, despite her mating, she knew would kill her. Whipping around, she faced a girl who could easily have passed as her sister. Same white blonde hair, same slender build, eyes a deep red now rather than frosty blue. "That isn't your power that you wield," Angelica informed her. Fury rather than fear filled her up. "It's my mother's power." Tisiphone smirked. "She's dead. It's mine now." Angelica had no way out and no way to defend herself. Tisiphone was going to use her mother's fire to kill her. She knew it as surely as she knew her own name. But at least Eric would go on without her. Because their bond hadn't snapped into place yet, he was safe from her death. If he survived Pythios. Angelica took a breath and focused. Damned if she wasn't going down without a fight. Skylar especially, but even Cassia had taken to fighting like newborn foals to milk. But Angelica, while she hadn't loved it like Skylar had, wasn't entirely defenseless either. With a snarl that would do Eric proud, Angelica launched herself at the other girl. Avoiding Tisiphone's hands and skin where the flames rippled, she punched her hard in the sternum, which backed the girl up several feet, her expression turning satisfyingly stunned. Not waiting to enjoy the moment, Angelica kept at her, hitting her next in the shoulder. Then she leaned back and kicked her square in the stomach, which made Tisiphone double over on a groan. With the other girl's balance thrown off, Angelica dropped into a crouch and spun with one leg out and swept that bitch right off her feet. The other girl landed on her back, her head cracking hard against the rock and all the flames extinguishing in an instant. Before she could shake off the wind being knocked from her, Angelica was on top of her, taking her by the head with both hands. You think my mother left me vulnerable? She snarled in the girl's ear. She banged the girl's head into the ground. I promise you that I am not going to let you keep her inside of you. Without warning, no sound or even a twitch of her body, Tisiphone disappeared. Angelica dropped the few inches to the ground with a painful thud. There is no way to get her out of me, Tisiphone said from behind her. But the sound of flames, more than her voice, had Angelica whirling with a gasp. Right in time for the false phoenix to blast fire out of her palms straight at Angelica, who threw up her arms as though that could ward off death. A blur of movement caught her eye at the same time, and suddenly a wolf was between her and the fire. A gray wolf she recognized immediately. He took the brunt of the blast, his body going up in flames so fast the putrid smell of burning fur filled the small space. "Ched!" she screamed, as more wolf shifters burst into the room. Chapter 28. Leaving the wolf shifters to deal with Tisiphone, Angelica ran to where Jed lay on the ground, still in wolf form, and dropped to her knees beside him. She didn't dare touch him. A sound like a whine accompanied every tortured, agonized breath her friend took. Even so, he tried to lift his head. "Angie." His nickname almost broke her. "I'll be fine." The nurse in her knew that was a lie. The burns covered the entire side of his body that had taken the brunt of the impact. Charred black around the edges, and there weren't many edges. Most of his flesh was a massive open wound that looked like raw hamburger, and yet white at the same time. In spots on his legs, where there was less flesh, she could see bone. God's the smell. In this closed environment, she couldn't escape it. Touching him was out of the question. Infection was a massive problem with burns like these. At the same time, there was nothing she could do to help him from here. The medical equipment lay deeper within the mountain, with Mira and all the other injured. Angelica swallowed and smiled back at him. That was probably a bad move in hindsight, she attempted to tease. Because the only thing she could do now was ease his pain a little. Her only hope was that the burns happened so fast and deep that the nerve endings might be numb from the shock of being severed. At least for a little bit. The shimmering of Jed's shift whispered about him, reflecting strangely in the dim light of the room until he lay there in his human form, which was so much worse, because the severity of his injuries was more obvious to her now. Jed raised a shaking hand and placed it against her cheek, caressing her cheekbone with his thumb. "Worth it," he said in a voice gone so ragged she couldn't deny that he'd inhaled some of those flames, which meant they'd be eating him alive from the inside out. Doing her best to hide the knowledge of what was coming, Angelica leaned into his touch. "I forbid you to leave me," she whispered. Jed eyed her with a flash of spirit in his eyes already turning cloudy, and said nothing. "Please don't leave me." He wasn't her mate, but he'd been her friend, one of the best men she knew. This world would be far worse off without him in it. Because of me. Would blood help? She was technically a dragon shifter, and she'd try anything at this point. Or all shifters use that method, and she looked over at Blyde, realizing for the first time that the room had gone silent. Tisiphone was gone. Damn Mama's teleportation. The wolves were all watching, mourning beside her, the pain in their eyes too much to take. She knew that if they thought he could be saved, they'd be carrying him to the cave troll now. But Jed tipped her gaze back to him and managed to shake his head. Too late. Even swallowing appeared to take him a lot of effort. He waved an ineffectual hand in the air, as though he couldn't quite control the limb, and she took it in hers, squeezing. Jed. What could she do? She had to fix this. He seemed to understand the question in her tone. Take down Pythios. Keep your promise to my people. He was saying goodbye. She shook her head, silent tears no longer staying locked inside, trickling over his fingers. "You have to help me do that," she insisted. "You're part of that alliance, that promise." Her voice broke over that last word, and she had to try 2 more times to get it out. A boom rocked them from outside the mountain, the battle raging even as he died in her arms. Jed's eyes started turning glassy with the onset of death, but his gaze remained steadily on her face.
"I've always loved you, Angelica Amon."
Angelica's heart shattered at the truth in his voice. Gods, what had she done? He couldn't die, not like this. Suddenly, Jed's face relaxed into an expression nearing contentment.
"Find peace."
He was barely getting the words out now, inhaling with a whine of agony between each word.
"With your mate."
"Not at this price." Her whisper was as wrenched as her heart. Jed squeezed her hand.
"For me."
Angelica squeezed her eyes shut because she understood what he was saying. To live her life for him, to love and move on and hurt and laugh and all of it for him. Leaning down, she put her lips near his ear. "I love you." And she did. Not in the way she loved Eric, but in the way 2 souls who were always meant to be part of each other's lives loved. A bond that even death could not break.
"I know,"
she heard the grin in his voice.
"And that's enough."
As she pulled back to see it on his face, Jed's body bowed up as though his soul was fighting to escape the pain. Then he went limp in her arms, chest still, eyes unseeing. A wail rose from inside her like no sound that had ever come from her before as she dragged him onto her lap, heedless of the blood, rocking them both back and forth as though she could will him back to life. "Aw, that's too bad. Was he a friend?" The sugary female voice had Angelica jerking her head up on a gasp. Through the haze of tear-clouded eyes, she recognized that Tisiphone had reappeared between her and the wolves. The woman raised her hands to blast fire at Angelica again. A loud yelp was the last thing she heard as 2 rocky arms emerged from the floor below her and dragged Angelica into the wall of the mountain itself. All vision and hearing went dark and soundless, as though someone turned off a switch, because Angelica was still wide awake. Pressure and stillness consumed her, encased her, and threatened to crush her. Fear, however, didn't factor into the sensation, because she knew exactly who had her. Mira's gargoyles. They hadn't agreed to help in the war against Pythios, but perhaps they were still fulfilling the promise to her mother to protect her daughters. Technically, that should only apply to Mira, but maybe. "I have to help them," she tried to say. Them. Eric, her sisters, her brothers in blood, the wolves, her people. Even the ones misled by the rotting bastard who stood at the heart of all this carnage. Angelica thought her mouth moved, but no sound came out, her voice only in her head, and even that she couldn't hear. What little oxygen had been in her lungs leached away, and with it her ability to stay conscious. If she could see right now, she'd be mesmerized by black spots as she passed out, her head turning woozy. She didn't bother to struggle. Bound by the rock, she couldn't move anyway, and she had every faith the gargoyle wouldn't let her die. He or she had just saved her from Tisiphone. She knew without a doubt that's what they were doing. Suddenly, the impenetrable hardness crushing her opened around her as though the mountains spat her out. She and the gargoyle rose together from the floor of the mountain into a different chamber, to the sound of stone grinding on stone, rough and raw to ears that had only been listening to silence. He'd brought her to a room filled with sunlight and an opening leading to the sky outside. Sky teeming with dragons and fire. A chaos of color. Like a flock of birds wheeling, a squadron of black dragons, Samael in the lead, flew low over the ground, pouring flame down over a mass of white dragons on the ground. White dragons. Her people. God's what had happened. Even as she watched, a spearhead of multiple colored dragons, headed by an onyx black dragon that wasn't Samael, Rune, maybe, formed and burst through a swath of red and green dragons attacking blue, who were clearly fighting white from above. But through the gap they made in the sky, more red and green dragons poured in. Eric and Pythios were nowhere to be seen. Turning, she found a male gargoyle, intimidating and fascinatingly beautiful in his way, standing in full gargoyle form, with a body carved from solid stone, wings flared wide as though he might wrap them around her at any second. His grotesque face in this form appeared to be made from the carvings of many different beasts. The mane of a lion, head of a water buffalo, brow of a gorilla, tusks of a wild boar, legs and tail of a wolf, ears of a bat, and body of a bear. The strangest part was his eyes. Human eyes surrounded by delicate, purple bruised skin that faded underneath the cracked rock that surrounded them, like a being possessed. "Where is Mira?" he asked. This had to be Carrick, the leader of the chimera of gargoyles who'd taken Mira in after their mother's death. Mira went through the glass. She's in the safest part of this mountain, near the cave troll who protects her. Angelica pointed at the skies, where she suddenly caught sight of Brand ramming through from above like an avalanche of gold. "Can you help us?" His face did nothing, made no twitch, no sign of emotion. "Gargoyles don't get involved." Just like wolves didn't, and witches didn't, and every other blasted creature on this planet didn't. Except some had today, even if only in part. If you think Pythios will be satisfied with controlling only dragons, rest assured he'll come for others next. A war with the wolves, a war with your people. He'd have to find us first. Or you could avoid the war altogether with one battle, now. The gargoyle merely stared at her long and hard. "Stay away from that woman, daughter of Seraphina." That's when Angelica caught it. The flash of emotion. This man had been in love with her mother. How had Mira, with her empathic abilities, missed that little tidbit? Had her mother held any returning affection for him? She'd mourned her missing mate all her life, but maybe this gargoyle had helped assuage the hurt, even if only for a short time. Angelica put her hands over his. "My mother was lucky to have a friend in you, Carrick. Thank you for that." A tiny pause, then he nodded. "I will watch over Mira." With the grinding of stone, he sank back into the floor. As soon as the bulk of his body was gone, Angelica looked out and caught sight of Eric. Somehow he and Pythios had fought their way outside the mountain. His back was to her, short shock of white hair unmistakable, and as she watched, his head snapped back as he took a punch. Then Pythios, faster than she'd seen any dragon shifter in her limited time with them, rose and shifted into the massive beast he could become, blood-red scales almost grotesque in the harsh light of day, like looking at someone's insides. He snatched Eric, still human and swaying on his feet as though a light breeze would tip him over, up in one claw and took off into the sky. "No!" Angelica shouted. "Pathetic," Tisiphone said from right beside her, appearing out of nothing, unharmed and smiling. "Time for a little trip." The other girl wrapped her hand around Angelica's wrist in a bruising grip, and suddenly sight and sound blanked out again, this time in a familiar way as they traveled the in-between, the realm of nothing between space and time, to wherever Tisiphone was taking her.
Eric was holding on through sheer will alone. His own blows seemed to have barely nicked the king. Meanwhile, his own body had been beaten to the hells and back. But what concerned him more than the pain, more than the blood coating his throat and mouth and pouring from his nose, More than Pythias flying him down the mountain was the silence of his own dragon. His animal half wasn't raging, wasn't clawing to be released to defend them both. It sat inside him, near the surface, watching, but silent and unmoved. Why? A howling sound below, coming from inside the mountain, the distinctive call of wolves, ones who had lost a brother. Eric managed to turn his head to see green and red dragons landing and running toward the entrance. He hoped like hells that had been a deliberate move on the part of the wolf shifters, setting themselves up as bait to draw some of the fighting to their ground. As the first dragons moved inside, a sound like an animal in so much pain it unleashed rage, somewhere between a wolverine and a demon, went berserk, echoing off the insides of the mountain. And Eric, even through the haze of pain, realized exactly what that was. Madrigan had unleashed whatever he became. Last resort. That was supposed to be a last resort. Even after all the proof these fuckers had been shown, the loyalty to Pythias had set them on the losing side. We're losing. Fight! Pythias snarled in his head before dipping low to scrape him over treetops. Eric curled in on himself, taking the brunt against his spine and trying to use Pythias' talons as cover, but he refused to shift and refused to answer. Fight, damn you! Eric frowned at the tone in Pythias' voice that time. Frustration, as though he was being thwarted and didn't know how to deal with that. Why was the king so angry that he wouldn't engage? Why not leave his bleeding body on the mountainside and hope someone else finished the job? Honor. The word whispered through his mind. Not Pythias' honor for himself, but the perception of others. All the dragons out here could see them now. If he didn't kill Eric, he'd be branded a coward. If he killed Eric still in human form, that also made him a coward. Neither of those acts were worthy of a high king, and the fucker was starting to realize his mistake bringing their fight out here. Eric's dragon, still unleashed inside his head, whipped his tail, nudging at Eric as though trying to tell him something. Maybe because the dragon half of him knew as well as Eric did that Pythias wouldn't risk that fucking prophecy and actually kill them. But what if the king did? What if they could drive him beyond reason? What if I can force the prophecy? At that, the dragon in him uncurled, baring razor-sharp teeth in a smile filled with hatred and satisfaction. He knew what his dragon wanted. But Angelica... Pain wrapped around his heart, as though it had tangled up in barbed wire only to get shredded, and the way his dragon whined, Eric knew he felt the same. This sacrifice was more than about them now. It was about their mate. Angelica's perfect face planted itself in his mind's eye, her gaze sad. He would leave his mate behind broken and alone, like her mother had been. But she'd be alive, and Pythias would be dead. Trees slapped at him again, one striking just right and peeling off several layers of flesh from his back. He held in his cry of pain, like he had so many times in Everest, refusing to give this bastard any satisfaction because he knew that, more than anything, pissed the false king off. With a roar, Pythias dove, talons outstretched as though he might drive Eric into the ground. Eric didn't so much as look or flinch, staring back at the dragon's underbelly and calling on the patience that had served him well. A flash of movement caught his eye as an indigo dragon streaked toward them. Ladon. 4 red dragons rose up in the king's path, cutting him off from helping. Eric closed his eyes. He used to escape into his mind, making up stories, or visiting his parents and having a conversation with them. Anything to not be mentally in the room. He did that now, picturing Angelica the last time she'd shared his bed, all sleepily sated and smiling at him. I love you, his imagination's version of her said in his mind. Words they hadn't exchanged, hadn't dared to. He had convinced himself in those moments that they didn't need to, that she was his mate, and that was all that mattered. Now, I wish I could have truly heard those words from your lips, he told this vision of her. Maybe the flesh and blood Angelica would hear, would feel the truth of his love for her. The ground hit hard, yanking him out of his own head, but not hard enough to kill. Damn the king. Pythias released him, leaving him uncomfortably draped over boulders, injured enough that every movement, every breath, hurt like a son of a bitch. "Hold on!" Samael's voice pounded in his head. "We're coming!" Eric didn't hold out hope, though, staying focused on his task. Through the pain, Eric pulled his lips back in a grin coated in his own blood and spittle. "Cannot do it, can you, coward?" It took every effort to hurl those words out. He ignored Pythias' warning growl as he coughed, then spat out a large clot of blood, then grinned again. "Now everyone can see how scared you are of a phoenix's prophecy. She told you the man who killed me or ordered me killed would be dead shortly after, and you can't face the odds that she was right." "Shut up, brother!" Brand's voice sounded in his head, which only made Eric grin wider. The dragons around them could hear him, and that was exactly what he wanted. "Do it," he hissed at Pythias between teeth clenched in pain. "Show them you don't fear a phoenix." Even through the blood and swelling closing his eyes, Eric couldn't miss the moment Pythias' control snapped. The moment the decision was made to kill him, so obvious in the resolve that hardened the rage in the rotting king's eyes. The king raised his head, the rumble of fire in his belly a sign he was stoking his flames to burn him to death. But Eric refused to look away, or try to escape. If he died, the prophecy meant Pythias would soon follow. Now he looked at the bond between him and his mate not solidifying as a blessing. He wouldn't take her with him to the grave. And that was enough. "I love you." He tried to send the thought to Angelica. He wasn't sure if she heard him. Gods, he prayed she did. "I have a better idea, my king." A woman's voice pierced the air, even over the constant thunder of dragons battling overhead. Eric jerked his head around to find Tisiphone standing on an outcropping a few feet away, hand clamped around Angelica's arm. Pythias paused, talon mid-air. "Burn his beach instead," the false phoenix crowed. Time apparently didn't slow down when fear flooded your veins. It sped up, because the next moments seemed to happen simultaneously. Pythias inhaled, stoking the fire in his belly, the scales above Eric casting a red-gold glow over his vision. Tisiphone disappeared, and Angelica reached a hand toward Eric, his name forming on her lips. Then a torrent of flame hailed down on her, obscuring his view of her. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw feathers, delicate red and gold feathers, through the red of flames. But that had to be wishful thinking, or his mind protecting him, because what he really saw was her eyes on him as her mouth opened in a scream, one he couldn't hear over the roar of dragon fire, but he felt to the depths of his soul. 3 screams shattered through his mind. Her sisters, wherever they were, sounded as though they were burning with her. Pythias didn't stop. The flame kept going and going, as though all his rage could be absorbed by annihilating her completely. Then, with jarring abruptness, the heat and light and sound cut off as Pythias swallowed the flames. Even the sounds of the fighting had crumbled into silence. Screaming silence. As the smoke cleared, Eric searched for her, searched for his mate's body on the rock, but he couldn't see her. Ignoring the pain, though moving so fucking slowly, he pushed to his knees with a groan. He tried to get to his feet, but couldn't make his body stand, so he crawled. He crawled as fast as he could push himself, leaving a smear of blood over the rock beneath, aware all the while of the king standing over him, dragon teeth bared in a cruel smile. When he reached the boulder where Angelica had stood, all he found of his mate was a pile of ash. Chapter 29. The only sound that dared be heard all over the mountains was the crackle of flame. Small blazes started by dragon fire falling from above, or bodies turning slowly to ash. But around Eric, only silence. Not even a breeze stirred the needles on the trees. Or perhaps that was him alone. Perhaps the grief of losing his mate was so immediate, so all-consuming, that the battle going on overhead was shut out. "No!" a woman shouted, followed by another's cry, then sobs. Cassia and Skylar, some small part of him acknowledged, sounds that exactly matched the one his dragon was making as he stared at the pile of ashes that had been Angelica only minutes ago. And yet the sound wouldn't come out of him, as though his dragon was protecting Eric by taking all the pain into himself. All he felt was numb. "He killed her," some random dragon shifter's voice drifted through his mind. "The king killed a phoenix." "Maybe he isn't the High King," another voice whispered, only to be overridden by, "Maybe she wasn't a phoenix." Then another voice, "He turned her to ash in a minute. What does that mean?" Then another, and another, and another, until Eric's mind was a cacophony of voices beating at him. Vaguely, he was aware of a shadow looming overhead. A deep chuckle scraped over him, followed by the wind of wings, as Pythios took off into the air. Where were the kings, the enforcers? Probably in shock. Screw them all. "My people," Pythios' voice was like a spike through his head. "A true phoenix wouldn't have been touched by the flames." The voices went quiet, listening. Pythios continued, "I have only eradicated a liar and a charlatan from our midst." Angelica was dead. Eric didn't give a shit. "I'll show you touched by flames, you rotting red bastard!" Ladon or Cassia must have gotten to Skylar before she could do something rash, because her words broke off abruptly. Eric didn't look to see why. "We showed you who the liar is," Bran's voice boomed through him. "That video is the truth." "Lies," Pythios hissed. "A desperate attempt to make you doubt after what you've seen with your own eyes. Fight with me now." A roar rose up from both sides, from every dragon around him. The noise only escalated as the battle overhead resumed with an impact of bodies and a conflagration of fire. "Get into the mountain!" Samael's voice pierced the noise. Aimed at Mira, probably, though how she'd gotten out here Eric didn't know. The panic there should have had Eric trying to help, because he could hear in the king's voice that they were losing. But all Eric could do was kneel beside his mate. They were mated, but he wasn't dead. He should be a pile of ash with her, following her into death. Oh, gods. She would have survived if their bond had solidified and she could shift into her dragon form. But he'd held himself back. He hadn't let himself love her as deeply as a mate deserved. "Because I am a coward." The promise of everything he could ever want had been there in her eyes, in every touch, in the way she didn't give up on him, even when he pushed her away. If he had only reached out and accepted it. The fates had given them the chance, with Angelica showing dragon sign and surviving his fire. "This is my fault." She could have survived. She could still be standing here, facing down the bastard who had taken everything, from them both. "My fault. My fault. My fault. I love you." The words came out of his swollen mouth so cracked, even Eric couldn't understand them. He swallowed hard and tried again. "I love you, Angelica Ammon." The clash of dragons all around him faded away, drowned out by the numb and cold threatening to consume him. Gods, this hurt. This was too much. More than losing his parents, or his king. More than the physical pain inflicted during his incarceration. More than holding his dragon back all this time. A rumble sounded around him, the ground shaking with it, shifting violently under his knees. But Eric braced against it and didn't look. "Oh my gods! Eric, get out of there!" Cassia yelled. But he refused to tear his gaze from Angelica's ashes. His body started involuntarily rocking, and the words, now that the dam had broken, spilled out of him. "I think I have loved you from the start. Even before you approached me that night in Ben Nevis, I noticed you. How did no one else see what and who you were?" He shook his head, still rocking, silently pleading at the same time that her soul might still hear him from the heavens. Hear these words he should have told her ages ago. I thought maybe the gods had sent me Skylar, but I knew that night when you offered to be my friend, I knew that they had sent her to bring me to you. He crumpled over the last word, bending in half as the pain finally penetrated the numbness, and his dragon howled in his head. I should have told you. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead into the ashes of his mate, the closest he could get to her now. He couldn't even hold her, see her face. I am sorry. I will spend the rest of my life being sorry. A tiny, wet, hot nose pressed into his cheek, and Eric lifted his head to stare straight into the red, glowing eyes of a hellhound puppy. With a grunt, Eric straightened, eyeing the creature before him, the strong sense of smoke and putrid rot filling his nostrils. Legend held that the arrival of a hellhound portended death, probably because they tended to kill anything that encountered them, but he knew for sure now that hellhounds embodied warriors who had unfinished business and were killed before their time, reincarnated to finish that business. Maul? Cassia's voice broke over the word, closer than she had been a minute ago. Eric stared into red, glowing eyes, looking for the man who had been his king in them. Could Zalant Ammon have been reincarnated again? An image flashed in his mind, the way hellhounds communicated, that of a man with military short hair and hazel eyes. Even through the numbness, a tiny spike of shock broke through. Jed! Jed was a hellhound now? The black puppy, though still the size of a small horse, lowered his head to nudge Angelica's ashes with his nose, emitting a whine that wrapped Eric's pain in a layer of acid, eating holes through him. The wolf shifter had loved her, too. A movement had him glancing past the hellhound to find 3 full-sized ones lined up before a massive, steaming crack in the earth. Jed had brought reinforcements. "Grandfather?" Mira's voice sounded from behind him, and he turned his head to find all of them, Mira, Skylar, and Cassia, standing behind him, staring at the remains of their sister and the reincarnation of... Was one of those hellhounds the previous king of the Red Clan? Unfinished business. Cassia suddenly sucked in. "Are you Bran's father?" She was staring at the largest of the death dogs. Another surge of emotion pierced the numbness. If the kings Hanyu and Astero were both here, 2 of those whose lives had been cut short by Pythia's own hand, warriors with unfinished business, what about... He turned his gaze to the last of the animals before him, the one staring at him hard. "Bother?" Eric croaked. The hellhound's face spasmed. With what? Pain? Regret? Pride? Then he bowed his head, flashing an image of Eric as a boy, as his father taught him hand-to-hand combat. A slow burn ignited inside him, traveling over the pain in creeping cinders of flame, turning it into something explosive. The numbness disintegrated under a wellspring of rage, and purpose. Angelica would want her people to live, those loyal at least, to thrive. But Eric had nothing to live for anymore, not without her. He was expendable. He looked at Jed, watching him so intently, and gave his order. "Find the false phoenix. Kill her." Kill Pythia's mate, and the king would die too. Before he could blink, Jed disappeared with an odd popping sound, then reappeared with the white-haired woman who'd brought Angelica to her death clasped in his jaws. Her body flickered, as though she tried to teleport, and it worked for a beat, only to stop, returning her right back to the hellhound. Tisiphone's eyes grew wide with fear as realization that she couldn't escape sank in, and Eric actually smiled, and he thought maybe Jed did too, around his grip on the woman. So did the line of hellhounds behind Jed, drawing flapping lips back over gruesome teeth, eyes glowing brighter in the darkness of their skulls. "A phoenix for a phoenix," Eric told Tisiphone. "Only seems fair." At no visible sign from Jed, The hellhounds descended on the girl, snarls ripping from their throats. Her screams pierced the air, only to cut off abruptly as they ripped into her flesh, tearing her to shreds, until all that was left of her were strings of meat and skin and shards of bone in a pool of crimson blood that dripped over the boulders like a waterfall of carnage. High overhead, a roar to rattle the heavens blasted out louder than all the fighting and fire raging around them. Pythias! Only the sound wasn't the death throes of a mate whose soul was being dragged to the underworld by his connection with his other half. It was a challenge. How was the king not dead? "You think I didn't protect against that?" Pythias demanded. "My witch made sure my mate's death would never take me." 4 massive hellhounds turned to face the sky almost as one unit, the military men they had been in previous lives showing in their precise movements. The growl they answered the rotting king with wasn't a warning. It was a dare. "Watch over Angelica," Eric said to Jed. "I'll take care of Pythias." Actually, fuck that. He was going to kill everybody. This was why the gods had trapped him in that hellhole, because his feral dragon was going to take down the king. Even as beaten and broken as he was, he would find a way. Eric started his shift right there, unlocking every gate inside him, tearing down every wall he'd ever built around the wild creature trapped within his soul. The shift didn't explode from him. It came on slowly, his bones realigning with each stage in agony-rending cracks, as though his dragon was being forced to piece them both back together. But when he was finished, while still weak, he was at least whole. Eric beat his wings, launching into the air, careful not to disturb Angelica's resting place with the wind he created. As he lifted his gaze to search for Pythias, though, the tiniest of movements from Tisiphone's remains caught his attention. The roar of his dragon in his head almost pulled his focus away from what was happening, until his dragon also caught the scent, and together they looked closer, hovering and watching. Ashes. Sooty, feathery ashes, the color of storm clouds, rose and floated into the air, drawing out of the scattered bits and pieces that had been Tisiphone the same way that video had shown them rising to hover over the false phoenix's body when she was made. A dance of death and impossibility, undisturbed by the breeze. Gods above. Everything inside him seized, his dragon more still than he'd ever been as they stared at what was happening before their eyes. The deep gray cinders floated through the air to hover over Angelica's ashes, then coalesced above her. Swirling and eddying and rippling, the pieces formed into something not solid, but recognizable. The familiar face of a woman, of Seraphina. She opened her mouth, lips forming a single word. Angelica. Even after her death, the phoenix was still fighting for her daughters. Arms of ash formed out of the swirling mass and reached down to touch Angelica's ashes, which seemed to ripple as though they recognized her mother, and Seraphina's apparition smiled. Mother and daughter finally reunited. The deep gray soot turned white-hot, glowing so brightly Eric's eyes ached and burned in his head until he wanted to claw his own eyes out. Around him he could sense others looking away, unable to watch, but Eric fisted his claws, needing to see, needing this to be real. The combined ashes swirled and writhed like a hurricane made of pure light. Then he saw it, and hope that he'd been holding back burst around him, as bright as the light coming from his mate. From that molten, churning mass, a figure arose, like Aphrodite being born from the sea. A figure so gloriously beautiful, Eric's heart threatened to burst inside him at the sight. Angelica! Her white blonde hair flowed around the perfection of her figure, her frosty eyes now entirely white as they shone with the power manifesting inside her, and all over her skin, unmistakable lines formed, sparkling brilliant white. Feathers. The mark of a phoenix. Chapter 30. Silence overtook the mountain and skies as though every creature on earth had come to a ragged halt. Eric wasn't sure if the silence was because shock had shut down his hearing or because all the fighting had stopped. He didn't care either. She's alive. Gods, what did that mean? Was this a specter of her, like Jed or his father? An angel sent to finish this fight, then leave him again. If anything, his dragon's rage escalated, turning molten in his veins, because his mate was here now. His mate, who needed Pythias dead, but Eric wanted to go to her. Desperation and rage tore him apart as he and his dragon battled in his mind as they always did, always at odds with each other, jerking back and forth in the air. Angelica made the decision for them. Her sweet, beautiful face contorted into something that reflected the heat of wrath consuming him from the inside out and sent terror lancing through both parts of him, because his Angelica would never show an emotion like that. "Angelica?" Mira, standing close by, called to her sister, reaching out a hand. Worry, not relief, wavered in her voice. No doubt the empath could feel as well as see what was going on with her sister. Skylar apparently didn't need empathic abilities, because she pulled Mira back slowly, shielding her pregnant sister behind her, putting her body between them. This terrifyingly beautiful creature wasn't Angelica. Not entirely. Her body continued to glow brighter and brighter. Then, in a flash of light more brilliant than any sun flare, white flaming wings rose from behind her. Her lips curled in fury as she lifted her hands, and light shot out of her. Electric strands like lightning, but ones that didn't flash, then disappear. The strands connected her to every dragon, every creature around them, like a web of sizzling light, and she was the spider in the middle. The light hit him so hard, Eric grunted with the impact. With that, a sensation of electricity ran over his nerve endings, as though he'd grabbed hold of a lightning bolt and couldn't pull away. His dragon roared as they both realized they were paralyzed, held suspended in the air, not able to even move the muscles of their eyes. Angelica hadn't even left her sisters out of this web of paralysis. Staring at his mate in horror, he could sense the moment she decided to do something so against her true nature, the expression in her eyes shattered his heart all over again. "This is what I died for?" she asked in a voice so soft, terror ripped through him along those electric lines, the terror of every person caught in her net. "I died to save creatures who treat female-born as political objects or built-in nannies, who have killed precious, vulnerable mates by manipulating the mating system to falsely give them to dragons not destined to be theirs, who allowed this lying king, who murdered your kings and queens and 2 phoenixes, to reign for centuries." Her face contorted more, twisting into something impossibly brutal. "Centuries!" Her head whipped round to stare at a dragon in midair. White. Mouse? Difficult to tell out of the corner of his eyes, which couldn't move. "Either you were blind, oblivious, or in on covering things up," Angelica declared. "Either way, you are unfit to lead." Mo's scream hit the air, his body contorting with whatever she was doing to him down that electric line. "Or," Angelica suddenly mused, sounding bored, like a cat playing with a mouse when she'd already eaten her fill, "perhaps you're unfit to live." "Angelica, stop!" Eric shot the thought at his mate. This wasn't who she was. Only the creature who had risen from the ashes wasn't his mate. His sweet, funny, merciful mate who everyone loved the moment they met her because they could feel that she was on their side, that she made everyone in her orbit important to her. What looked back at him from those glowing white eyes was something wild, uncontained, and uncontrolled. All passion, all rage, all sensation, all revenge, and nothing of her softness. A creature to match his own dragon. Most screams cut off, but Eric had no idea if the white dragon was dead or she'd merely stopped hurting him. Then Angelica turned her head to look directly at Eric, brows lowering, as though she were confused. "Can you hear me?" He thought at her. A slight narrowing of her eyes he took as a yes.
Who are you?
Her lips didn't move, but the thought was clear inside his head. I am your mate. Pain skated over his nerves, as though someone dragged razors over the soft flesh under his scales, and he ground out a groan even as he tried to keep it in, but the sensation ended quickly. A warning. Liar. She didn't recognize him? Eric's dragon howled inside. Maybe they hadn't mated. I do not lie. Not to you. Not ever. She cocked her head, focusing on him in a way that he knew. He knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that her next move would involve death.
If you were my mate,
he could hardly hear her over the roaring and thrashing of his dragon,
you would have died with me.
Eric swallowed, wanting to close his eyes, overwhelmed by anguish that he couldn't have done that, couldn't have been with her in the afterlife, even so briefly, to help her. What happened to her in those moments to make her into this? Had she been afraid? In pain?
The bond had not solidified.
No change in the creature watching him.
I am Erk Ashdaya, and you asked me to be your mate.
He willed her to remember, willed it with everything inside him.
I said no. The worst decision of my life.
Why would you deny your mate?
Because I did not deserve you, and I did not want to hurt you.
Was that a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, so difficult to tell around the glow?
I gave you my fire.
Angelica actually laughed at that, though the sound wasn't a happy one.
A phoenix gives a dragon her fire, not the other way around.
You only showed dragon sign. Gods, Angelica, remember. Remember me. Remember us.
Suddenly, that electric line tugged at him, drew him out of the air, while every other creature in her thrall, all of the dragons who'd been fighting, the enforcers, the other kings, even Pythias, remained imprisoned and unmoving. Even her sisters, who she loved so dearly, were caught and held, forced to watch. She pulled him down to her. At the same time, his body shifted, not of his will, but of hers, the air around him wavering, perspective changing until he was once again human and standing, held immobile by the crackling lines wrapped around his body. Angelica's gaze skated over his features, but no recognition lit her eyes, more like she was assessing his worthiness.
You and your dragon fight each other,
she said.
He's untamed.
Not feral. Odd choice of word. But now that he wasn't in dragon form and his lips couldn't move, he couldn't communicate with her. Eric stared at her, reaching for her with his soul, pleading with her, the real her, to come back to him, because the phoenix in front of him was a threat. If he had to kill her,
Turn me.
that would be her proof. They were mates. He believed that in every cell of his body, every part of his soul.
Turn me.
He tried to make his lips work, his vocal cords, but nothing moved. Nothing except his dragon, who stilled inside him, listening to Eric in a way he usually never did. Angelica tipped her head, studying him.
Turn me.
He tried again, thinking the image at her at the same time. His dragon rumbled in his mind, the sound one the animal side of him had never made. Never. A gentle sound. Coaxing. Angelica's eyes widened, infinitesimally.
Turn me,
Eric repeated, his dragon adding that sound again, both of them begging her.
You would risk that?
She asked. Suddenly, he was released from the bonds, the electric lines dropping away from him. Eric pitched forward, hands on his knees, and inhaled, reaching for his dragon, both sides of him no longer at odds.
Yes, I am your mate,
he said, lifting his head and straightening, gazing steadily back at her.
I am your mate,
he repeated when she frowned.
Look at me. See me. I am your mate, and you are my heart, my soul. I cannot live without you, Angelica.
His dragon rumbled that soft sound again, and Eric understood him, understood the love in that sound. Angelica blinked, her eyes losing the brilliant light, turning frosty blue, and suddenly she looked lost, like a little girl abandoned. But only for a flash. Then the rage was back, eyes turning even more brilliant white, painful to look directly at. "Very well." She stepped forward, closing the distance between them, but didn't touch him, giving him the final choice in this matter, but visibly not believing this would work, her expression almost taunting. They'd done this while joined physically already, several times to be certain. He hoped like hells that counted toward this newest attempt. What had her sister said? That mating worked when both believed. Both chose. Eric shook his head. "You must choose me, Angelica. You know that." She tipped her head again, the flaming wings behind her stretching farther out as though she was preparing to take off into the skies. "According to you, I already did," she said. "Either that is true or it isn't." She was right. Without hesitation, his dragon with him in every way, Eric made his choice. Stepping forward, he took her face gently in his hands and lowered his lips to hover over hers. "I love you with everything I have inside me. Put your fire into me, Angelica Ajdaya." Her eyes flickered again, but he didn't wait, pressing his lips to hers in a kiss that he poured his emotions for this woman into, holding nothing back, willing her to feel the connection, the love, the perfection that she was to him, the balm to his soul, his match, his mate. As he was hers, her partner, her support. He hoped her everything, like she was for him, destined by the fates, but chosen by their souls. No sound, no movement warned him. Her lips were still beneath his one moment, then pressing back, answering him kiss for kiss. And then, heat. Heat pouring down his throat, but also washing over him as her flames consumed him both from the inside and the outside. But Eric didn't stop kissing her, didn't pause to wait for death to claim him. He trusted it wouldn't, believed in them so fully his faith eclipsed everything, eclipsed fear, worry, doubt, hesitation. His dragon rumbled, but the sound wasn't afraid. It was content. Then fire stoked in his own belly, not consuming, not out of control. His dragon adding their own flames to the inferno rising inside. Eric sank into the kiss, choosing this woman all over again, only this time with all of his heart, nothing held back, not even his dragon. A small gasp escaped his mate. He opened his eyes to find her staring back. Pure white fire swirled all around them, cocooning them, sheltering them from every watching eye. The fire didn't burn to kill. It burned to transform, to bond, to meld them together until they were one. At the same time, a line of flame started at the top of her eyes and burned down, revealing the change, returning her to him. Her. His Angelica. "Eric," she breathed. He smiled, relief rushing through him in a wave of emotions so immense there were no words, no way to comprehend the enormity. She searched his gaze as though trying to find answers there. Did she know what had happened to her? Was she aware? "You're mine," she whispered. "I always was," he said. "My love for you extends beyond time, beyond death, and beyond despair." With a sob, she threw her arms around his neck, kissing him with every ounce of the joy and laughter and love that had always been at the core of who she was. Something snapped in place inside Eric's body, like everything settling inside, followed by an instant burning sensation at the back of his neck. The mating bond solidifying as the mark of his house, or maybe her house, or both. Magically recognized the bond now solid between them and seared into the skin for all to see. At the same time, the brokenness of his body washed away. Instantly gone, pain melting away, as though their mating had healed everything about him. A man made new. Suddenly, he could feel Angelica, her exultation, her hope, her power. God, she was pure power. A miracle. The Phoenix. The realization came hard on the heels of another. He could also feel his dragon, not as though they were two separate beings warring within the same body, but now a part of him as much as he was part of it. One and the same. Everything healed, put back the way it always should have been, and yet the most important thing in all of that was her. Eric pulled back. Gods, I did not think I could love this much. Angelica's answering smile imprinted on him, a memory he would take out and turn over every single day of his long life. Perfect, incandescent happiness. I did, she teased, smile widening to a grin. Eric chuckled and kissed the end of her nose. Time to kill the one who should never have been king. Angelica's smile didn't dim. Instead, it morphed into determination and resignation. No fear, though, and no doubt. You have to be the one to do it, she said. She was right, especially after that display of raw, untamed power within her. Dragon shifters would never trust her again if she was the one to kill the king. Besides, a throne was either passed down or won through combat. Eric nodded. With a sigh, she released them from the fire, the flames melting away like a fog blown clear by a soft breeze.
Chapter 31. The electric strands Angelica still held, tethering every living soul around the mountain, remained where they were. A manifestation of her will and the power now filling her, so full she buzzed with it. Her skin was alive with it. Eric was the anchor to which she tethered her humanity to keep that power from overwhelming, from taking over, just as she was the anchor for his dragon. They were one and the same, the two of them. A true bonding. This was why a king mated to a phoenix was named High King, because the partnership of their souls was what would bring the supposed luck or blessings. Together, and only together, were they truly balanced. Angelica released her hold on her sisters and brothers by blood. The movement in the sky of a black, blue, and gold dragon dropping down to join their mates was something she was aware of but not focused on. Keeping the rest of her captives tethered, Angelica adjusted so that they could move and speak, but still not go anywhere. No more death. This was about Pythios, and him alone. Go, she said to Eric. The ease and peace with which he shifted nearly took her breath away. No pain, no struggle, no fear. He and his dragon were finally one. Fully in control, he took off into the sky, the wind his wings generated beating at her. And she watched him go. Watched him nod at Samael, Brand, and Ladon as they passed one another. Please let him be victorious. She had faith, but nothing was written in stone, and they'd only now truly found each other. This was the final hurdle, and a man who could kill 2 kings and 2 phoenixes wasn't to be underestimated. The second Eric hovered before the rotting king, Angelica released Pythios from her hold. It's just you and me now, Eric snarled. The red dragon pulled his lips back, baring his teeth. I've already bested you once. Welp, I can do it again. The 2 dragons flew at each other, the slam of their bodies booming off the mountains around them. Pythios went for the jugular, but Eric did some kind of flipping maneuver, coming down on top of the red dragon. They were close enough to the top of a mountain that he sank his claws into Pythios's wing and slammed the blood-red dragon into the rock face, carving a swath through the trees and rocks. Relentless. Until Pythios got his legs underneath him and shoved at the mountain, dislodging Eric, who flipped back but stopped himself midair. Pythios hadn't waited, though, launching himself off the rock and right at Eric. But Eric used the king's momentum to pivot and fling him into the skies. With a gasp, Angelica jerked several of those electric lines, pulling other dragons out of the path of the fight. Pythios charged again, But again, Eric flung him away, this time getting in a swipe with his tail as he did. Could everyone else see what she could see? Eric, when he and his dragon had been at odds, had been fighting himself as much as his enemy, trying to maintain control. But now that he and his dragon were joined, they were in control, and 1,000 times more powerful. Pythios had beaten Eric before because Eric had been human and holding back. Now, her mate was only waiting for the right moment, which came with shocking speed. Pythios went for another swipe, but this time Eric, instead of diverting him, met him head-on. The two dragons beat at each other, relentless and fierce. Every blow that landed reverberated off the mountains. But Angelica didn't wince. As she watched, her heart in her throat, a hand slipped into hers, and she turned her head to find Mira there. Then another hand in her other one, and on her other side she found Cassia. Skylar wrapped her arms around Angelica's waist, her chin to her shoulder. Behind them, her sister's mates watched the battle in the sky, grim and yet confident. Did they see what she did? A cry from all those in the air had her jerking her gaze back upward to find Eric and Pythios plummeting to the ground. Only something was wrong. Pythios was on top. He was controlling the fall, driving them downward. Angelica sucked in sharply, clasping her sister's hands harder. "Eric," she whispered, knowing her mate would hear her. The two thrashing dragons passed out of view behind the peak of the mountain. A second later, a crash of sound, louder than thunder, preceded a whoosh of wind that flattened trees, threw dirt everywhere, and knocked Angelica and her sisters off their feet. The air hadn't even cleared before she struggled back to standing. "Eric!" she called. "I'll send you." She whipped around in time to catch Skylar's shove in the chest. Then all sound and sight blanked out for a moment before she appeared at the edge of a crater. Dirt and debris still hung in the air, and at first she couldn't see anything. But her brothers by blood dropped down over the space, their wings clearing the air, blowing the dirt away. To reveal Eric, standing over Pythios' broken, limp body, teeth sunk into his jugular, but not punctured yet. "This is our kill," his voice said in her mind. All the minds. "Yours and mine." He was right. Angelica took a shaky breath and released the dragons held immobile in the sky, only vaguely aware that the fighting didn't resume. Instead, they all moved to hover in the skies and watch. Witness. A glance at Skylar, who had arrived with her sisters, and Angelica was instantly transported to the bottom of the crater, standing on a rock near Pythios' head. She stared into one large red eye, filled with so much hate and fire. "For killing my father, Zalant Amon, king of the White Clan, I judge you," she said, letting her voice ring out for everyone to hear. "For killing my mother, Seraphina Hanyu, my father's mate and a phoenix, I judge you. For killing my grandparents, the king of the Red Clan and his phoenix mate, your rulers, I judge you. For bastardizing the witch Ramon's power, I judge you. For killing your own son, Merrick, I judge you. For creating a false phoenix, I judge you. For stealing the lives of hellhounds and other creatures to extend your own, I judge you. For deceiving your people, I judge you." She paused, staring at the dragon shifter who had wrought so much pain and devastation. "Do you have any last words?" Pythios, despite the state he was in, despite facing his own death, seemed to smile. "I regret nothing," he spat at her. "Nothing except that I didn't kill off your entire species when I had the chance. Dragons don't need you. We are the most powerful creatures in this world, and we don't need any others determining who rules or how. I did this, all of this, for my people." He truly believed that. She could see it in that snake-like eye staring back at her unblinking, unflinching. Angelica tipped her head. Don't you see?
All I see is abomination.
What you see is your origin. Dragons came from the first phoenix. You are what rose from the ashes that first time. Closing her eyes, she placed her palm gently over a scale, feeling the tremble of his hate and fear. But she ignored that, knowing Eric would hold him. See the truth, she whispered, and shared with him, with them all, the history that she had been shown in death before she'd risen from the ashes. In a void of light, she'd been surrounded by her ancestors, all the phoenixes who had come before, and they'd shown her. The first phoenix, a creature all instinct and fire, turning to ash, and from that ash arose 1,000 tiny lights, like stars of all colors, which became the first dragons, and a single brighter light that became the new phoenix to guide them, temper them, and bless them. The dragon under her hand shuddered at the vision, but she didn't stop. She showed him more. Generations upon generations who had followed. Every so often, dragons would lose faith and rise against one another or the phoenix. 3 times this has happened before. And with any wrongful death of a phoenix, the shifters would lose a part of themselves as punishment, rather than the blessings they could have had. First, the split of soul, creating the possibility of feral dragons if they didn't anchor their animal to their humanity, like Eric. Then the creation of the clans, separating brother from brother by color. Then all female-born dragons becoming sterile. The death of Angelica's own grandmother had been what split the new life in her daughter's womb into 4 phoenixes. And finally, with the death of Angelica's mother, the full blessings of the first phoenix that had been buried inside Angelica were awakened by her mate, a dragon. Oh, gods. Pythios's voice inside her head broke, because even the king, whose soul was as rotten as his flesh had once been, could feel the truth of what she showed him. What have I done? A small part of Angelica ached for this man. Power had consumed and distorted him to what he'd become, what he'd wrought. Power and a broken heart, because she truly believed he had loved her mother, now that she could see beyond him. Don't worry, she whispered. I will set it all right again. With that, she let the fire come, pouring over her skin, over every part of her. Those flaming wings extended behind her, and with a single touch, the king was gone. A swift death, more merciful than his actions deserved, but to her this was the right way to end all of the violence and fighting that his reign had brought down on her people. She closed her eyes and held on to her fire, picturing the world of her people as the magic of those visions showed her how it had been to start. The power inside her built and built and built, thrumming through her. With a cry, she flung her arms out, and the light that burst from her was so radiant her sight was blinded, but she didn't stop. Every dragon, not just here, but those all over the world, including dragon mates as yet undiscovered, became a precious glow to her, as though she could see them all, touch them all, heal them all. Her body started to shake with the enormity of what she was trying to do, tears leaking from the corners of her eyes. It was too much. Arms came around her, softly, though, a hand cradling her head. I am here, Eric whispered through the light. The shaking eased as she drew on her mate's strength, still searching, seeking and finding every soul she needed to touch. Her brothers by blood, her sisters, and Eric were the last she reached for. For us all, she whispered, knowing they would all hear her. Then her power burst from her in a single sharp wave, and darkness consumed her vision. The sound of Eric's voice calling her name growing fainter with each passing moment, as she disappeared once again into oblivion and fire.
Eric found himself holding his dying mate in his arms, surrounded in her fire but not burning with it, because he was hers now, and she was his. Angelica had given everything. Like everyone else, he'd seen it all, everything she had to fix, ages of betrayals, to fix consequences, to save their people. But this time, despair didn't consume him, didn't drag him down into the pits of the seven hells. He was her mate, the binding so strong that he could still feel her, even in this form. The funny, indestructible, glorious soul he'd been blessed to walk beside in this life. She wasn't dead, because he wasn't. His body wasn't turning the same ashy gray as hers. The fire wasn't touching his flesh. A shadow fell over him, and Eric lifted his head to stare at the three women who dropped to their knees beside their sister. Kasia, Skylar, Mira. Tears poured down their cheeks, shock turning their skin pale, and a hopelessness rounding their shoulders that Eric couldn't understand. "She's not gone," he said softly. All three jerked their gazes to him, confusion darkening frosty eyes to a darker blue. "What?" Mira's question trembled on her lips. "You can fix this." He didn't know how he knew, but he did. Maybe witnessing how a phoenix could pass on her powers to her child and yet still live was how he knew. He'd been there the day the Red Queen had passed her powers on to her own daughter, Seraphina. Realization hit Kasia and Skylar up with hope almost as radiant as Angelica had been when she'd risen before. But Mira's head dropped, her hand going to her belly, where a sleeping dragon prince lay. Kasia wrapped her hand around Mira's. "You saw your son take the throne," she said. "He'll be dragon, not phoenix, but he'll live." "Do you see it?" Mira asked. "What we'll become?" Kasia shook her head, a sadness tempering the hope there. "But our grandmother lived, so will we." Skylar, on Mira's other side, took her other hand. "And so will Angelica." Mira turned to look over her shoulder at Samael, and Eric couldn't miss the way the king of the Black Clans swallowed, the pure fear in his eyes for his mate and his unborn child. But he also didn't hesitate. Dropping to one knee behind Mira, he placed a kiss on her lips. Unspoken words passed between them. Ladon closed his eyes for a second, then did the same with Skylar, who put her forehead to his. Bran dropped to both knees and wrapped an arm around Cassia's waist. "I'll follow you to the grave happily, mate." The three phoenixes didn't hesitate, didn't wallow or take time to reconsider. How they knew what to do, Eric had no idea. But each raised both her hands in the air and held them, palms together, fingers spread, like a lotus flower, up to the skies. Then, one at a time, they called forth their power. Kasia's gold fire, Skylar's blue fire, and Mira's black fire. The flames flowed over their entire bodies at first, but, as he watched, gathered and crawled slowly upward, moving up to gather and coalesce in the palms of their outstretched hands, as though each was holding an orb of intense, dancing power. But the more flame they gathered, the grayer their skin became, morphing from healthy flesh to something that resembled a stone carving, a marble statue ancient peoples would have worshipped. The last part of them to change was their eyes, and all three, in unison, tipped their heads back on a silent, final inhalation. Then the orbs of fire still held in their hands floated, one by one, down to Angelica's body, now almost as gray as her sister's. Each orb absorbed into her unmoving heart, lighting up the organ through the layers of dying flesh and visibly absorbing into her blood, her veins turning a fiery orange. Molten lava pulsed through her body in orange-red spurts. But nothing else happened. Eric didn't look away from his mate. Waiting. The soft tread of a paw preceded a shadow crossing Angelica's body, and Eric raised his head to find Jed nosing at his mate's arm. An image flashed in Eric's mind, an image of a shared laugh between the wolf-shifter and Angelica, a moment of pure friendship. Then the tiny hellhound lifted its head to the skies and opened its mouth in a silent howl. Instead of sound, a similar orb of fire rose from the pit of his maw. Like with her sisters, the orb moved to hover over Angelica's body before sinking into her flesh and absorbing. With a wobble, Jed fell to the side, the red glow of his eyes dimming, then dying out entirely, leaving holes of black nothingness. Lining up behind them, each of the other hellhounds did the same, one by one. First Bran's father, who chose to share the image of Bran's first shift with his son, the pride of that moment palpable even now. Bran swallowed convulsively. "Take care of our family in the afterlife until we can join you," the Gold King whispered. Then Bran's father was gone, sending his fire into Angelica. Then Eric's own father was there, moving to stand before him. Only instead of one image, a multitude flashed through his mind. Not their time together, but images of Eric after his parents' death. From afar, as though seen through the veil of death. Eric surviving in the dungeons, growing into a man, learning despite the hopelessness of his situation, his escape and the moments that led him here. His father, his mighty father, bowed before him. Then, before he could have just one more moment with his parent, the hellhound sent his fire following Jed's and Bran's fathers into Angelica before falling dead at Eric's feet. Only this time, this death held peace, not horror, not fear, not sorrow, just peace. The last hellhound, the incarnation of King Hanyu, finally stepped forward, and he stared long and hard at the figures of his 4 granddaughters. Then an image appeared in Eric's mind, all minds, as perfect as the day it happened, the day their mother, Seraphina, was born. The joy, the sheer delight of a father, and now that of a proud grandfather who had been avenged, radiant in the moment. "Please let her be able to see this," he begged the gods, "to know this moment." Then the final hellhound gave himself over to her. Once the last piece absorbed into her, Angelica jolted, and her heart lit up, the flash so bright Eric had to close his eyes, only to open them and watch in utter awe as her heart pumped once, twice. Then as the glow of fire faded, it picked up a steady rhythm. But none of the sisters moved. Eric leaned forward and whispered in Angelica's ear, "Open your eyes." And she did. The gray ash coating her crackled with the motion and fell away to reveal healthy flesh beneath. She stared at him with new eyes a kaleidoscope of colors, as though she was everything now, all things to her people, not just one clan. She took in his face, then smiled, and more ash fell away as Eric's heart soared to the very heavens. "Thank you, gods," Brand breathed. A swift glance showed Kasia, Skylar, and Mira all emerging from the ash that had coated them. Except the sisters all turned to look at the hellhounds lying dead on the rock beside Angelica. "I am sorry," Eric started to whisper. Angelica shook her head. "It's okay. Look." All 4 death dogs were starting to glow. Eric hadn't been there when Maul died, but he'd heard descriptions that sounded like this. Unlike Angelica, this was not a bright, heavenly light, but red, like the hound's eyes. Eerie. Each of the bodies pulsed with the color that lifted from him like an aura before solidifying into streams of flowing red, casting its light over everyone gathered near the hellhounds. The streamers slipped and swirled and coalesced, forming not one image, but 4. Murky at first, then clearer, as each of the men who'd finally finished what had been needed of them in this life became more defined with every passing moment, until they stood, hovering above the hellhounds' corpses. They gazed down at the upturned faces of their kin and friends, and smiled. "See," Angelica whispered, "everything is better now." As though they agreed with her, the figures, still smiling, and gazes still trained on their loved ones, faded away. With a rumble that shook them all, the ground from whence they'd sprung closed up, sealed tight. A deep, contented sigh escaped Angelica, which seemed to be a signal to all of them. Each mated couple wrapped each other up in arms and lips and relief. "My love," Ladon's voice held wonder, not concern. "Your eyes." Eric peered closer. Like Angelica, Skylar's eyes had changed. So had Mira's and Kasia's, each now the colors of their mates. A deep gold, brilliant blue, and onyx black. Mira put her hand to Samael's cheek.
I'm a dragon now. We gave her everything.
Disappointed?
Kasia asked Brand. The Gold King snorted. No. Now I get to call you Lizard Girl. Kasia groaned and rolled her eyes, but also tightened her arms around Brand's neck. With sharp breaths of joy, all four couples took a moment to simply hold each other.
Angelica murmured into Eric's neck. I'm not a dragon.
Eric pulled back, unable to keep the smile from his face.
No, you're perfect.
Shit, brother, Ladon muttered, though his tone remained laughing. Don't say things like that, or all our mates will expect it.
I think I'd throw up if you said something like that to me,
Skylar quipped. The sound of Angelica's soft chuckle was sheer bliss. They'd done it. They'd defeated Pythias. They'd all survived it. Jubilation would come. He knew that. But for now, gratefulness was all he felt.
I hate to interrupt this little celebration.
Eric raised his head to find Tovar shifted and standing a respectful distance away. His old friend raised a hand, indicating all the previously battling dragons and wolves watching in silence.
But you have some things to sort out.
Epilogue. Angelica stared into the mirror at a woman who was her, but not her. The eyes in particular were taking some getting used to, but today she was more not her than ever, all gussied up in a dress that had taken way more discussion than a dress should take. Everyone, her sisters, the newly established council for the White Clan, all the other clans, the designer, had an opinion. Dressing by committee sucked. Worth it this time, she tried to tell herself, because this was Eric's coronation day. It had taken months of dealing with details and the fallout of everything that had led to Pythios' death. Months of healing, but also decisions and new laws and reaching out to those who'd been discarded or left behind by the previous rulers. Months to take Pythios' stash of wealth, combine it with all the clans, and redistribute equally, starting fresh. Months to start on the dreams her own father had held when he'd been prepared to become High King, for the clans to live in equality, the colonies to govern themselves, and to dissolve the mating council, giving mates the time and resources to find their mates themselves. They'd allowed the clans to go back to their own mountains and select their leaders anew. Even the gold, black, and blue clans had done so. In the end, Brand, Ladon, and Samael had all kept their thrones. Brand doing so, perhaps the biggest surprise. Though perhaps not, after what Angelica had shown her people that day, combined with the appearance of his own father at the end. The Red Clan had chosen no one of royal blood, not entirely trusting anyone Pythios had allowed to live who could be a political threat to his throne. Instead, taking a leaf from the Black Clan, they'd chosen a warrior with not a drop of highborn in him. The Green Clan had chosen to execute King Freyner, the only king to remain by Pythios' side throughout the war. In his place, they'd selected a female born named Myelin, the first queen dragons had seen in millennia. That had been a shock. However, the reports that whatever Angelica had done that day had touched female dragons, allowing them to mate, allowing them to bear children, had come hard and fast these past months. There were even a few reports that had started months or even years before her rising from the ashes, almost as though a promise of her coming power had started to change things even when it lay dormant inside her and split between her sisters. Moreover, human mates had also changed, no longer showing a sign on their neck unless their specific mate's fire was used to bring it forth. No more need for second-guessing or for a mating council that could be manipulated or corrupted. Hearts, too, had been changed that day. Not all hearts, though. Some of her people didn't believe, or refused to let go of old ways, but many fewer than Angelica would have thought possible. There was still more to do. New systems would always have kinks to iron out. They weren't perfect, by any means, or completely safe. After all, dragon shifters were as volatile as their fire. But they had peace. They would build from there. This dress, however... Angelica sighed and plucked at the skirt, making a face at herself in the mirror. They decided that as the mate of the man about to be crowned king of the White Clan, she should wear white. However, as the Phoenix, they wanted her to represent the other clans as well, which had been a tricky prospect, with many of the considered gowns making her look more like a clown car exploded on a white canvas. But they'd finally settled on this design. The dress was a figure-hugging white satin slip with delicate detailed lace overlaid. Wide straps of lace over her shoulders turned into a sheer backing down to her waist. The skirt flared out from mid-thigh in layers and layers of the same lace, reminding her a bit of traditional flamenco dancers. The bottom of the skirt had been dyed in vibrant hues, blending up from black at the bottom, representing all the other clans, but in a gradient that looked remarkably like flame. The dress was absolutely gorgeous. That wasn't the problem. The problem was her in it. Fancy was not her way. They'd curled and styled her hair down with the sides drawn back and done her makeup to lovely effect. The woman staring at her was beautiful in a way she'd never seen herself. Her sisters had always all had more color than she did. She'd seen herself as a pale version of them most of her life, especially when her powers had remained dormant. But this creature, looking back at her from the mirror, was all color, all fire, all things. And she wasn't sure she was up for that. As the Phoenix, the only Phoenix now, she was all things to dragon shifters. "My lady," Geordie appeared in the reflection behind her. "Is it time?" He shook his head. "Not quite yet. The king has disappeared." Disappeared. The small frown that tugged at her brows wasn't worry so much as confusion. "What do you mean?" "He said he had something he had to do before the coronation, that it was important." Angelica thought for a moment of his behavior leading up to this day, and realization dawned with the softness of sunlight peeking over mountaintops. Just to be sure, she closed her eyes, feeling her way down that connection that mates had. "It's okay," she told Geordie. "I know where he is. I'll go get him." Eric's faithful friend, now one of their closest advisors, smiled. As soon as Geordie left the room, Angelica used the teleportation, both Cassia's and Skylar's combined inside her now, to go to the one place she should have known he'd need to see. Everest. Curious, she glanced around the surprisingly large chamber that housed the dungeons where Eric had spent most of his life. New dragon steel doors to each of the 11 cells were spaced evenly around the edges of the circular room. Sunlight streamed in from the glass moonhole directly above. Angelica closed her eyes for a moment, heartsick that this, and only this, had been her mate's entire world for centuries. She'd offered up prayers of gratitude that he had survived it, lasted long enough to get out and find her. Taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes and strode, slippered feet almost silent on the stone floors, the whoosh of her dress louder in the space, to the one cell with an open door. Looking inside, she found Eric sitting on a stone slab she knew from his description had been his bed, elbows on his knees and head in his hands. Angelica didn't enter. Instead, she held out her hand, beckoning. "My love?" Slowly, Eric's head came up, and his eyes ignited at the sight of her. "How did you get here?" she asked, starting off with something easier to answer. "Delilah helped me." "I would have..." He shook his head, though his gaze gentled. "I thought I'd get in and out while you were getting ready." Angelica read between the lines. He needed to do this alone, something she could understand. "I had to come here," he said, seeming to mistake her silence for disappointment. "I know." She held out her hand. "But this is the last time. We should only look forward from here, don't you think?" After a long pause, Almost as though he was gathering his strength to leave, Eric rose to his feet. Dressed in a very simple black suit with a crisp white shirt, a foil to her own clothes, he looked every inch the king he was about to become. Somehow, as usual, he'd managed to get away with refusing a tie or any other accessories. Probably the growling had convinced the others to drop it and focus their efforts on her instead. Even so, her body ignited, metaphorically, at the sight of him. Gods, her mate was something else. He took her hand and allowed her not only to lead him out of the cell, but after one last glance around, he nodded, and she brought them right back to their bedchamber and came in. With a shuddering breath, Eric wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her back against his chest and laying his chin on the top of her head to stare at the two of them in the reflection of the mirror they stood before. "You look beautiful." She wrinkled her nose. She did, but she'd been expecting some comment about where they'd just come from. "Why the face?" She raised her eyebrows at his teasing. "Are you saying my face looks funny?" He chuckled. "You are the most beautiful thing in my world, and you know it." She hummed a little. Who knew her mate would turn out to be a big romantic and a poet with words? He told her things like that all the time, much to the laughing chagrin of her sister's mates. Meow. A tiny little sound had her looking down, and Angelica couldn't help her chuckle. "I think she would prefer to be the most beautiful," she teased him. A gift from Mira, who had informed Eric that he clearly was a cat person or hers wouldn't love him so much. The little white ball of fluff dogged his footsteps like he was her mama. Eric just grunted, giving the kitten a mock glare, even as he scooped her up gently before setting her on top of the impressive cat tower he'd bought for his new pet. Someday he would be an amazing father. God, she loved him. "Are you ready?" he asked, turning back to Angelica. Shouldn't she be the one asking that? "No," she sighed, "but I'm the one who should be asking. It's your coronation." An odd little twinge reached her through the connection between them. Not worry or anything bad, really, just odd. It had been going on the last few days, but she figured he'd tell her when he was ready. Eric moved closer, only to frame her face with his hands, fire blazing in his eyes as his gaze skated over her features. "My miracle," he whispered. "No pedestals." She poked a finger in his chest. Eric grinned. "Of course not. Only endless love." She grinned back. "I can handle that if you can." Eric leaned forward, pressing his lips to hers. As happened every single time with them, passion flared with a simple touch. Angelica had to be the one to draw away. "It's time." Her mate sighed, forehead to hers. "I know." After she reapplied her lipstick, she took his arm, and together they left the small antechamber to enter the throne room in the mountain of Cayman together, arm in arm. Eric had insisted. Wherever the king went, so went the queen. Usually ahead of him, he joked, forging the way. Their clan was all gathered, dressed in their own finery, to witness this moment. Mirrors were set up all around the room, the same way they had done for Mira's wedding to King Gorgon, when Angelica had still been hiding amongst the wolves. Ages ago, it felt like now. No more secrets. No more appointed kings. Everything done in the open. Using the power Mira had given her, Angelica ignited her flames, no doubt making her dress appear even more remarkable. The reflection in those mirrors changed to show the other clans there to witness as well. At the front of the mirrors from the king's seats in the mountains of Ben Nevis, Storska Gosland and Ararat stood her sisters and their mates, strong and steady and smiling at her. In Mira's arms lay sleeping a healthy baby boy with a shock of black hair poking out above his baby blanket. Cassia, meanwhile, wasn't yet showing her own pregnancy, though Bran's protective hand around her was a dead giveaway. Behind Ladon, Arden stood with Reed, now mated and glowing with happiness. Skylar, holding on to her mate with one hand, shot Angelica a thumbs up with the others. The rest of the mirrors showed other locations, the enforcers and alliances from each of the colonies in the Americas, Africa, and Australia. The wolves, the gargoyles, the witches. As usual, they hadn't been able to track down any hellhounds, though hopefully none of their loved ones remained in that form. The ceremony was quick, also at Eric's insistence, and before she knew it, he turned to thundering applause. The newly appointed king of the White Clan, the last of the 6 rulers to be crowned. Angelica breathed in both relief and pride. Their people were whole again. Except instead of turning to offer her his arm as they'd rehearsed, Eric raised a hand and silence descended. "As the dragon shifter king mated to a phoenix," he boomed out for all to hear, "it is technically my right to also take my place as High King on this day." Angelica clasped her hands before her, trying not to shift self-consciously at all the stares coming her way. They'd discussed this. Eric had decided to give up that right and make all the kings into a mutual council instead. The others had agreed. How would their people take it, though? "However, I believe that these past 500 years have shown us how power lying with one man can be a dangerous thing, an addiction even." A low murmur swept through the room. Eric raised his hand again for silence. "I have conferred with the other rulers, and we have agreed on 2 things." 2? This is new. Angelica tried not to frown. At Eric's nod, the 5 rulers of the other clans with their mates at their sides, those that had mates anyway, including her sisters, stepped through the mirrors into the throne room and came in with them. "The 6 rulers will form a council that confers and determines all laws together." Those rulers stepped up onto the dais with Eric, turning to face their people as a unit. Angelica smiled. This was right. "And," Eric continued, "the first act of this council is to crown our phoenix, Angelica Amon Asdea, as High Queen." A loud buzzing hit her ears about then. Or maybe it was more that all rooms were buzzing with murmurings and her ears had muffled the sound because of the shock running through her system. She even shook her head as Eric looked back at her. She hadn't asked for this. "Our old systems did not work," he continued, turning to smile at her, speaking to her as much as to their people. "I think we all agree on that. Time for a new way. Our High Queen will not make decisions alone. All things will happen through her council of rulers, but she will be the constant, the Northern Star." He turned, backing down the few steps of the dais to the floor, then dropped to one knee, head bowed. Each of the other kings and queens turned and did the same, forming a line before her, their allegiance palpable. Not a smidge of hesitation in a single one. After a small pause, in silence, every other dragon shifter she could see rose from their seats, then kneeled in a wave of submission. "To me. Gods give me strength. I love you." Eric's words reached her through their connection, almost as though he'd heard her silent plea. So did his strength and his certainty that this was right. "You can do this." Still, she hesitated. "You were born to do this, my love." The surety in his voice, and the frost-colored eyes he lifted to her face, melted away her qualms. Angelica pulled her shoulders back, lifting her head high, looking out over her people as her mates' love and support washed over her. She looked at each of her sisters, happy and safe and empowered. She looked at her sisters' mates. Good men, each one. Her mother and father would be proud and happy and relieved. They were watching over them from the heavens. Angelica knew that all her Phoenix ancestors were there too. Angelica sent up a new plea to them. Grant me wisdom, strength, courage, and kindness to be the ruler our people need. The finest attributes of the 4 women Seraphina Hanyu Aman and Zalant Aman had brought into this world. At the slightest bow of her head, accepting the honor they were asking of her, Eric rose and approached, pulling out a delicate silver diadem from the inner pocket of his jacket. The delicate swirls of metal formed tiny little feathers and flames. He placed it on her head, then backed up a step and bowed again from the waist. Gods bless our High Queen. As one, their people rose to their feet, shouting that phrase 3 more times. But Angelica hardly heard them, breaking what she was sure was some sort of protocol and going up on tiptoe to kiss her mate in full view of the gods, her sisters, the kings and queens, and everyone. "If you thought I was bossy before," she whispered against Eric's lips. "Maybe I should have said gods save the king," he whispered back with a chuckle and went right on kissing her. This concludes The Cursed King by Abigail Owen, narrated by Sarah Puckett and Alexander Steele. Copyright 2021 by Abigail Owen. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC through Rights Mix, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.